Good day, everyone. This is Revenger What If bringing you another great story. Today we're exploring what if Naruto was the Primordial Kitsune of Nevermore who became Wednesday Addams' Dark Protector. If you appreciate quality storytelling, please support us by liking and subscribing. It truly makes a difference. Now, let's immerse ourselves in the story. Chapter 1, The Summoning. The third accident happened during fencing practice. Wednesday Addams lunged forward, her épée slicing through the air with practiced precision. Her opponent, Enid Sinclair, retreated with a nervous step. Even through the mesh of her fencing mask, Wednesday could see the fear in her roommate's eyes. She had that effect on people. Point, called Professor Thornhill, their instructor. 5-0, Miss Addams. Wednesday lowered her weapon, the victory hollow. Enid was trying, she always tried, but her heart wasn't in combat the way Wednesday's was. Combat was truth. Combat was clarity. Again, Wednesday said, resuming her position. Enid sighed dramatically but raised her épée. You know, normal roommates have movie nights instead of trying to impale each other. Impalement would require a different weapon entirely, Wednesday replied flatly. This is merely. The lights flickered once, twice, then plunged the gymnasium into darkness. A collective gasp rose from the other students. In the momentary blindness, Wednesday felt something brush past her, something cold and wrong, like fingers made of mist. Then came the sound of metal groaning overhead. Move! Wednesday shouted, diving forward and tackling Enid to the ground just as the ancient chandelier crashed down exactly where they had been standing. Crystal shattered across the wooden floor like deadly rain. The emergency lights flickered on, casting the gymnasium in an eerie red glow. Wednesday lifted her head to find 20 pairs of eyes staring at them. The chandelier lay in ruins, its central support completely severed. That's not supposed to happen, Enid whispered, her voice trembling. Wednesday studied the broken metal above them. The break wasn't jagged or stressed. It was clean, precise. As if something had cut through it. Professor Thornhill hurried over, her face pale. Everyone out. To the main hall, now. As the students filed out in nervous clusters, Wednesday remained, examining the chandelier. The metal was cold to the touch, unnaturally so, as if it had been frozen before being cut. And there, almost invisible against the polished floor, was a marking. Not random scratches from the fall, but a deliberate symbol, 3 curved lines intersecting within a circle. Miss Addams. Professor Thornhill called. I said everyone out. Wednesday committed the symbol to memory before joining the exodus. As she reached the door, she glanced back at the ruined chandelier and the strange marking beneath it. This was no accident. And it wasn't the first. It appears Nevermore Academy has a safety problem, Principal Weems said, folding her hands on her desk. 3 incidents in 2 weeks. Wednesday sat motionless in the hard-backed chair, her posture perfect, her face a careful blank. So it would seem. First the laboratory explosion that singed your eyebrows, which have grown back marvelously, I must say. Then the stairs collapsing under you in the East Wing. And now this chandelier. Principal Weems studied Wednesday over her glasses. You must admit, the common denominator appears to be you, Miss Addams. I don't believe in coincidence, if that's what you're suggesting. And I don't believe in persecution complexes, Principal Weems replied smoothly. Nevertheless, I've contacted your parents. In light of these incidents, they've agreed you should return home for the weekend while we conduct a thorough safety inspection. Wednesday straightened infinitesimally. That won't be necessary. It wasn't a suggestion. Weems slid a train ticket across the desk. Your parents will meet you at the station tomorrow afternoon. Wednesday took the ticket, a plan already forming in her mind. The ancestral Addams library might contain answers that Nevermore Academy would not, or could not, provide. You may go, Miss Addams. Wednesday stood, smoothing her black uniform skirt. Thank you for your concern, Principal Weems. As she reached for the door handle, Weems spoke again. Wednesday, be careful. Sometimes the things that hunt us aren't what they appear to be. Wednesday turned, one eyebrow raised, but the principal had already returned to her paperwork, effectively dismissing her. Outside the office, Enid was waiting, practically bouncing with nervous energy. Her pastel clothing stood in stark contrast to Wednesday's monochromatic attire. What happened? Are you expelled? Suspended? Put on double-secret probation? I'm being sent home for the weekend, Wednesday replied, walking briskly toward their dormitory. Apparently, falling chandeliers are my fault now. Enid hurried to keep pace. But that's crazy. You saved my life in there. She grabbed Wednesday's arm, forcing her to stop. Wednesday, what's going on? You've been even more, you, lately. And now these accidents, they're not accidents. Enid's eyes widened. What? Wednesday glanced around the empty hallway before continuing in a lower voice. There was a symbol under the chandelier. The same one I found near the lab after the explosion. Someone or something is targeting me. But why would anyone? I don't know, Wednesday admitted, the words tasting bitter. Not knowing was anathema to her. But I intend to find out. As they turned the corner toward their room, Wednesday felt it again, that cold, misplaced sensation, like being watched by eyes that existed just outside normal perception. She spun around, scanning the shadows. Nothing. Just the empty hallway with its Gothic arches and flickering sconces. What is it? Enid asked. Wednesday shook her head. Nothing. Just, pack me some extra clothes. I'll be leaving first thing tomorrow. The Addams mansion loomed against the twilight sky, a Victorian monstrosity of spires and gables that had terrified the neighborhood for generations. To Wednesday, it was simply home, the only place where normality was properly inverted, and the macabre was celebrated rather than feared. The gates creaked open at her approach, recognizing a daughter of the blood. Thing, the disembodied hand that had served the family for as long as anyone could remember, scuttled up to greet her, fingers wiggling in welcome. Hello, Thing, Wednesday said. Are mother and father home? Thing pointed toward the conservatory, then disappeared down the hall with Wednesday's bag. The conservatory was in full bloom, which for the Addams family meant deadly nightshade, hemlock, and a variety of carnivorous plants that snapped eagerly as Wednesday passed. Her mother, Morticia, was pruning black roses, while her father, Gomez, practiced fencing against a mechanical opponent. Wednesday. Morticia glided forward, embracing her daughter in a cloud of midnight perfume. What a dreadful surprise. We weren't expecting you until later. I caught an earlier train. Wednesday extricated herself from her mother's embrace. I need to use the library. Gomez disarmed the automaton with a flourish and bounded over. Mi querida hija. Back from school already? Expelled at last? Not yet, Wednesday replied. Just temporarily removed while they investigate why deadly objects keep falling in my vicinity. Morticia and Gomez exchanged a look that Wednesday couldn't quite interpret. What is it? She demanded. Nothing, dear, Morticia said smoothly. We're just pleased to have you home. Aren't we, Gomez? Indubitably. Gomez declared, though his usual exuberance seemed slightly forced. And you're welcome to the library, of course. Any particular topic of morbid interest? Wednesday hesitated, then decided on directness. I found a symbol at the site of each incident. 3 curved lines intersecting within a circle. I thought our family grimoires might provide insight. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Morticia's shears paused mid-snip, and Gomez's perpetual smile faltered. I see, Morticia said carefully. And have there been other signs? Cold spots. Shadows moving independently of their owners. Wednesday's eyes narrowed. You know something. We know many things, Gomez said, twirling his mustache nervously. The question is which specific something you're referring to. Gomez, Morticia chided gently. She has a right to know. Know what? Wednesday demanded. Morticia set down her shears. The library, yes. But not the main library. There's another collection, one that contains the older family histories. Come with me. She led Wednesday past the library and up a narrow spiral staircase Wednesday had never noticed before, though she'd explored the mansion extensively throughout her childhood. At the top was a small door, barely 5 feet tall, carved with intricate symbols that seemed to shift if viewed from the corner of one's eye. This room has been sealed for almost a century, Morticia explained, removing a key from around her neck. Not every Addams is meant to access its contents. Then why show me now? Morticia's eyes, normally cool and composed, showed a flicker of something Wednesday rarely saw there, fear. Because, my darling daughter, it appears that something from beyond has already chosen you. The key turned with a sound like distant thunder, and the door swung open to reveal a circular room lined with ancient tomes. At its center stood a pedestal holding a single book bound in some material that Wednesday instinctively knew was an animal hide. This is the Codex Tenebrae, Morticia said. The chronicle of our family's darkest covenant. Wednesday approached the pedestal, drawn to the book like a moth to flame. What covenant? The pact with Nevermore, Gomez said from the doorway, his voice uncharacteristically solemn. Not the school, my dear, but the realm beyond our reality, the place from which our families, peculiarities, originally stemmed. Wednesday reached for the book, but Morticia caught her wrist. Before you open it, you must understand. Knowledge has consequences, Wednesday. Once you know, there's no unknowing. I've never feared knowledge, Wednesday replied. Or consequences. Morticia released her with a proud smile. Then proceed. But remember, what you summon, you must also control. That is the way of our blood. They left her alone with the book, closing the door behind them. In the sudden silence, Wednesday could hear her own heartbeat, steady and slow as always. She ran her fingers over the cover, feeling the strange texture of the binding. Not human skin, as she'd first suspected, but something else entirely, something both more ancient and more alive. The book opened at her touch, pages turning of their own accord until they settled on a detailed illustration of the exact symbol she had seen beneath the chandelier. The Nevermore sigil, according to the flowing script beside it, a marker of thinning boundaries between realms. Wednesday read on, absorbing the strange history of a parallel dimension that occasionally intersected with their own. Nevermore, a realm of shadows and spirits, ancient entities and forgotten gods. According to the Codex, the Addams family had long ago formed a pact with one of the most powerful beings of that realm, a nine-tailed fox spirit of immeasurable age and power. In exchange for protection during times of supernatural crisis, the Addams bloodline had promised, something the text refused to explicitly name, referring to it only as, the price of foxfire. As daylight faded and shadows lengthened, Wednesday continued reading. The last recorded summoning had been in 1923, when great-grandmother Addams had called forth the Kitsune to combat a demon incursion. The account ended abruptly, with only a cryptic warning, remember that the fox serves but does not submit. Do not mistake binding for breaking. Wednesday closed the book, her mind racing. The signs were clear, something from Nevermore was crossing over, targeting her specifically. The question was whether to flee or to fight fire with foxfire. For an Addams, there was only one acceptable answer. You're going to summon an ancient fox spirit from another dimension, Enid said flatly over the phone. That's your solution. Wednesday cradled the phone between ear and shoulder as she gathered materials in the mansion's cavernous kitchen. According to family records, it's the only effective response to a breach from Nevermore. And you don't think that maybe, just maybe, summoning something even more powerful might make things worse? That's why there's a binding ritual, Wednesday explained, dropping wolfsbane into her basket. The Kitsune is compelled to protect whoever completes the summoning correctly. Enid's sigh crackled through the connection. This is insane. Even for you. How are things at school? Wednesday changed the subject, examining a jar of preserved crow's eyes. Weird. They've closed off the gymnasium and the east wing. Oh, and there've been more incidents. Wednesday froze. What kind of incidents? 2 students claimed they saw their own reflections moving independently. And Blake's dog went missing after freaking out at something no one else could see. Enid paused. Wednesday. I think you might be right about this not being random. I need to complete this ritual tonight, Wednesday said. The blood moon peaks at midnight. Just, be careful, okay? And call me the second it's over. Promise? I promise. The words felt strange in Wednesday's mouth. She wasn't accustomed to making promises to anyone, let alone keeping them. But Enid had become, not a friend, exactly. An acceptable companion. Don't let anyone into our room until I return. Why would, just don't. After hanging up, Wednesday finished gathering her supplies. The ritual required specific components: foxglove harvested under moonlight, crow's eyes preserved in vinegar, a strand of her own hair, spring water collected from a natural source, and blood freely given. The codex had been specific about the last part: the blood must be willingly offered, not taken by force or accident. Her parents had made no move to stop her preparations, though she caught them watching her with a mixture of pride and concern. The Addams family had always valued independence, especially when it involved courting danger. The summoning circle should be drawn in a place of power, Morticia advised as Wednesday packed the ritual components. Somewhere with personal significance. Wednesday considered this. The cemetery, then. Where I used to play as a child. Gomez nodded approvingly. Excellent choice. The ancestral spirits will strengthen the connection. As twilight deepened into true night, Wednesday made her way to the family cemetery. Generations of Addams lay beneath the crumbling headstones, their restless spirits a comforting presence in the darkness. She found the spot, a small clearing surrounded by the graves of particularly notorious ancestors, and began to prepare. First, she cleared the ground of debris, then used chalk infused with crushed foxglove to draw the complex summoning circle described in the codex. The symbol she'd seen beneath the chandelier formed the centerpiece, surrounded by spiraling lines of an ancient script that the book claimed predated human writing. Next came the offerings, placed at cardinal points around the circle: a bowl of spring water to the north, burning incense to the east, a silver mirror to the south, and a small clay fox figurine to the west. In the center, she placed a black candle carved with 9 notches representing the kitsune's tails. As the blood moon rose overhead, Wednesday took her place at the circle's edge. The codex had been specific about timing: the summoning must begin at the moon's apex and conclude before it began its descent. One chance, no room for error. She pricked her finger with a silver needle and let 3 drops of blood fall onto the central symbol, then lit the black candle with a match struck against a headstone. By blood freely given and fire freely taken, she began, reciting the words from memory: I call to the guardian beyond the veil. Ancient fox of 9 tails, keeper of boundaries, I summon you from Nevermore to fulfill the covenant of old. The night air grew still. Even the perpetual moan of wine through the cemetery cedars fell silent. By the pact sealed with my ancestors, I bid you cross the threshold. Come forth, Kitsune no Kyubi. The candle flame suddenly stretched upward, becoming impossibly tall and thin before splitting into 9 separate tongues of fire. The chalk lines of the summoning circle began to glow with an eerie blue light, pulsing like a heartbeat. I name you and claim you, Wednesday continued, her voice steady despite the otherworldly display before her. Bound by blood and oath to serve as protector until the threat from your realm is vanquished. The ground trembled beneath her feet. The air shimmered like heat over asphalt, and Wednesday felt a pressure building, as if reality itself was straining against some invisible barrier. Then came the tear, not a sound so much as a sensation, like fabric ripping on a fundamental level. The space within the circle seemed to fold inward, revealing swirling darkness beyond. And from that darkness emerged a figure. Not a fox, as Wednesday had half expected, but a young man with wild blonde hair and strange markings on his face. He wore a long black coat embroidered with red clouds, and his eyes were red as blood, with slitted pupils that narrowed as they focused on her. "Who dares?" he growled, his voice layered with harmonics no human throat could produce. "Who dares summon Kurama from his realm?" Wednesday stood her ground, refusing to show fear. "I am Wednesday Addams, daughter of Morticia and Gomez, descendant of those who sealed the covenant." The figure, Kurama, stalked to the edge of the circle, only to be stopped by an invisible barrier. His lips curled back to reveal elongated canines. "Addams," he spat. "Your blood tastes of arrogance, as always." His gaze flickered to the blood moon overhead. "The timing is convenient. I've summoned you because something from Nevermore is crossing over," Wednesday explained. "It's targeting me specifically." Kurama laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "And what makes you think I won't simply finish what they started? The last of your line who summoned me paid dearly for the privilege." "Because you're bound by the covenant," Wednesday replied coolly. "And because whatever is coming through is a threat to both our realms." Before Kurama could respond, a cold wind swept through the cemetery. The headstones gleamed with sudden frost, and the shadows between them deepened, moving against the moonlight in ways that defied natural law. Kurama's demeanor changed instantly. His casual arrogance vanished, replaced by alert wariness. "Release me from this circle," he commanded. "So you can abandon me to whatever's coming?" "I think not." "Foolish girl," he snarled. "They've followed your summoning. The circle constrains my power as well as my freedom. If you want to live through the next 5 minutes, you'll break it now." The shadows were coalescing now, forming vaguely humanoid shapes with too many limbs and no discernible faces. They moved with jerking, insectal motions, converging on the cemetery from all directions. Wednesday hesitated only a moment before scuffing her foot across the chalk line, breaking the circle's integrity. The barrier fell with an audible pop of displaced air. Kurama moved with inhuman speed, placing himself between Wednesday and the approaching shadow creatures. As they drew nearer, he raised his hands, and flames the color of sunset erupted from his fingertips. "Stay behind me," he ordered. "And whatever happens, don't look directly at them." The first shadow creature lunged forward, its form rippling like smoke. Kurama met it with a blast of foxfire that tore through its center, causing it to dissolve with a sound like distant screaming. But there were more, dozens more, flowing between the headstones like ink through water. Wednesday backed up against a mausoleum wall, watching as Kurama fought with graceful brutality. His hands moved in complex patterns, shaping the foxfire into weapons, barriers, and traps. When the creatures came too close, he shifted partially into something else, something with claws and fangs that tore through shadow flesh with terrible efficiency. But they were overwhelming him through sheer numbers. For every 3 he destroyed, 5 more appeared. And they were learning, adapting to his techniques, becoming harder to hit. One broke through his defenses, sliding along the ground like a liquid stain before rising up behind Wednesday. She felt its cold touch on her neck, an absence rather than a presence, as if part of her was being erased where it made contact. Kurama roared, a sound that contained nothing human, and the night itself seemed to shudder. 9 spectral tails of orange energy erupted from behind him, lashing out in all directions. The shadows retreated momentarily, hissing like steam. He was beside her in an instant, checking the spot where the shadow had touched her. "Marked," he muttered. "But not claimed. We need to move." "Move where?" Wednesday demanded. What were those things? Void wraiths. Bottom feeders of Nevermore. They devour anything with a spiritual signature, which you're broadcasting like a lighthouse thanks to your little summoning stunt. He grabbed her wrist. "The mansion. It has old protections." They ran through the cemetery, shadow creatures regrouping in pursuit. Kurama kept a steady stream of foxfire flowing behind them, creating a barrier that slowed but didn't stop their hunters. As they reached the wrought iron gates of the cemetery, Kurama suddenly stiffened. "What is it?" Wednesday asked. "Another presence," he said grimly. "Something bigger. Something that commands the wraiths." A figure was taking shape at the center of the cemetery, where Wednesday's summoning circle had been. Tall and gaunt, with antlers branching from its head and a face hidden behind a bone-white mask, it seemed to absorb the moonlight around it. "Run," Kurama said, his voice deadly serious. "I'll hold it off. The covenant means I'll protect you, not that I'll commit suicide. That thing is beyond what I can handle in this form. Run to your family home and do not stop for anything." For once, Wednesday didn't argue. She turned and sprinted toward the mansion, its windows glowing with warm light in the distance. Behind her, she heard Kurama unleash another blast of foxfire, followed by an unearthly howl that made her skin crawl. She reached the mansion grounds and glanced back to see Kurama surrounded by swirling shadows, his 9 energy tails lashing wildly as he faced the antlered figure. Then the front door of the mansion swung open, and Lurch, their faithful butler, ushered her inside with an urgent groan. Her parents were waiting in the foyer, both armed, Morticia with an ancient-looking curved dagger, Gomez with his fencing rapier. "The Kitsune?" Morticia asked sharply. "Fighting something in the cemetery," Wednesday replied, trying to catch her breath. "Something with antlers and a mask." Gomez and Morticia exchanged alarmed glances. "The huntsman," Gomez whispered. "It can't be." "Seal the doors and windows," Morticia instructed Lurch, who hurried to obey. "Gomez, the wards need refreshing." As her parents moved with practiced efficiency to secure the house, Wednesday felt something she rarely experienced: uncertainty. The summoning hadn't gone as the Codex described. Kurama was supposed to be bound to her will, a powerful but controlled guardian. Instead, he seemed to be making his own decisions, and worse, he seemed outmatched by whatever was out there. A crash from outside drew everyone's attention. Through the front windows, they saw Kurama being thrown across the lawn, his body creating a furrow in the earth before he rolled to his feet, bloody but unbowed. The antlered figure, the huntsman, stalked after him, each step leaving frost in its wake. The shadow creatures flowed around it like an honor guard. "We need to help him," Wednesday said. "We can't," Morticia replied grimly. "The huntsman is a harvester of souls. No mortal weapon can harm it." "Then why did you arm yourselves?" "Hope springs eternal," Gomez said with a manic grin that didn't reach his eyes. Outside, Kurama had regained his footing and was launching a new offensive, his movements a blur as he circled the huntsman, unleashing blasts of foxfire from different angles. The creature seemed to absorb or deflect each attack with minimal effort. Then, to everyone's surprise, Kurama broke off his attack and sprinted toward the mansion. The huntsman followed, its unnaturally long limbs eating up the distance. "Let him in," Wednesday shouted. Lurch hesitated, looking to Morticia for confirmation. "The wards won't distinguish between them," she warned. "If we lower them for Kurama, the huntsman will be able to enter as well. If we don't, Kurama dies, and I'm left unprotected," Wednesday countered. "The covenant will be broken." Gomez stepped forward. "There's another way. The sanctum beneath the conservatory. Its protections are specific to the family bloodline." Morticia nodded. "Yes. Go, Wednesday. Prepare the circle as I taught you when you were small." "What circle?" You'll remember," Morticia assured her. "Blood knows blood. Go now." Wednesday hesitated only a moment before dashing toward the conservatory. Behind her, she heard the front door open and Kurama's voice shouting something in a language she didn't recognize. The conservatory was eerily calm, the deadly plants swaying gently despite the absence of wind. Wednesday moved to the center of the room, where a circular pattern was inlaid in the stone floor, a pattern similar to the summoning circle she'd drawn in the cemetery, but far more complex. As she stood within it, memories surfaced, not her own, but carried in her blood. Generations of Addams women standing in this same spot, invoking the same protections. The knowledge flowed into her, ancient and sure. She knelt and pressed her still bleeding finger to the central stone. Sanguis sanguinem vocat, she whispered. Blood calls to blood. The pattern began to glow with the same eerie blue light as her summoning circle had. But this time, the energy flowed upward, forming a dome over the entire room. Moments later, Kurama burst through the door, followed closely by her parents. All three were disheveled, with Gomez sporting a fresh cut across his cheek and Morticia's normally perfect hair in disarray. The wards held, Gomez announced triumphantly. Barely, but they held. The huntsman cannot enter the house. For now, Kurama added, breathing heavily. It's persistent. And patient. Wednesday studied their reluctant guardian. In the conservatory's pale light, she could see that his human appearance was something of an illusion. There was a vulpine quality to his features, the sharp canines, the whisker-like markings on his cheeks, the slightly elongated ears half hidden in his wild blonde hair. You're injured, she noted, gesturing to the dark stains on his coat. He dismissed this with a wave. It's nothing. The real problem is that the huntsman shouldn't be here at all. Something or someone deliberately brought it across the boundary. To what purpose? Morticia asked. To collect, Kurama replied grimly. The huntsman harvests souls with specific resonances. If it's after your daughter, it means she has something it wants. All eyes turned to Wednesday, who raised an eyebrow. I have many qualities worth coveting, but I doubt my soul has special resonance. Kurama snorted. Arrogance truly does run in the family. The huntsman doesn't care about your personality quirks, girl. It's drawn to power, specifically, latent power that hasn't been fully awakened. Power? Wednesday repeated. I have no, every Addams has power, Morticia interjected gently. Our family has never been entirely human. The blood of Nevermore runs in our veins, diluted by generations but still potent. Gomez nodded enthusiastically. It's what gives us our peculiar resilience and affinities. My skill with a blade, your mother's way with deadly flora, your brother Pugsley's uncanny relationship with explosives. And mine? Wednesday asked. Morticia and Gomez exchanged another of those meaningful looks. We've never been certain, Morticia admitted. Your abilities have been dormant. Until now, apparently. Kurama circled Wednesday slowly, his red eyes narrowed. There's something there, he murmured. Buried deep. But awakening. The summoning ritual accelerated the process. He shot an accusatory glare at her parents. You should have prepared her better. We had hoped it wouldn't be necessary, Gomez replied, his usual joviality subdued. The last awakening in our family led to complications. Complications? Wednesday pressed. Great-grandmother Addams, Morticia said softly. After she summoned Kurama in 1923, her powers emerged fully. It nearly destroyed her. And she hesitated. And she nearly destroyed everything else, Kurama finished for her. Including me. Outside the protective dome, the night had grown unnaturally still. The plants in the conservatory began to withdraw, folding in on themselves as if sensing danger. It's testing the boundaries, Kurama said, moving toward the glass walls. The wards won't hold forever, especially not against a determined huntsman. What exactly does it want with me? Wednesday asked. Your potential, Kurama replied without turning. Untapped power is like unrefined ore to creatures of Nevermore, valuable, but more valuable still when extracted and shaped. Extracted how? Painfully, was his terse response. Wednesday absorbed this, her mind working with characteristic efficiency. Then we have two problems. Something from Nevermore is breaching the boundary, and I'm apparently broadcasting a signal that attracts them. Solutions? We seal the breach, Morticia said. And we either hide your signature or help you control it, Gomez added. Kurama turned from the window, his expression thoughtful. Both require access to specific locations. The nearest boundary weak point is at your school, Nevermore Academy. Ironic, isn't it? Named for the realm it borders. And my signature? Wednesday asked. That's trickier, Kurama admitted. Control comes with training and time, which we don't have. Hiding it would require powerful artifacts or a deeper bonding with a creature of sufficient power to mask it with their own signature. A creature like you, Wednesday deduced. Kurama's smile was all teeth. Clever girl. Yes, a more permanent binding between us would obscure your signature with mine. But such arrangements come with costs. What costs? Gomez asked sharply. The usual. Power exchanges, life force sharing, the occasional mental bleed-through. Kurama shrugged. Minor inconveniences compared to having your soul harvested. Wednesday considered this. And the binding would be dissolved once the threat is eliminated? If properly structured, yes. Then it seems we have a plan, she said. We perform this deeper binding, return to Nevermore Academy, and seal the breach. Morticia stepped forward. Wednesday, such a binding is not to be undertaken lightly. It would connect you to Kurama on a fundamental level. I'm aware of the implications, Mother. Are you? Kurama challenged. Your mind would be open to me. Your power available to me. And mine to you. It's not a leash, it's a bridge. One that works both ways. Wednesday met his gaze unflinchingly. I've never feared connection. Only its absence. Something flashed in Kurama's eyes, respect, perhaps, or amusement. Very well. The binding requires preparation. And ingredients you're unlikely to have on hand. Try us, Gomez said cheerfully. The Addams family keeps a well-stocked cabinet of curios and curiosities. As they discussed the requirements for the binding ritual, Wednesday's phone rang. Enid's name flashed on the screen. Excuse me, she said, stepping to the edge of the protective dome to answer. Enid? What is it? Wednesday. Enid's voice was breathless with panic. Something's happening at school. Something bad. There are these shadows moving through the halls. And people are disappearing. Wednesday's blood ran cold. What people? Who's missing? Professor Thornhill vanished during dinner. And Principal Weems has locked herself in her office. Won't come out, won't let anyone in. And. Enid's voice broke. I think something's in our room. I can hear it moving around, but when I look inside, there's nothing there. Wednesday looked at Kurama, who had clearly been listening with his enhanced hearing. His expression was grim. The breach is widening, he said quietly. The wraiths are flowing through in greater numbers. Enid, Wednesday said into the phone, get somewhere safe. Avoid shadows. And whatever you do, don't let anything touch you. We're coming back. We? Enid asked. Who's we? I found help, Wednesday replied, looking at Kurama. Unusual help. After ending the call, she turned to her parents and Kurama. The situation at Nevermore Academy is deteriorating. We need to accelerate our timetable. The binding ritual requires the light of the blood moon, Morticia pointed out. Which we have tonight, but won't have again for months. Then we do it now, Wednesday said decisively. Here, within this protection circle. Gomez hesitated. Paloma, are you certain? Once done, this cannot be undone until its purpose is fulfilled. Wednesday looked at her father. I'm certain. As her parents gathered the necessary components for the binding, Wednesday found herself alone with Kurama for the first time since the summoning. He was examining the plants, occasionally touching a leaf or petal with surprising gentleness. "Why did you agree to help?" she asked bluntly. "You don't seem particularly bound by the covenant." Kurama didn't look at her. "I'm bound enough. The ancient agreement compels me to protect the summoner. How I choose to interpret that protection is flexible." "That's not an answer." He finally turned, his red eyes meeting hers. "The huntsman is a symptom, not the disease. Something is deliberately weakening the boundary between realms. That threatens my home as much as yours." A shadow of something ancient and terrible crossed his face. "I have existed for millennia, girl. I've seen civilizations rise and fall. I will not see Nevermore fall in my lifetime." "You care about your realm," Wednesday noted. "I wouldn't have expected that from a being summoned through blood sacrifice." Kurama laughed, the sound surprisingly warm. "There's much you don't know about me, Wednesday Addams. The binding will change that." His expression grew serious. "Are you prepared for what you might learn?" "Are you?" she countered. Before he could respond, her parents returned with an assortment of strange items, a crystal bowl filled with water so clear it seemed almost invisible, several vials of powdered substances, a silver knife with runes etched into the blade, and a small box made of dark wood. "We have everything except the catalyst," Morticia announced. "For that, we need something personal. Something that represents both of you." Wednesday frowned. "We've only just met. What could possibly represent us both?" Kurama's eyes lit with sudden understanding. "Blood freely given and fire freely taken," he quoted from her summoning ritual. "Your blood. My fire." He extended his hand, and a small flame the color of sunset appeared in his palm. "Your turn," he said. Wednesday took the silver knife from her mother and, without hesitation, sliced her palm. Blood welled up, dark against her pale skin. "Now what?" she asked. "Now," Kurama said, bringing his flame-filled hand close to hers, "we combine them." As her blood dripped into his flame, something extraordinary happened. The fire turned a deep, rich purple, and instead of burning her blood, it seemed to incorporate it, growing larger and more complex, forming patterns within itself that reminded Wednesday of DNA helices. Morticia guided them to place the blood-infused flame into the crystal bowl, where it continued to burn even as it touched the water, creating a swirling mist that rose in spiraling patterns. The words, Gomez prompted, handing Wednesday a small piece of parchment. "You must both speak them, while maintaining physical contact." Wednesday looked at the arcane script, surprised to find she could read it. Another blood memory, perhaps. She held out her still bleeding hand to Kurama, who took it without hesitation, his larger hand warm around hers. Together, they began to recite the ancient binding, their voices weaving together in the still air of the conservatory. "By blood and fire, by shadow and light, we forge a bond beyond mortal sight. Guardian and guarded, two made as one, until the threat to both realms is undone." The mist from the bowl enveloped them, cool and electric against Wednesday's skin. She felt a strange sensation, as if something was reaching into her chest and connecting to her heart with invisible threads. "My strength to your weakness, my wisdom to your doubt, my being to your being, within and without. Bound by choice and necessity's law, until the final threat we withdraw." The purple flame leapt from the bowl, splitting into two tendrils that encircled their joined hands. Wednesday felt a sharp pain, not from heat but from something deeper, as if the flame was burning not her flesh but her very essence. "So we declare and so it shall be, by ancient power, we decree. Sealed in the light of the blood-red moon, a covenant formed none can impugn." As the final words were spoken, the flames sank into their joined hands, disappearing beneath the skin. Wednesday gasped as foreign energy surged through her veins, wild, ancient, and undeniably powerful. Through their connected hands, she caught flashes of Kurama's memories, forests older than human civilization, battles with creatures of legend, centuries of solitude in a realm of perpetual twilight. And she knew he was seeing her memories as well, her isolated childhood, her fierce independence, her constant feeling of being different even in a family of outsiders. When the ritual ended and the mist dissipated, they remained connected, both physically and in ways Wednesday couldn't fully comprehend. She felt his presence in her mind, not intrusive but simply, there. A warmth at the edges of her consciousness. "It's done," Morticia said softly. "The binding is complete." Kurama slowly released Wednesday's hand, studying her face with new interest. "You're stronger than you appear," he remarked. "Most humans would be unconscious after that." "I'm an Addams," she replied simply. "Yes," he agreed with the ghost of a smile. "You certainly are." Outside the conservatory, a howl rose from the darkness. The huntsman, sensing that its prey had changed, become harder to track. Its frustration was palpable in the sound. "We should leave immediately," Kurama said. "While it's confused. The binding has masked your signature for now, but it won't be fooled forever." "How do we get past it?" Gomez asked. "It's still surrounding the house." Kurama's smile widened, showing those slightly too sharp canines. "We don't go around. We go through." He looked at Wednesday. "Can you feel it? The power we now share?" She could. It hummed beneath her skin like electricity, foreign yet somehow familiar. "Yes." "Then let me show you how to use it." He extended his hand once more. Together. Wednesday took his hand without hesitation, and the world shifted around them. Enid Sinclair huddled in the darkened library of Nevermore Academy, a cross clutched in one hand and a silver letter opener in the other. Around her, a dozen other students had formed a makeshift barricade of tables and bookshelves. "They're coming closer," whispered Xavier, a boy with the ability to bring his artwork to life. "I can feel them." "Will someone please explain what they are?" demanded Bianca, a siren whose powers of persuasion were useless against enemies with no minds to influence. "Shadow creatures," Enid said, repeating what Wednesday had told her. "They're coming through from somewhere else. Somewhere called Nevermore." "That's just a stupid myth," Bianca scoffed, though her voice trembled slightly. "A story they tell freshmen to scare them." "Then what's out there?" Xavier challenged. "What took Professor Thornhill? What's been moving through the walls like they're not even there?" Before Bianca could respond, the temperature in the library plummeted. Their breath fogged in the suddenly frigid air, and the shadows in the corners began to deepen, to move independently of any light source. "They're here," Enid whispered, backing up against the wall. The shadows flowed across the floor like spilled ink, converging into humanoid shapes with too many limbs and no faces. As they approached the barricade, the wood began to rot and the metal to rust wherever the shadows touched. "The silver," Enid remembered suddenly. "Wednesday said they hate silver." She thrust the letter opener toward the nearest shadow creature. It recoiled with a hiss, but others were already flowing around, seeking gaps in their defenses. Just as the first shadow reached over the barricade, a brilliant flash of purple light filled the library. The air seemed to tear open, and through the rent stepped Wednesday Addams, looking exactly as she always did, impassive, pale, dressed in black, except for her eyes, which glowed with an unearthly light. Beside her stood a blond stranger with strange markings on his face and red eyes that surveyed the scene with predatory intensity. "Wednesday!" Enid cried. "What? Who?" Explanations later, Wednesday said calmly. "Kurama, if you would." The stranger, Kurama, grinned, revealing teeth that were definitely not human. He raised his hands, and 9 spectral tails of energy unfurled behind him, filling the library with orange-gold light. "With pleasure," he said, and unleashed hell. Chapter 2, Realms Beyond. The shadow creatures dissolved into wisps of darkness as Kurama's foxfire tore through them. 9 spectral tails of energy lashed out in precise arcs, each movement deliberate and deadly. Unlike the chaotic battle at the cemetery, here Kurama fought with measured control, his power contained within the confines of the library. Wednesday observed the efficiency of his movements, noting how different it felt to witness his abilities now that they shared a connection. Each blast of foxfire resonated within her, like the echo of a sound she herself had made. Are those tails? Enid whispered, clutching Wednesday's arm. A manifestation of his power, Wednesday replied. He's a kitsune. A fox spirit. Enid stared. You went home for the weekend and brought back a fox demon. Spirit, Wednesday corrected. And technically, he brought me back. The last of the shadow creatures retreated, flowing through the cracks in the walls and beneath the doors like water seeking the lowest point. Kurama lowered his hands, the spectral tails fading but not disappearing entirely. They remained as translucent outlines, shifting with his movements. They'll return, he said, turning to face the group of students. His red eyes swept over them dismissively before settling on Wednesday. And in greater numbers. These were merely scouts. The students whispered among themselves, keeping a wary distance from the newcomer. Only Enid stepped forward, placing herself protectively beside Wednesday. Who exactly are you? She demanded. And what were those things? Void wraiths, Wednesday answered before Kurama could speak. They're from a realm called Nevermore. Xavier pushed through the barricade, his normally confident expression replaced by wide-eyed fear. Nevermore isn't real. It's just a school legend. Your school is named after a parallel dimension inhabited by spirits and ancient entities, Kurama said flatly. Humans have always had a perverse sense of humor. Wednesday, Enid said, lowering her voice. What's happening? Professor Thornhill disappeared, and Principal Weems locked herself in her office after these wraiths started appearing. Something shifted in Wednesday's expression, the faintest narrowing of her eyes that most would miss. Thornhill is missing. Kurama caught the change immediately. Through their bond, he sensed a ripple of suspicion where there had previously been only analytical calm. When exactly did she disappear? Wednesday asked. During dinner, Xavier supplied. 1 minute she was supervising the dining hall, the next she was gone. That's when the shadows started appearing. Wednesday exchanged a glance with Kurama. The timing is suspicious. Very, he agreed. And your principal's behavior suggests knowledge rather than fear. Bianca joined them, her earlier skepticism replaced by grudging acceptance. What are we supposed to do? The phones aren't working, and everyone who's tried to leave campus has come right back in through a different entrance. A containment effect, Kurama said. The boundary between realms is weakening here, creating a loop in space. The more you try to leave, the deeper you go. We need to find where the boundary is weakest, Wednesday said. That's likely where we'll find Professor Thornhill, and answers. I can feel it, Kurama said, his nostrils flaring slightly. The scent of Nevermore is strongest beneath the school. The catacombs, several students said in unison. Wednesday raised an eyebrow at Enid. There are tunnels beneath the school, her roommate explained. They're off-limits to students, but everyone knows they're there. Supposedly they predate the academy. They would, Kurama muttered. This place was built on a thin spot between realms. The catacombs likely served as ritual spaces for ancient boundary keepers. Then that's where we need to go, Wednesday said decisively. Whoa, wait, Xavier protested. You're actually planning to go toward the creepy shadow monsters. I always move toward danger, Wednesday replied. It's more efficient than waiting for it to find me. You're not going alone, Enid declared, though her voice trembled slightly. Wednesday studied her roommate, noting the way Enid clutched the silver letter opener, her knuckles white, but her stance determined. It was unexpected. And not entirely unwelcome. Fine, she conceded. But only you. The others should stay here. And do what? Bianca demanded. Wait to be devoured by shadow creatures. Kurama stepped forward, his presence suddenly filling the room. Though he appeared human, there was something in his bearing that reminded everyone present of a predator barely contained in civilized form. Maintain your barricade, he instructed. Use silver and fire if they return. They're drawn to fear and movement, so remain calm and still if they breach your defenses. Who put you in charge? Bianca challenged, though she took a step back as Kurama's eyes flashed. Experience, he replied simply. I've been fighting creatures from Nevermore since before your ancestors learned to make fire. Now, he turned to Wednesday, we should move quickly. The boundary will continue to deteriorate. Wednesday nodded and turned to Enid. Lead us to the catacombs. The tunnels beneath Nevermore Academy were ancient beyond reckoning. Carved stone gave way to passages that appeared to have been melted rather than chiseled, with smooth, glassy surfaces that reflected their flashlight beams in strange, distorted patterns. These aren't natural formations, Enid whispered, running her fingers along the glassy wall. And I don't think humans made them either. They didn't, Kurama confirmed, walking ahead of them. He didn't need a flashlight, his eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, casting red reflections. These tunnels were created when the first boundary was established between your world and Nevermore. By whom? Wednesday asked. Kurama glanced back at her, his expression unreadable. By beings that existed before your concept of whom. The first ones shaped reality when it was still malleable. They continued deeper, the air growing colder and heavier with each turn. Symbols began appearing on the walls, spiraling patterns and angular runes that seemed to shift when viewed directly. I recognize some of these, Wednesday said, stopping to examine a particularly complex design. They're in the Codex Tenebrae. The Addams family grimoire, Kurama nodded. Your ancestors were boundary keepers. They understood the importance of maintaining separation between realms. Then why name a school after the place they were trying to keep separate? Enid asked. Humans forget, Kurama said with a shrug. Or they trivialize what they fear. A few generations pass, and ancient warnings become quaint traditions. Like naming a school after a place of eternal twilight populated by creatures that would drive humans insane, Wednesday suggested dryly. Precisely. They reached a junction where 5 tunnels converged. At the center stood a circular platform raised about a foot off the ground, carved with intricate symbols that spiraled inward to a central point. A waypoint, Kurama explained, approaching it cautiously. A place where the boundary is naturally thin. Is this where the shadow creatures are coming through? Enid asked, gripping her letter opener tightly. No, Kurama shook his head. This is too small, too stable. Whatever breach exists is much larger and deliberately created. Wednesday stepped onto the platform, drawn by something she couldn't articulate. As her foot touched the central symbol, a jolt of energy surged through her. Images flashed behind her eyes, a forest of black trees beneath a purple sky, mountains that shifted positions when unwatched, a palace of bone and shadow suspended over a lake of silver fire. Nevermore, she whispered. Kurama was at her side instantly, his hand on her arm. What did you see? Places, landscapes that couldn't exist in our reality. The binding is allowing you glimpses through my memories, he said, his voice oddly gentle. The connection works both ways, remember? Wednesday nodded, processing this new development. Can you see mine as well? Flashes. Impressions. A hint of amusement crossed his features. You were a remarkably morbid child. I was precocious, she corrected. Enid cleared her throat. Guys? I hate to interrupt whatever weird mind meld thing you've got going on, but I think I heard something. They fell silent, listening. At first, there was nothing but the distant drip of water. Then, voices. Too faint to make out words, but definitely human, coming from the leftmost tunnel. That way, Wednesday said, stepping off the platform. The tunnel descended at a steep angle, forcing them to brace against the walls as they made their way down. The voices grew clearer, a woman speaking in commanding tones, followed by responses too low to distinguish. They emerged onto a narrow ledge overlooking a vast underground chamber. Below them, a scene straight from a nightmare unfolded. Professor Thornhill stood at the center of a complex pattern inscribed on the stone floor. Around her, a dozen robed figures moved in synchronized patterns, chanting in a language that made Wednesday's teeth ache. Between them, suspended in midair, hung what appeared to be a tear in reality itself, a jagged vertical rift that revealed glimpses of a twilight landscape. "The breach," Kurama whispered, his expression darkening. "They've already opened it." Wednesday scanned the chamber, noting details with methodical precision. The robed figures were a mix of faculty and unknown individuals. Near the edge of the ritual space, several figures lay motionless on stone slabs, students, based on their clothing, though she couldn't make out their faces from this distance. And there, strapped to an ornate chair directly facing the rift, was Principal Weems. She appeared conscious but restrained, her normally imperious face tight with anger and fear. "What are they doing?" Enid whispered. "A forced expansion," Kurama replied grimly. "They're using the natural boundary weakness to tear open a permanent doorway between realms." "But why?" Wednesday asked. "What could they possibly gain from that?" "Power," Kurama said simply. "Creatures from Nevermore possess abilities beyond human comprehension. If controlled, they could grant their summoners incredible power." "And if not controlled?" Enid asked. Kurama's smile was cold. "Then they do what comes naturally. They consume, corrupt, and remake whatever they touch." Wednesday studied the ritual below, her mind working through implications and possibilities. "We need to close that breach." "Agreed," Kurama said. "But it won't be simple. The ritual is already in progress. Disrupting it could make things worse." "Define worse." "Catastrophic dimensional collapse. Both realms bleeding into each other until neither exists in its original form." Wednesday considered this. "Then we need to take control of the ritual, not simply stop it." Kurama looked at her with new appreciation. "Precisely. Which means we need the ritual leader." Their attention focused on Professor Thornhill, who now raised her hands toward the rift. As she spoke words of power, the tear widened fractionally, revealing more of the alien landscape beyond. "I can get us down there undetected," Kurama said. "But once we move against them, we'll be exposed." "Wait," Enid interjected. "Is that," she pointed to one of the robed figures near Thornhill. "That looks like Ajax." Wednesday followed her roommate's gaze to a tall, lean figure whose hood had slipped back slightly, revealing a familiar profile. "Ajax Patroclus," she confirmed, recognizing her roommate's on-again off-again boyfriend. "Interesting." "He wouldn't," Enid began, then faltered. "He couldn't be part of this." "Apparently, he is," Wednesday said without inflection. "The question is why." Before they could discuss further, Thornhill's voice rose in a crescendo. The rift pulsed with sickly light and something began to emerge, a hand, impossibly long and elegant, with too many joints and skin like polished obsidian. "We're out of time," Kurama said urgently. "Whatever comes through that rift will be beyond your ability to combat." "Then let's move," Wednesday said, her decision made. "Enid, stay here. If we fail, try to make it back to the others." "But, not negotiable," Wednesday cut her off. "You're not bound to a primordial fox spirit. Your life expectancy down there would be measured in seconds." Enid bit her lip but nodded reluctantly. "Be careful." Wednesday turned to Kurama. "How do we get down undetected?" In answer, he wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. "Hold tight," he murmured. "And don't be alarmed by what happens next." Before she could question him, Kurama stepped off the ledge, taking them both into freefall. Wednesday's stomach lurched, but she maintained her composure, trusting the bond they shared. Rather than plummeting to their deaths, they seemed to melt into the shadows themselves, their bodies becoming insubstantial as smoke. They drifted down, unseen, to the edge of the chamber. As they rematerialized in a dark alcove, Wednesday felt momentarily disoriented, her body remembering its solid form. Shadow walking, Kurama explained in a whisper. One of my less impressive talents. It was, not unpleasant, Wednesday admitted. They crouched in the darkness, observing the ritual more closely. The robed figures had formed a perfect circle around Thornhill, their chanting growing more frantic as the obsidian hand pushed further through the rift, followed by a sinuous arm. We need to incapacitate Thornhill without interrupting the ritual completely, Kurama said. I can move through their defenses, but I'll need a distraction. Wednesday nodded, her eyes fixed on the ritual pattern. Something about it seemed familiar, similar to the binding circle she had used with Kurama, but inverted somehow, its purpose corrupted. The pattern, she said suddenly. It's anchored at 5 points. She pointed to small, glowing stones placed at strategic locations around the circle. Remove those, and the ritual will destabilize without collapsing completely. Kurama studied the setup, clearly impressed. Good eye. Yes, those are anchor stones. But they'll be protected. I'll handle the protection, Wednesday said with quiet confidence. You get Thornhill. He hesitated. You've never used your abilities consciously before. I'm a fast learner. Through their bond, Kurama sensed her determination, and something else, something awakening within her that had previously been dormant. He nodded once. On my signal, then. They separated, moving silently through the shadows at the edge of the chamber. Wednesday positioned herself near the first anchor stone, observing the shimmering barrier that surrounded it, invisible to normal sight, but perceivable through her enhanced senses. Kurama circled to the opposite side, directly behind Thornhill. As the entity from Nevermore continued its slow emergence through the rift, shoulders now visible, topped by a head whose features were mercifully obscured by shadow, he caught Wednesday's eye across the chamber. He held up 3 fingers. 2. 1. Chaos erupted in an instant. Kurama moved with inhuman speed, his form blurring as he lunged toward Thornhill. Simultaneously, Wednesday reached for the first anchor stone, calling upon something deep within herself, something that had always been there, waiting. Power surged through her veins, cold and familiar, like the comfort of a tomb. The barrier around the stone rippled as her hand passed through it unimpeded, as if recognizing her blood right. Her fingers closed around the stone, which felt unnaturally heavy for its size. Shouts of alarm rose from the robed figures as Kurama materialized behind Thornhill, one hand clamped over her mouth, the other gripping her throat. Foxfire danced along his arms, beautiful and deadly. Nobody move, he commanded, his voice resonating with power. Or your leader dies. The cultists froze, their chanting cut off mid-syllable. The entity in the rift paused its emergence, as if sensing the disruption. Wednesday Addams, Thornhill said, her voice somehow clear despite Kurama's grip. I should have known you'd be trouble. A family trait, Wednesday replied, removing the first anchor stone. The ritual circle flickered, its power fluctuating. One you seem familiar with. Thornhill laughed, the sound eerily calm given her predicament. More than you know. We've been watching your family for generations. Waiting for the right Addams to be born. And that would be me. Wednesday moved toward the second anchor stone. I'm flattered. You should be, Thornhill said. You're the key, Wednesday. The perfect vessel. Wednesday reached for the second stone, but this time, the barrier resisted. She pushed harder, drawing on her newfound power, feeling it respond sluggishly. Your abilities are just awakening, Thornhill observed. You have no idea how to use them yet. Not properly. The robed figures began to move again, spreading out to block Wednesday's path to the remaining stones. Among them, Ajax moved purposefully toward Enid's hiding place on the ledge above. Your little friend up there, Thornhill continued, noticing Wednesday's gaze. She's been quite helpful, you know. Unwittingly, of course. Explain, Wednesday demanded, her voice dangerously quiet. Enid Sinclair shares a dormitory with the most important Addams in generations. She knows your habits, your interests, your weaknesses. All information freely shared with her boyfriend. Thornhill nodded toward Ajax, who happens to be one of our most devoted members. Wednesday's expression didn't change, but Kurama felt the cold spike of betrayal through their bond. Not for herself, Wednesday had never expected loyalty from most people, but for Enid, who had been manipulated. Whatever you're planning, Kurama interjected, tightening his grip on Thornhill, it ends now. Does it? Thornhill's eyes gleamed with fanatical light. You're too late. The lady is already coming through. As if responding to her words, the entity in the rift pushed forward with renewed purpose. Its full head emerged, beautiful and terrible, with features that seemed to blend male and female characteristics into something transcendent. Its eyes were pools of silver light, its mouth a curved line that suggested both benevolence and cruelty. Lady Whisper, Thornhill breathed, reverence in her voice. The collector of spirits, the voice between worlds. The entity, Lady Whisper, turned those silver eyes toward Kurama, and recognition flashed across its inhuman features. Kurama, it spoke, its voice like crystal chimes. Last of the ancient nine. How unexpected to find you playing guardian to a human child. She is Addams, Kurama replied, maintaining his grip on Thornhill. And we are bound. Lady Whisper's expression shifted to one of delighted surprise. A true binding? How quaint. Its gaze moved to Wednesday. And you, little Addams. You don't even understand what you are, do you? I'm beginning to, Wednesday replied, her hand still pressed against the second barrier. With a final surge of effort, she pushed through, grasping the stone. The ritual circle flickered more violently this time, and Lady Whisper's manifestation wavered momentarily. The entity frowned, displeasure radiating from it in palpable waves. Enough games, it declared. With a gesture, invisible force struck Kurama, sending him flying across the chamber. Thornhill stumbled forward, freed from his grasp, and immediately resumed her position at the center of the circle. Resume the summoning, she commanded the cultists. Quickly. As the chanting began again, Lady Whisper turned its attention to Wednesday. You have potential, child of shadows. But you lack discipline. Allow me to demonstrate. It extended one long-fingered hand through the rift, and Wednesday felt herself lifted off the ground, an invisible grip tightening around her throat. The anchor stones dropped from her hand, rolling across the floor. Your bloodline has interfered with my designs for centuries, Lady Whisper said conversationally, as if it wasn't in the process of strangling her. Always maintaining the boundaries, keeping the realms separate. So, limited in vision. Wednesday struggled, her newfound powers responding erratically under stress. Darkness crept at the edges of her vision. Then, suddenly, the pressure vanished. She dropped to the ground, gasping for air, and looked up to see Kurama engaging Lady Whisper in direct combat. His 9 tails were fully manifested now, lashing out with foxfire that met Lady Whisper's silver energy in explosive bursts. Get the stones, he shouted to Wednesday. Finish what we started. She scrambled to retrieve the fallen anchor stones, then moved toward the third. The cultists tried to intercept her, but they were ordinary humans facing an awakening Addams. Shadows responded to her will, rising from the ground to entangle their feet. Cold radiated from her fingertips, freezing the air around those who came too close. Above them, Enid had been cornered by Ajax on the narrow ledge. Wednesday could hear their voices echoing in the chamber. Ajax, stop. What are you doing? Enid pleaded. Something important, he replied. Something that will change everything. You could be part of it, Enid. By helping you sacrifice my friend? No way. Wednesday reached the third anchor stone, this barrier even more resistant than the previous. As she struggled against it, she felt a surge of power through her bond with Kurama. He was channeling some of his strength to her, even as he battled Lady Whisper. The barrier shattered, and she claimed the third stone. The ritual circle became unstable, the rift fluctuating wildly. Lady Whisper, now halfway through into the human world, snarled in frustration. Its elegant features contorted into something bestial for a moment before smoothing back into inhuman beauty. Thornhill, it commanded. Stabilize the portal. I'm trying, my lady. Thornhill's hands moved in complex patterns, sweat beading on her forehead as she fought to maintain the ritual. Wednesday made for the fourth anchor stone, only to find her path blocked by Principal Weems, no longer bound to the chair, but moving with purpose toward her. Principal Weems, Wednesday acknowledged warily. Are you with them, or against them? That depends entirely on your intentions, Miss Addams, Weems replied, her composure intact despite the chaos around them. If you plan to close the breach entirely, I must stop you. Wednesday tensed, ready to defend herself, but Weems raised a placating hand. However, she continued, if you intend to control it, to restore proper balance, then I am your ally. Explain, Wednesday demanded, keeping one eye on the ongoing battle between Kurama and Lady Whisper. Nevermore Academy was founded to monitor the boundary, Weems said quickly. To ensure limited, controlled interaction between realms. Thornhill and her cult want to tear it down completely, to allow beings like Lady Whisper unrestricted access to our world. In exchange for power, Wednesday surmised. Precisely. Weems glanced at the fluctuating rift. But the boundary exists for a reason. Unrestricted mingling of our realms would be catastrophic for both. Yet you don't want it closed completely. Weems' expression became troubled. The boundary has been thinning naturally for centuries. Forcing it closed now would create pressure that would eventually result in a more violent rupture. We need controlled points of connection, properly managed. Wednesday processed this, her analytical mind weighing options and consequences. The anchor stones can be reconfigured, Weems finished. Not to seal, but to regulate. I can show you how. A decision point. Trust Weems, or continue with the original plan. Wednesday glanced at Kurama, who had heard everything through their bond. He gave an almost imperceptible nod while maintaining his battle with Lady Whisper. Show me, Wednesday said. Weems moved swiftly, leading Wednesday to the fourth anchor stone. Together, they removed it from its position, then placed it in a different location within the ritual circle. The pattern shifted in response, lines of power rearranging themselves. The fifth stone goes there, Weems pointed to a spot diagonal from the fourth. It will create a controlled aperture rather than a full breach. As they worked, Kurama drove Lady Whisper back toward the rift. The entity fought ferociously, its silver energy clashing with Kurama's foxfire in spectacular displays that lit the chamber like lightning. You cannot banish me, Ninetails, Lady Whisper hissed. I am already anchored in this realm. Not banishment, Kurama replied, his voice strained with effort. Containment. Wednesday placed the fifth stone in its new position. The entire ritual circle flashed blindingly bright, then reorganized itself into a new configuration, more stable, more structured. The jagged rift smoothed into a perfect arch, its edges defined and controlled. Lady Whisper screamed in rage as invisible forces pulled it back through the portal. Its obsidian hands clawed at the air, trying to maintain its hold on the human realm. This isn't over, Addams' child, it shrieked. You've only delayed the inevitable. Dramatic exits are so passé, Wednesday commented as the entity was sucked back through the portal. The new configuration continued to stabilize, the arch shrinking to a more manageable size, about 7 feet tall and 3 feet wide. Through it, Nevermore was clearly visible, a twilight forest beneath a purple sky, beautiful and alien. Thornhill collapsed to her knees, her power spent. Around the chamber, the cultists looked lost without their leader's guidance. Some fled toward the tunnels, while others simply stood in shock. Kurama rejoined Wednesday, his 9 tails fading back to spectral outlines. Well done, he said quietly. Though I question the wisdom of leaving any opening at all. A controlled breach is preferable to an inevitable catastrophic one, she replied. According to Principal Weems. Who has much to explain, Kurama said, fixing the principal with a cold stare. Weems straightened her jacket, remarkably composed given the circumstances. Indeed. But perhaps we should first secure Professor Thornhill and her remaining followers. A cry from above drew their attention. On the ledge, Ajax had grabbed Enid, holding her dangerously close to the edge. Nobody move, he shouted down to them. Or she falls. Wednesday assessed the situation with clinical detachment. Ajax was clearly desperate, his plan in ruins. Enid was struggling against his grip, her face a mask of betrayal and fear. He won't hurt her, Thornhill said weakly from where she knelt. He loves her. That's why we selected him, his genuine feelings made the deception convincing. You used me, Ajax said bitterly. You promised me power, knowledge, not this insanity. I promised you a place in the new order, Thornhill replied. That hasn't changed. Lady Whisper will return. The boundary is still weakened. Wednesday had heard enough. Kurama, she said quietly. Can you reach them? He nodded once, understanding her intent without further explanation, another benefit of their bond. Ajax, Wednesday called up to the ledge. Whatever Thornhill promised you, it was a lie. Lady Whisper doesn't share power, it collects. Souls, spirits, lives, all just possessions to be added to its collection. You don't know that, Ajax said, but doubt had crept into his voice. I do, Kurama interjected. I've known Lady Whisper for millennia. It collects what it finds interesting, uses it until the novelty wears off, then discards the empty shell. Ajax's grip on Enid loosened slightly. I just wanted to be special, he admitted. To be more than human. A common desire, Wednesday said. But there are better paths to power than serving entities that view you as a disposable tool. While she kept him talking, Kurama shadow walked silently up to the ledge, materializing behind Ajax. In one swift movement, he separated Ajax from Enid, securing the boy in an unbreakable hold. Are you hurt? Wednesday called up to Enid. Her roommate shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I'm okay. Just get me down from here. Kurama escorted both Enid and Ajax down from the ledge, the latter sullenly resigned to his capture. Enid immediately rushed to Wednesday, surprising her with a fierce hug. I'm so sorry, she sobbed. I had no idea Ajax was using me to get to you. Wednesday stood stiffly, unused to such displays of emotion. After a moment, she awkwardly patted Enid's back. Your apology is unnecessary but accepted. With Thornhill and Ajax secured, and the remaining cultists either fled or subdued, they turned their attention to the stabilized portal. The arch remained, a window into Nevermore that pulsed with otherworldly energy. This must be monitored at all times, Weems said, approaching the portal cautiously. We cannot allow unrestricted passage in either direction. Agreed, Kurama said. But we have a more immediate problem. Your missing students, the ones on the stone slabs. They're not here. Wednesday looked around the chamber, confirming his observation. The slabs that had held motionless figures were now empty. Where are they? She demanded of Thornhill. The professor looked up, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth despite her defeat. Where do you think? Lady Whisper always collects what interests her. They're in Nevermore, Kurama said grimly. Taken through the rift before we stabilized it. Wednesday stared through the portal at the alien landscape beyond. Then we need to go after them. Miss Addams, Weems began, while I admire your determination, Nevermore is not a place for humans. Even with your awakening abilities, she won't be alone, Kurama interrupted. The binding allows her to survive there. And I know Nevermore better than anyone. Wednesday met his gaze, unspoken understanding passing between them. How many students were taken? 3, Enid answered. Eugene, Yoko, and my brother Erwin. Wednesday's eyebrows rose fractionally, the closest she came to displaying surprise. Your brother? Enid nodded miserably. He arrived for a visit yesterday. I thought it was just bad timing, but... Another manipulation, Wednesday concluded. Thornhill needed leverage to ensure your continued usefulness. We can't leave them there, Enid insisted. You don't understand what it would do to my parents if, we'll get them back, Wednesday said, cutting off her roommate's spiraling panic. All of them. She turned to Kurama. How dangerous will this be? Extraordinarily, he replied candidly. Nevermore is not kind to visitors. And Lady Whisper will be expecting pursuit. Good, Wednesday said with the faintest hint of a smile. I despise predictability. Weems cleared her throat. I cannot officially sanction this rescue mission, of course. But, unofficially. She removed an ornate key from around her neck and handed it to Wednesday. This may help. It opens certain doors in Nevermore that would otherwise remain closed to you. Why do you have such a key? Kurama asked suspiciously. Nevermore Academy has always maintained diplomatic relations with certain entities from the other side, Weems said carefully. It's part of our charter as boundary keepers. Wednesday pocketed the key without comment. We should leave immediately, Kurama said. Time moves differently in Nevermore. What feels like hours here could be days there, or vice versa. Take Ajax, Wednesday told Weems. Question him about their operation. There may be other cultists still at large. And Thornhill? Weems asked. Wednesday looked at the professor, who stared back with defiant eyes. Keep her secure until we return. She has much to answer for. Do you really think you can navigate Nevermore, child? Thornhill taunted. Even with your pet fox spirit? Lady Whisper has had eons to prepare. You've had days. I'm a quick study, Wednesday replied. And I have something Lady Whisper doesn't. And what might that be? Wednesday's expression remained impassive, but her eyes held cold certainty. Nothing to lose. She turned to Enid. Stay with Principal Weems. Help her secure the school. But my brother will be returned to you, Wednesday promised. Sentiment makes you vulnerable. In this case, it would make you a liability. Enid looked hurt, but nodded reluctantly. Just, be careful. Careful is boring, Wednesday replied. But she gave Enid's arm a brief, awkward squeeze, as close to reassurance as she could manage. With final preparations made, Wednesday and Kurama approached the portal. Through it, the forests of Nevermore beckoned, ancient trees with midnight black bark and leaves that shimmered like polished metal. Ready? Kurama asked. Wednesday nodded, feeling the bond between them strengthen as they neared the boundary between worlds. After you. Kurama stepped through first, his form momentarily outlined in light as he crossed the threshold. Wednesday followed without hesitation, feeling a strange sensation like stepping through a waterfall, cold and disorienting, but brief. And then she was in Nevermore, breathing air that tasted of spice and electricity, standing on soil that felt strangely alive beneath her feet. The purple sky above was scattered with stars that formed unfamiliar constellations, and 2 moons, one silver, one amber, hung like watchful eyes. Welcome, Kurama said, his voice different here, deeper, more resonant. His appearance had changed subtly as well. The whisker markings on his cheeks were more pronounced, his canines longer, his eyes glowing like embers. The 9 spectral tails were now fully corporeal, swaying gently behind him. To my home. Wednesday took it all in, her natural composure unshaken by the alien landscape. It suits you, she said simply. Kurama smiled, a genuine expression of amusement. High praise from an Addams. He grew serious, gesturing toward a path that wound between the black trees. We should move. Lady Whisper's domain lies to the east, beyond the Whispering Woods. Fitting name, Wednesday commented as they set off along the path. She could indeed hear whispers, faint voices that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves, speaking in languages she almost but didn't quite understand. The trees record everything they witness, Kurama explained. And occasionally share it with those they find interesting. And do they find me interesting? Very, Kurama confirmed. Humans rarely enter Nevermore intact. And none have ever arrived bound to one of the ancient nine. They walked in comfortable silence for a time, Wednesday cataloging everything she observed with methodical precision. The wildlife was like nothing she'd seen before, creatures that resembled foxes but with too many tails, birds with translucent wings that left trails of light as they flew, small reptilian things that phased in and out of visibility. You're taking this remarkably well, Kurama observed eventually. I find it comfortingly alien, Wednesday replied. There's an honesty to Nevermore's strangeness. It doesn't pretend to be what it isn't. Unlike your world. Unlike most things in it, she agreed. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the whispers from the trees grew more distinct. Wednesday began to catch fragments of actual words and phrases, mostly in languages she didn't recognize, but occasionally in English. The Addams girl, bound to Kurama, after all this time, Lady Whisper will not be pleased, the awakening has begun, they're talking about us, she noted. News travels quickly in Nevermore, Kurama said. Especially news this, unprecedented. My presence here is causing a stir. Your presence bound to me is causing a political earthquake, he corrected. The ancient nine were neutral arbiters in Nevermore's power struggles. By binding myself to you, I've effectively allied with humanity. I didn't realize I was dragging you into interrealm politics, Wednesday said dryly. Kurama shrugged. It was inevitable. Lady Whisper has been planning something for centuries. This incursion is just the beginning. They crested a hill, and the forest opened up to reveal a breathtaking vista. Below them stretched a vast valley filled with structures that defied conventional architecture, buildings that spiraled upward like frozen whirlwinds, towers that intersected at impossible angles, bridges that curved through the air without visible support. The Twilight Court, Kurama said. The political heart of Nevermore. It's beautiful, Wednesday admitted, finding aesthetic appreciation in its otherworldly geometry. And dangerous, Kurama warned. The court houses representatives from all the major powers of Nevermore. Some are, relatively benign. Others would devour your soul for amusement. Sounds like boarding school, Wednesday remarked. Kurama laughed despite himself. Your perspective is refreshing. But take this seriously. We need to pass through the court to reach Lady Whisper's domain, and our presence will not go unnoticed. Do you have allies here? Wednesday asked practically. I have acquaintances, he hedged. Beings who respect my power, if not my methods. The ancient nine were revered, but I've been absent from court politics for a long time. And now you return with a human bound to you, Wednesday surmised. I imagine that will raise some eyebrows. Or whatever passes for eyebrows here. Indeed, Kurama agreed. We'll need to be diplomatic. Wednesday raised an eyebrow. Diplomacy isn't my strong suit. Nor mine, Kurama admitted. But we need information and safe passage. That requires navigating the court's protocols. As they descended toward the Twilight Court, the path widened and became smoother, eventually transforming into a road paved with what looked like black glass. Other travelers began to appear, beings of such varied forms that Wednesday had to consciously maintain her composure. There were entities with too many limbs arranged in geometric patterns, beings made of what appeared to be living smoke, elegant creatures that resembled humans but with features that shifted like reflections in disturbed water. All gave Kurama a wide berth, many bowing or making other gestures of respect or fear. Your reputation precedes you, Wednesday observed. The nine-tailed fox is not a common sight these days, he acknowledged. And never with a human companion. They approached a massive gate made of intertwined black branches, each as thick as a person. Stationed before it were two guards unlike any beings Wednesday had yet seen. They appeared to be made of shadow given partial substance, with glowing points of blue light where eyes would be. Halt, one commanded, its voice resonating directly in Wednesday's mind rather than through the air. State your purpose, Nine Tails. Kurama straightened, his 9 tails fanning out impressively behind him. I seek audience with the court regarding Lady Whisper's recent actions in the human realm. The guard's attention shifted to Wednesday, those points of blue light studying her intensely. You bring a human before the court. Unprecedented. She is bound to me, Kurama stated firmly. And she is Addams. This caused a reaction, the shadows comprising the guards' forms rippled, and they exchanged a glance. Addams, one repeated. The Boundary Keepers. The very same, Kurama confirmed. After a moment of silent communication, the guards stepped aside. The court will assemble to hear you, one said. But be warned, the human remains your responsibility. Any incidents will reflect upon you. Understood, Kurama said, guiding Wednesday through the gate. Once they were out of earshot, Wednesday asked, what constitutes an incident here? Anything from a minor breach of etiquette to accidentally triggering an inter-realm war, Kurama replied casually. The court is sensitive. Noted. The city within the gates was even more spectacular up close. Buildings that had appeared solid from a distance revealed themselves to be constantly shifting, rearranging their components in subtle ways that made Wednesday's eyes hurt if she focused too long on any one structure. The inhabitants moved about their business with the same orderly chaos one might find in any metropolitan center, though their forms and purposes were far from human. Some took notice of the odd pair walking among them, but most seemed deliberately indifferent, a studied lack of interest that spoke volumes about court politics. They arrived at a central plaza dominated by a structure that resembled a massive tree made of dark crystal. Its branches extended upward and outward, connecting to surrounding buildings and creating a canopy over the entire plaza. The court itself, Kurama explained. Where the representatives of Nevermore's major powers convene. And who are these major powers? Wednesday asked. The seasonal courts, winter, spring, summer, and autumn. The elemental conclaves. The nether duchies. Kurama pointed to different sections of the crystal tree, each displaying subtle variations in color and texture. And others less easily categorized. They approached the base of the tree, where an opening reminiscent of a mouth yawned before them. No guards were visible, but Wednesday felt the weight of unseen scrutiny as they entered. Inside, the tree opened into a vast chamber that seemed far larger than should have been possible given the exterior dimensions. The space was arranged like an amphitheater, with terraced rings surrounding a central floor. Each terrace held seats of varying designs, some clearly meant for humanoid occupants, others configured for forms Wednesday could barely conceptualize. Many of these seats were already occupied by beings of obvious power and importance. They observed the newcomers with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. At the lowest level, directly facing the central floor, sat a semicircular table where 9 figures presided. They appeared more uniformly humanoid than many of the other attendees, though each had distinct characteristics that marked them as something else entirely. The regents, Kurama whispered. Representatives chosen to speak for the court as a whole. A figure at the center of the table rose, a woman of indeterminate age with skin like polished silver and eyes that shimmered with colors Wednesday had no names for. Kurama of the Ancient Nine, she announced, her voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber. You return to the court after an absence of, how many centuries? Too many to count, Lady Regent, Kurama replied with a formal bow. And yet perhaps not enough. This elicited a ripple of amusement from some sections of the audience. And you bring with you a human, the regent continued, her gaze shifting to Wednesday. An unprecedented action. These are unprecedented times, Kurama countered. Lady Whisper has breached the boundary between realms and taken human captives. Murmurs spread through the assembly at this declaration. Serious accusations, the regent said. Have you evidence? I witnessed it personally, Kurama stated. As did Wednesday Addams, who stands before you. The regent's colorful eyes fixed on Wednesday. Addams, she repeated, tasting the name. The boundary keepers of the human realm. Your family has an interesting history with Nevermore. Wednesday met her gaze steadily. So I'm discovering. The human may speak, the regent declared, seeming both amused and impressed by Wednesday's composure. Tell us what you witnessed. With characteristic precision, Wednesday recounted the events at Nevermore Academy, the ritual, the breach, Lady Whisper's partial manifestation, and the abduction of the students. She omitted nothing and embellished nothing, delivering the facts in her usual deadpan manner. When she finished, the court was silent for a long moment. If true, the regent finally said, this represents a significant violation of our accords. Lady Whisper knows the protocols for interaction with the human realm. It is true, Kurama affirmed. And I believe it is merely the beginning of a larger scheme. A scheme to what purpose? Asked another regent, this one appearing as an elderly man whose skin cracked like dried mud when he moved. That remains unclear, Kurama admitted. But Lady Whisper has always coveted what she cannot have. The human realm has been largely closed to her kind for centuries. Thanks to the Addams family and other boundary keepers, the silver-skinned regent noted. Which makes your companion's presence here all the more intriguing. Wednesday felt the weight of the court's attention shift more fully to her, thousands of inhuman eyes studying her with newfound interest. I seek the return of those taken unlawfully from my world, she stated calmly. Nothing more. Nothing more. The regent smiled, revealing teeth like polished opals. How modest. Yet you stand before us bound to one of the ancient nine, bearing power in your blood that you've only begun to understand. My blood is my concern, Wednesday replied. The stolen students are my immediate priority. The regent leaned forward. And if retrieving them requires confronting Lady Whisper in her own domain? Are you prepared for that, young Addams? I am. Even knowing that Lady Whisper is a collector of rarities, and you, my dear, are becoming quite rare indeed. Wednesday's expression remained unchanged. I've never considered myself collectible. This sparked genuine laughter from several sections of the court. The regent settled back in her seat, exchanging glances with her colleagues. After a moment of silent communication, she addressed Kurama and Wednesday again. The court recognizes the violation of our accords. Lady Whisper must answer for her actions. She paused. However, we cannot directly intervene in what amounts to a personal dispute. The politics of Nevermore are delicate. We don't seek intervention, Kurama stated. Only information and safe passage. That, at least, we can provide, the regent agreed. Lady Whisper's domain lies beyond the shifting wastes, at the edge of the Nether Duchies. It is a place called Whisperweb Castle, a fortress of her own creation. She gestured, and a three-dimensional image appeared in the air above the central floor, a castle that seemed to be constructed of crystallized sound waves, its towers and battlements formed from frozen echoes and petrified whispers. Within, she keeps her collections, the regent continued. Artifacts, curiosities, and beings that have caught her interest over the millennia. Your human students will be there, likely in varying stages of transition. Transition? Wednesday asked sharply. The regent's expression turned grave. Lady Whisper reshapes what she collects to better suit her aesthetic preferences. The longer your friends remain in her possession, the less human they will become. Then we must move quickly, Kurama said. Indeed. The regent made another gesture, and a path illuminated itself on the floating image, showing the route from the court to Whisperweb Castle. This is the swiftest way. But be warned, the shifting wastes are treacherous. Reality there is, flexible. And Lady Whisper herself? Kurama inquired. What is her current standing with the court? The regents exchanged glances again, this time with visible tension. Lady Whisper has supporters among certain factions, the silver-skinned regent admitted carefully. Those who believe the separation of realms has continued too long. Who see human potential as a resource to be harvested. And the court's official position? Wednesday pressed. Is that the accords must be maintained, the regent stated firmly. But understand, young Addams, official positions and private actions are not always aligned in Nevermore. Proceed with caution. With this warning delivered, the regent rose again. This audience is concluded. Kurama of the Ancient Nine, Wednesday of House Addams, you have the court's permission to pursue your quarry. May fortune favor your endeavor. As the assembly began to disperse, the regent beckoned them closer. When they approached the table, she spoke in a lower voice, meant for their ears alone. There is more at stake than a few human lives, she said. Lady Whisper's actions are part of a pattern. Factions within Nevermore are aligning. Some whisper of a coming change, a fundamental restructuring of the relationship between realms. Orchestrated by whom? Kurama asked. The regent's colorful eyes darted briefly to the upper tiers of the amphitheater. That remains unclear. But Lady Whisper answers to someone, despite her pretensions of independence. Find the humans, by all means, but watch for signs of a larger design. With that cryptic warning, she dismissed them with a nod. Outside the court, Kurama and Wednesday paused to consider their next move. The regent gave us more than information, Kurama noted. She gave us legitimacy. Our passage through Nevermore will be easier with the court's tacit approval. And yet she hinted at opposition, Wednesday observed. Factions that support Lady Whisper's actions. Kurama nodded grimly. The politics of Nevermore are ancient and Byzantine. For centuries, the realm has been divided between those who wish to maintain separation from the human world and those who seek to exploit it. And which side are you on? Wednesday asked directly. Kurama's red eyes met hers. I have always preferred balance. Nevermore and the human realm each have their purpose. Disrupting that balance serves no one, except perhaps those who thrive in chaos. They began walking toward the edge of the city, following the route the regent had shown them. As they passed through the streets, Wednesday noticed a subtle shift in how they were perceived. Where before they had received wary glances or studied indifference, now they were given respectful distance and occasional nods of acknowledgement. The court's approval carries weight, Kurama explained, noticing her observation. For now, at least, we travel under its protection. They reached a different gate on the far side of the city, this one formed of what appeared to be solidified mist, its surface constantly rippling and reforming. Beyond it, Wednesday could see a stark landscape of shifting dunes and jagged rock formations that seemed to blur at the edges. The shifting wastes, Kurama said. A place where reality is thin and malleable. We must stay close together. It's easy to become separated and lost. How far to Lady Whisper's domain? Wednesday asked. Distance is, relative in the wastes, Kurama hedged. But if we maintain our direction and purpose, perhaps a day's journey. As they approached the misty gate, a figure detached itself from the shadows nearby, a slender being with features that reminded Wednesday of a fox, though its proportions were wrong for any earthly vulpine. Its fur was silver-white, and it possessed 3 tails that moved with hypnotic grace. Kurama, it greeted, its voice melodic and androgynous. It has been an age. Shiramaru, Kurama returned with a slight inclination of his head. I'm surprised to find you still among the court dwellers. The fox being's muzzle twisted in what might have been a smile. One adapts. Particularly when the alternatives are less comfortable. Its gaze shifted to Wednesday, golden eyes examining her with undisguised curiosity. And this is your bound human. How fascinating. Wednesday Addams, Kurama introduced her. Wednesday, this is Shiramaru, once of my kin. A distant cousin, one might say, Shiramaru elaborated with a graceful bow. Though I claim only 3 tails to Kurama's 9. Charmed, Wednesday said flatly. Shiramaru laughed, a sound like silver bells. Oh, I like this one, Kurama. She has steel in her soul. The fox being circled them once, those 3 tails weaving complex patterns in the air. You travel to confront Lady Whisper, I hear. News travels quickly, Kurama noted without surprise. The court has little entertainment these days, Shiramaru replied. Your arrival with a human-bound partner, pursuing one of the most powerful collectors in Nevermore. It's the most interesting thing to happen in centuries. We're not here for entertainment, Wednesday stated. Few come to Nevermore for that purpose, Shiramaru agreed. Yet many find themselves becoming part of the performance nonetheless. The fox being's expression grew more serious. Lady Whisper has powerful allies, Kurama. Some say she serves the Unmaker. Kurama stiffened visibly. Those are dangerous words, Shiramaru. Dangerous times, the fox being countered. The signs have been appearing for decades. Boundary weaknesses. Collector activity increasing. Ancient powers stirring in the deep places. It fixed Wednesday with a penetrating stare. And now an Addams, awakening to her heritage and bound to one of the 9. If that isn't a harbinger, I don't know what is. The Unmaker, Wednesday repeated. I assume that's not a professional furniture disassembler. Shiramaru's laugh returned, though briefer this time. Such wit. No, child of shadows. The Unmaker was, one of the first ones. Those who shaped reality before retreating beyond it. A being of both creation and destruction, though the latter aspect grew dominant over eons. And Lady Whisper serves this entity? Wednesday asked. So some believe, Shiramaru replied with a flick of its tails. Though proof is scarce. The Unmaker was supposedly locked away long ago, its power divided and scattered throughout the realms. Supposedly, Kurama echoed grimly. Shiramaru nodded. Indeed. Yet lately, whispers speak of fragments being gathered. Of preparations being made. The fox being reached into its fur and extracted a small object, a disc of what appeared to be frosted glass, etched with symbols similar to those Wednesday had seen in the catacombs beneath Nevermore Academy. Take this. It may help you navigate the wastes more safely. Kurama accepted the disc with visible surprise. A wayfinder? These are rare indeed. Consider it an investment in interesting times, Shiramaru said with another of those vulpine almost smiles. And perhaps a gesture of kinship, long forgotten but not entirely abandoned. With that cryptic statement, the fox being backed away, its form beginning to blur at the edges until it melted into the shadows from which it had emerged. Can we trust that gift? Wednesday asked once Shiramaru had gone. Kurama examined the disc carefully. Wayfinders are neutral tools, they respond to the user's intention rather than the giver's. And despite Shiramaru's flair for the dramatic, we were indeed kin once. Before, everything changed. He pocketed the disc and gestured toward the misty gate. Shall we? Wednesday nodded, and together they stepped through into the shifting wastes. The landscape beyond defied easy description. It appeared at first glance to be a desert of pale sand dotted with rock formations, but closer inspection revealed the sand to be composed of tiny crystalline fragments that chimed softly when disturbed. The rock formations changed shape when not directly observed, sometimes subtly, sometimes dramatically. The sky above was a gradient of purples and blues, with no visible sun yet plenty of ambient light. Occasionally, ripples of color would pass overhead, like aurora borealis but more structured, almost as if the sky itself was a liquid medium. Keep your thoughts focused, Kurama advised as they began walking. The wastes respond to intention and imagination. Stray thoughts can manifest in unpredictable ways. Wednesday nodded, centering her naturally disciplined mind on their purpose, reaching Lady Whisper's domain and retrieving the captured students. They walked for what felt like hours, though time seemed as malleable as everything else in this place. The Wayfinder disc glowed softly in Kurama's hand, adjusting their course whenever the shifting landscape threatened to disorient them. As they traveled, Wednesday noticed subtle changes in herself. Her senses seemed sharper, more attuned to the alien environment. She could perceive energies flowing through the ground beneath her feet and taste the distinct flavors of different areas they passed through. Most notably, she became aware of a constant hum of power within her blood, her heritage awakening further in response to Nevermore's influence. "You're changing," Kurama observed, catching her examining her hand where veins were now faintly visible with a blue-black luminescence beneath her pale skin. "Evolving might be a better term," Wednesday replied. "My blood remembers this place." Kurama nodded. "The Addams family has roots in Nevermore deeper than most humans realize. Your ancestors didn't simply visit here, they were part of here." "And what part was that, exactly?" Wednesday asked. Before Kurama could answer, the landscape around them shifted dramatically. The crystalline sand surged upward, forming translucent walls that quickly solidified into a maze-like structure. "Someone's noticed us," Kurama said tensely, his 9 tails flaring. The wastes don't typically form such defined structures without external influence. They found themselves standing at the entrance to a labyrinth of crystal, its walls reflecting distorted versions of themselves back at them. Above, the sky had darkened to deep indigo, and the air had grown still. "Lady Whisper?" Wednesday guessed. "No," Kurama replied, his expression troubled. "This isn't her style. This is something else." He held up the Wayfinder, which was now spinning erratically, unable to determine a direction. "And our guide is confounded." "Then we navigate the old-fashioned way," Wednesday said practically. "One turn at a time." They entered the labyrinth cautiously, Kurama leading with foxfire dancing around his fingertips. The crystal walls hummed with energy, and their reflective surfaces showed more than just mirror images, they displayed scenes from elsewhere, other times, other places. Wednesday saw glimpses of Nevermore Academy, of the Addams mansion, of places she'd never been but somehow recognized. In one reflection, she caught sight of herself, not as she was now, but older, more powerful, with shadows swirling around her like willing servants. "Don't look too long at any one reflection," Kurama warned. "The labyrinth shows possibilities, futures, pasts, all designed to distract and disorient." They pressed on, taking turns based on intuition rather than any discernible pattern. The labyrinth seemed to respond to their movements, sometimes opening new paths, sometimes closing off ones they just passed. "This isn't random," Wednesday noted after a particularly frustrating series of dead ends. "It's testing us. Learning from our choices." "Agreed," Kurama said grimly. "Which suggests intelligence rather than mere enchantment." As if in response to his observation, a laugh echoed through the crystal corridors, neither male nor female, but something in between, resonant with power and age. "Clever travelers," the voice commented, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "So determined. So focused. One might even say, fascinating." Wednesday and Kurama stopped, back to back, scanning the labyrinth for the source of the voice. "Show yourself," Kurama demanded. "Why should I?" the voice replied with evident amusement. "This is much more entertaining. The great Kurama, reduced to wandering my halls like a common supplicant. And with such interesting company." The air before them shimmered, and a figure materialized, neither solid nor entirely insubstantial, but something in between. It appeared as a tall, androgynous being with features that shifted subtly from moment to moment, sometimes beautiful, sometimes terrible, always compelling. "Labyrinthian," Kurama greeted the entity, his voice tight with controlled tension. "Warden of the Ways." "The very same," Labyrinthian confirmed with an elegant bow. Though it has been millennia since you graced my domain, Ninetales. I had thought you forever absent from Nevermore's games. This is no game, Wednesday stated flatly. The entity's attention shifted to her, its eyes, currently swirling pools of silver, widening with interest. An Addams. How extraordinary. I haven't tasted Addams' blood in, 7 generations. It smiled, revealing teeth that resembled shards of crystal. Metaphorically speaking, of course. We seek passage to Whisperweb Castle, Kurama said, drawing Labyrinthian's attention back to himself. We have no quarrel with you. But I might have one with you, Labyrinthian countered. Crossing my domain uninvited? Disrupting my carefully constructed narratives? That deserves compensation. What sort of compensation? Wednesday asked directly. Labyrinthian's smile widened. Direct. Efficient. I like that in a mortal. It circled them slowly, its form rippling like heat haze. I collect stories, you see. True stories, freely given, containing genuine revelation. A secret shared, a truth admitted, a realization voiced. You want us to tell you stories? Kurama asked skeptically. Not just any stories, Labyrinthian clarified. Your stories. One from each of you, something true, something meaningful, something you haven't voiced before. It gestured, and the labyrinth walls shifted, forming a small chamber around them. Share, and I'll guide you through to the other side. Refuse, and wander my halls until time loses meaning. Wednesday and Kurama exchanged glances, communicating silently through their bond. Both recognized they had little choice. The labyrinth was Labyrinthian's domain, and without its cooperation, they could be trapped indefinitely. I'll begin, Kurama said after a moment. He faced Labyrinthian squarely, his 9 tails perfectly still behind him, a sign of his focused intent. A truth I've never voiced, I didn't leave Nevermore willingly. Labyrinthian's form grew more solid, its interest palpable. Go on. The ancient 9 were guardians, arbiters, keepers of balance, Kurama continued. But we were not united in our methods. As the youngest, I favored interaction with the human realm. Understanding rather than isolation. He paused, old pain visible in his eyes. The others disagreed. They saw humans as dangerous, unpredictable, short-lived, grasping. When I persisted in my explorations, they acted. They performed a ritual to bind me in the space between realms, neither here nor there, but suspended in the void. Wednesday felt the truth of his words through their bond, the centuries of isolation, the betrayal by his own kind, the slow-burning anger that had become part of him. For millennia, I existed without existing, Kurama said softly. Until the Addams family found a way to reach me. Their summoning rituals didn't create a bond, they recognized one that already existed from my early interactions with their line. He looked directly at Labyrinthian. So you see, I didn't abandon Nevermore. I was exiled from it. And part of me has never forgiven what was once my home. Labyrinthian's form pulsed with satisfaction. Exquisite, it murmured. Betrayal, isolation, resentment, and yet still a connection to what was lost. A perfect story, freely given. It turned its silver eyes to Wednesday. And now yours, young Addams. Wednesday met its gaze without flinching. A truth I've never voiced, she began in her characteristic monotone, though Kurama could sense the effort this admission required through their bond. I have always known I was different, even within a family of outsiders. She paused, organizing her thoughts with typical precision. The Addams family celebrates the macabre, the strange, the dark aspects of existence. My parents raised me to embrace these things, and I do. But my difference goes deeper. Her voice remained steady, but her hands clenched slightly at her sides. I've never felt fully present in the human world. As if I were viewing it through glass, observing but not participating. I understood human emotions academically but experienced them differently. Labyrinthian leaned closer, drawn by the authenticity of her confession. I believe this was simply who I was, Wednesday continued. Until I came to Nevermore, both the school and this realm. Here, for the first time, the glass seems thinner. Here, I feel more connected. She glanced at Kurama before returning her gaze to Labyrinthian. The irony isn't lost on me, that I would feel more human in a realm of inhuman entities. She straightened her already perfect posture. My truth is this, I've spent my life believing I didn't belong anywhere. Now I'm beginning to wonder if I simply hadn't found the right place yet. Labyrinthian's form rippled with pleasure, the crystal walls around them resonating in harmony. Perfect, it declared. Isolation, alienation, and the first tentative steps toward belonging, all wrapped in delicious irony. Truly, you are an Addams of the finest vintage. The entity clapped its translucent hands, and the labyrinth shifted once more. A pathway opened before them, straight and clear, leading to what appeared to be an exit. You have paid your toll honestly and well, Labyrinthian announced. This path will take you to the edge of Lady Whisper's domain. But heed this warning, freely given in exchange for your excellent stories, what awaits you there is more dangerous than you realize. Lady Whisper is merely a servant of the true threat. The Unmaker, Wednesday stated. Labyrinthian inclined its head. Names have power here. Use them cautiously. But yes, that which unmakes seeks to return. And your human students are merely bait in a much larger trap. A trap for whom? Kurama demanded. For you, Ninetails, Labyrinthian replied. And for your bound human. The power you represent together, well. It smiled that crystalline smile again. That would make a fascinating story indeed. With those cryptic words, Labyrinthian's form dissolved into the air, leaving them alone with the open path. Can we trust this way forward? Wednesday asked practically. Labyrinthian keeps its bargains, Kurama confirmed. The path will lead where promised. The question is what awaits us at its end. Only one way to find out, Wednesday said, stepping forward. They traversed the path in thoughtful silence, each processing what the other had revealed to Labyrinthian. Through their bond, Kurama sensed Wednesday's discomfort at having shared something so personal, but also a curious relief, as if voicing her truth had validated it somehow. Your revelation, he said eventually. About feeling more connected here. It's not uncommon for those with Nevermore blood. Is that what I have? Nevermore blood, she asked. Not simply human blood with an occasional supernatural infusion. Kurama considered his response carefully. The Addams line began with a union between realms, a human who fell in love with a being from Nevermore. Their descendants carried both bloodlines, though the Nevermore aspects often remained dormant until activated by proximity to this realm or its energies. Which explains why I've been changing since we arrived, Wednesday concluded. And why you were targeted, Kurama added. Dormant Nevermore blood, on the verge of awakening, is rare and valuable. Particularly from a line as powerful as yours. The crystal pathway began to change underfoot, the translucent material giving way to more solid ground, black soil that crunched softly with each step. Around them, the shifting wastes were transitioning to a new landscape, a forest of silver trees with mirror-like leaves that reflected fragmented images with each breath of wind. The mirrored grove, Kurama identified. The outer boundary of Lady Whisper's domain. In the distance, rising above the silvery treetops, they could see it, Whisperweb Castle, just as the court's image had depicted it. A structure composed of crystallized sound waves, with towers that spiraled upward like frozen music and walls that vibrated subtly with captured echoes. It's beautiful, Wednesday admitted. In a disturbing way. Beauty and disturbance are Lady Whisper's stock in trade, Kurama replied. She collects what she finds aesthetically pleasing and reshapes it to better suit her vision. Like the students she took, Wednesday concluded grimly. Exactly. Which means we need to move quickly. The longer they remain in her possession, the more their original forms and minds will be altered. They entered the mirrored grove cautiously. Unlike the chaotic shifting wastes, this forest had a deliberate, designed quality, each silver tree placed with artistic intent, each reflective leaf angled to create specific visual effects. Lady Whisper values beauty above all else, Kurama explained as they moved between the trees. Her domain reflects her aesthetic sensibilities, mathematically perfect, hauntingly beautiful, and utterly without empathy. A reflection of herself, Wednesday observed. Precisely. As they progressed deeper into the grove, the reflections in the leaves became more focused, more deliberate. Wednesday began to notice patterns, the same images appearing repeatedly across different leaves, as if the forest were trying to communicate through visual repetition. She saw Enid's brother, his features distorted by silver mist but still recognizable. She saw Principal Weems standing before the stabilized portal in the catacombs beneath Nevermore Academy. She saw her parents in the Addams mansion, consulting the Codex Tenebrae with worried expressions. And most disturbingly, she saw herself, not as she was now, but as Lady Whisper might remake her, a figure of shadow and silver, with eyes that reflected all and revealed nothing. She's watching us through the grove, Wednesday realized. These aren't random reflections. They're communications. Yes, Kurama agreed tensely. Lady Whisper rarely receives visitors unaware. She's studying us, gauging our intentions. Then let's make them clear, Wednesday said. She stopped in a small clearing and looked up at the silver trees surrounding them. Lady Whisper, she called, her voice calm but carrying. We come for the students you've taken. Return them unharmed, and we'll depart without conflict. The forest fell utterly silent for a moment. Then, the silver leaves began to tremble, though no wind stirred them. A voice emanated from the vibrating metal, the same crystalline tones they had heard during the confrontation beneath Nevermore Academy. Wednesday Addams, Lady Whisper's voice chimed from 1,000 reflective surfaces. How delightful of you to visit my humble domain. And with such, impressive, escort. The leaves shifted their reflections, now all showing the same image, Lady Whisper herself, seated on a throne that appeared to be constructed from solidified whispers, her inhuman beauty captured in countless fractured mirrors. Your students are my guests, she continued, her tone melodious but cold. They are experiencing wonders beyond their limited human comprehension. Why would I return them to banality when they are becoming so much more interesting here? Because they didn't consent to transformation, Wednesday replied evenly. And because their continued captivity constitutes a violation of the accords between realms. A tinkling laugh echoed through the grove. The accords, Lady Whisper repeated with evident amusement. Ancient agreements, growing more irrelevant with each passing century. The boundaries between realms are weakening naturally, child. I merely accelerate the inevitable. To what purpose? Kurama demanded, stepping forward. The reflections shifted, focusing on him now. Kurama, Lady Whisper purred. Last of the 9, reduced to human servitude. How the mighty have fallen. I am bound, not enslaved, Kurama corrected tersely. Answer the question. The leaves trembled again, and the images they displayed changed, showing scenes of the human world, cities, technologies, masses of people going about their lives. Look at them, Lady Whisper's voice said. Billions of humans, most living in complete ignorance of the wonders beyond their realm. Ignoring the magic in their very blood, the potential they squander generation after generation. The images shifted again, now showing humans with partially manifested supernatural abilities, a woman with shadows moving at her command, a man whose hands glowed with internal light, children whose eyes reflected colors not found in the human spectrum. The boundary has always been porous, Lady Whisper continued. Humans with the right bloodlines have always had the potential to access Nevermore's gifts. But they forget. They dismiss their heritage as superstition or coincidence. They weaken themselves through disbelief. And you propose to what, force enlightenment upon them? Wednesday asked skeptically. I propose to remember what many in both realms have forgotten, Lady Whisper replied. That we were once united. That separation was an artificial construct, imposed by those who feared what unity might bring. The leaves shifted once more, now displaying an image that made Kurama inhale sharply, a shadowy figure with features that seemed to shift between forms, surrounded by an aura of unmaking, of reality unraveling at its edges. The Unmaker, he whispered. The image vanished instantly, the leaves returning to simple reflections. You overstep, Ninetails, Lady Whisper's voice had lost its melodious quality, now sharp as broken glass. Some names should not be spoken so carelessly. Then it's true, Wednesday pressed. You serve the Unmaker's return. Silence fell over the grove, heavy and ominous. Then, slowly, the reflective leaves began to darken, their silver surfaces tarnishing until the entire forest stood black and lifeless around them. You know nothing of what you speak, Lady Whisper's voice came again, now hard and cold. The students remain mine. But since you've traveled so far, I offer you this single courtesy, leave now, unharmed, and I will ensure their transformations are merciful. Not acceptable, Wednesday stated flatly. Then come to my castle, little Addams, Lady Whisper challenged. See if you can take back what I've claimed as mine. But know this, what awaits you is far beyond your comprehension, bound to a fallen guardian or not. With those words, the voice faded, leaving them standing in a forest of blackened trees, their reflective properties gone. Well, Wednesday said after a moment. That was informative. Kurama looked at her with a mixture of exasperation and grudging admiration. You deliberately provoked her. I needed to confirm what we suspected, Wednesday replied pragmatically. And now we have. Lady Whisper is indeed working toward the Unmaker's return, using the students as bait to draw us in. A trap we're about to walk into, Kurama noted. A trap only works if you don't know it exists, Wednesday countered. We're aware of the danger, which gives us an advantage. Kurama wasn't entirely convinced, but he recognized the determination in his bound partner. What's your plan? Wednesday surveyed the blackened forest, her eyes lingering on the distant spires of Whisperweb Castle. Lady Whisper expects us to approach directly, confrontationally. That's why she's laid out such an obvious path and issued such a clear challenge. So we don't do what she expects, Kurama surmised. Exactly. Wednesday's eyes gleamed with something that might, on another person, have been excitement. We use the key principle Weems gave us. She said it opens certain doors in Nevermore that would otherwise remain closed. She withdrew the ornate key from her pocket. In Nevermore's atmosphere, it had changed subtly, the metal now shimmering with an inner light, the intricate pattern on its head moving like liquid. A threshold key, Kurama identified, clearly impressed. Your principal Weems has more connections in Nevermore than I suspected. What exactly does it open? Wednesday asked. Not what, where, Kurama corrected. Threshold keys create passages between connected points in Nevermore. If there's a threshold, a doorway, an arch, even a defined space between two objects, the key can transform it into a portal to another threshold elsewhere. Including inside Whisperweb Castle? Wednesday pressed. Kurama nodded slowly. If there's a connection, some link between here and there, then yes, theoretically. Wednesday considered this, her logical mind working through possibilities. The students, she said suddenly. They create a connection. They were taken from our world, brought here through Lady Whisper's portal. That establishes a link we can use. It could work, Kurama agreed cautiously. But we'd need something personal from one of them to focus the key's magic. Wednesday reached into her pocket again and withdrew a small bracelet, a simple cord with colorful beads. This belongs to Enid's brother. She gave it to me before we left, in case it helped somehow. Kurama took the bracelet, examining it closely. A personal item freely given by a blood relative. Yes, this will work. He looked up at Wednesday with newfound respect. You planned for this. I considered multiple scenarios, she corrected. This was simply one of them. With the bracelet and key in hand, they searched the blackened grove for an appropriate threshold. Eventually, they found it, 2 trees that had grown together, forming a natural arch about 7 feet tall. This will serve, Kurama said, positioning himself before the arch. I'll channel power through the key. You focus on the connection to Enid's brother. Wednesday took the bracelet back, holding it tightly as she concentrated on what she knew of Erwin Sinclair, Enid's stories about him, the few times she'd seen him during family visits to the school. Through their bond, Kurama could feel her marshalling her thoughts with impressive discipline. He inserted the threshold key into an invisible lock within the arch, turning it with a gesture that seemed to bend space slightly. The key began to glow brighter, drawing power from Kurama's 9 tails, which flared with foxfire. The space between the trees shimmered, then seemed to fold inward, revealing not the forest beyond but a different space entirely, a crystalline corridor that hummed with captured sounds. Inside Whisperweb Castle, Kurama confirmed, his voice tight with effort. I can hold this open, but not indefinitely. Wednesday nodded and stepped through without hesitation. Kurama followed, removing the key as he passed through. The portal closed behind them, leaving them standing in a hallway that appeared to be constructed from frozen sound waves, conversations, music, screams, and whispers all captured in crystalline form. Disturbing, Wednesday commented, examining the walls. Yet aesthetically cohesive. Lady Whisper's hallmark, Kurama agreed. She captures sounds she finds beautiful or interesting, then uses them as building materials. They proceeded cautiously down the corridor, alert for any signs of guards or detection. The castle seemed eerily empty, their footsteps creating small ripples in the sound wave walls as they passed. Too easy, Kurama muttered. She must know we're here. Of course she does, Wednesday replied. But she's curious. She wants to see what we'll do, how far we'll get. Playing with her food, Kurama said grimly. Essentially. They reached a junction where 3 corridors met in a circular chamber. At the center stood a crystalline pedestal supporting what appeared to be a 3-dimensional map of the castle, each level, room, and corridor rendered in perfect miniature. Convenient, Wednesday remarked suspiciously. Deliberately so, Kurama agreed. Another test, perhaps. They approached the map cautiously. As they drew nearer, small lights appeared within certain rooms, 3 distinct points pulsing with different colors. The students, Wednesday realized. She's showing us where they are. Separated, Kurama noted. 1 in the east wing, 1 in the western tower, 1 in the underground levels. Dividing our efforts, Wednesday surmised. She wants us to split up. Which we won't do, Kurama stated firmly. Wednesday studied the map thoughtfully. The 1 in the underground level is closest. We start there, then work our way up. As if responding to their decision, a path illuminated itself on the map, a route from their current position to the underground chambers. She's directing us, Kurama said warily. Then we go a different way, Wednesday decided. If she wants us below, we go up. She pointed to the western tower on the map. This student is alone in the highest room. Isolated. That suggests importance. Kurama considered this. Or it could be another misdirection. Possibly. But Lady Whisper strikes me as someone who would keep her most valuable pieces closest to her personal domain. The highest tower is traditionally the most protected, the most significant. A reasonable assumption, Kurama conceded. He studied the map, memorizing an alternate route to the western tower. This way, then. And we remain vigilant. They left the map chamber, deliberately taking a corridor that wasn't highlighted. As they suspected, no barriers or guards impeded their progress, further evidence that Lady Whisper was allowing their exploration. The castle's interior was a marvel of supernatural architecture. Corridors curved in ways that should have been impossible, rooms opened onto spaces far larger than their external dimensions would allow, and everywhere, the crystallized sound waves captured fragments of conversations, music, and ambient noise from countless times and places. "Listen," Wednesday said suddenly, pausing beside a section of wall. "These sounds aren't random." Kurama stopped, focusing his enhanced hearing on the wall. Within the crystalline structure, voices spoke in sequence, a conversation captured and preserved. "The barriers continue to weaken, need the Addams girl to complete the sequence, 9 points of power, 9 vessels required, the Unmaker stirs in its prison, a meeting," Kurama realized. Lady Whisper and her conspirators, planning. 9 points of power, Wednesday repeated. 9 vessels required. That can't be coincidence. Kurama's expression darkened. The ancient 9 were guardians of reality's structure. If the Unmaker seeks return, it would need to neutralize or control the power of the 9, Wednesday finished. "But you said you're the last." "The last free," Kurama corrected grimly. "The others. I never knew their fates after my exile. I assumed they remained in Nevermore. Or they were captured," Wednesday suggested. "Contained, controlled, perhaps even corrupted." "A disturbing possibility," Kurama admitted. "And if true, it means the Unmaker has been planning this for millennia." They continued their ascent toward the western tower, now alert for more than just immediate dangers. Each section of wall might contain information, clues to the larger scheme at work. As they climbed a spiral staircase composed of musical notes frozen in crystalline form, Wednesday noticed something strange: her shadow wasn't moving in sync with her body. It lagged slightly behind, as if reluctant to follow. "Kurama," she said quietly, nodding toward the shadow. He observed the phenomenon with narrowed eyes. "Your Nevermore blood continues to awaken," he explained. "Shadow manipulation is a common manifestation in your bloodline. How do I control it?" "The same way you've accessed your other abilities, through intent and will." Wednesday focused on her shadow, imagining it moving precisely with her. The shadow snapped back into proper alignment, then stretched slightly, as if testing its boundaries. "Interesting," she murmured. "We can explore your developing abilities later," Kurama said, though his tone suggested he was genuinely impressed. "For now, we need to focus on reaching the tower." They emerged from the staircase into a wide corridor decorated with what appeared to be portraits, except instead of painted images, each frame contained a three-dimensional scene frozen in time, captured souls, or moments suspended in crystal. "Her collection," Kurama explained quietly. "Moments and beings she found beautiful enough to preserve." Wednesday examined the nearest frame, a young woman caught in mid-dance, her expression one of perfect joy, forever suspended in that single moment of transcendence. "Is she conscious?" Wednesday asked. "Aware of her imprisonment?" "In a way," Kurama replied. "Time passes differently for the collected. What might seem like eternal stasis to us is experienced as a perfect, endless moment for them. Neither torture nor bliss, but something in between." They moved down the gallery, each frame containing another captured moment: a warrior at the pinnacle of battle, a child discovering something wondrous, a couple in perfect harmony. All preserved at what Lady Whisper considered their most beautiful instant. At the end of the gallery stood a larger frame, currently empty but clearly designed to hold something significant. Beside it, a small plaque read simply, "The Addams Awakening." "She has plans for you," Kurama observed grimly. "She'll be disappointed," Wednesday replied, unperturbed. Beyond the gallery, they found another staircase, this one wider and grander, spiraling upward toward the tower's peak. As they began to climb, the quality of light changed, becoming silver-tinged and strangely directional, as if radiating from a specific source above them. "We're nearing her personal domain," Kurama warned. "Her power will be strongest here." They reached a landing where the staircase opened onto a circular antechamber. At its center stood a crystalline cage, and within it, Erwin. Wednesday identified Enid's brother instantly, though his appearance had already begun to change. His skin had taken on a silvery translucence, and his eyes reflected light like polished mirrors. He sat unnaturally still, his gaze fixed on something only he could see. "Be careful," Kurama cautioned as Wednesday approached the cage. "He may be altered beyond recognition mentally, even if his physical form still appears mostly human." Wednesday stopped before the cage, studying its construction. It seemed to be made of solidified sound waves, just like the rest of the castle, but with a particular resonance that created a barrier beyond the physical. "Erwin Sinclair," she said, her voice clear and commanding. "Your sister sent us to find you." Slowly, the young man's mirrored eyes focused on her. "Wednesday Addams," he said, his voice echoing strangely, as if multiple versions of himself were speaking simultaneously. "She said you would come." "Lady Whisper." He nodded, the movement too smooth to be natural. "She's been waiting for you. For both of you." His gaze shifted to Kurama. "The nine-tailed fox and the shadowborn Addams. The final pieces." "Final pieces of what?" Wednesday pressed. "The great unmaking," Erwin replied, his mirrored eyes reflecting their images back at them. "The restoration of what was divided." Kurama stepped forward. "Has Lady Whisper taken the others?" "The ancient nine?" Erwin's head tilted at an unnatural angle. "One by one, over centuries. Collected, contained, converted. 8 vessels filled with ancient power, waiting for the 9th. His gaze returned to Wednesday. "And 1 human vessel of the correct bloodline to serve as catalyst." "Me," Wednesday surmised. "You," Erwin confirmed. "Lady Whisper has prepared for this moment for millennia. The convergence of bloodlines, the thinning of boundaries, the return of the Unmaker." "And the other students?" Wednesday asked. "Eugene and Yoko." "Incentives," Erwin said simply. "Leverage to ensure your cooperation. They remain themselves, mostly. For now." Wednesday studied the cage, looking for weaknesses or mechanisms. "We're going to free you, Erwin. All of you." A smile spread across his face, too wide, too perfect. "There is no freedom from beauty, Wednesday Addams. Only transformation into it." Before she could respond, a melodious voice spoke from behind them. "How right you are, my dear Erwin." They turned to find Lady Whisper herself standing at the top of the staircase. In person, her beauty was even more disturbing, features too perfect to be natural, proportions that shifted subtly when viewed from different angles, eyes that reflected everything and revealed nothing. "Welcome to my humble collection," she said, gliding forward with liquid grace. "I've been expecting you." Chapter 3, Bonds of Shadow and Flame. Lady Whisper moved like liquid mercury, each step flowing into the next with inhuman grace. Her form seemed to fluctuate subtly, sometimes appearing more solid, sometimes nearly translucent, always beautiful in a way that made the eye want to look away even as it couldn't. "The last of the 9, she said, her voice a symphony of harmonics as her silver gaze settled on Kurama. "And the Addams heir." Her attention shifted to Wednesday. "How considerate of you both to deliver yourselves directly to my doorstep." Kurama positioned himself between Lady Whisper and Wednesday, his 9 tails fanning out defensively behind him. "We've come for the students you've taken. Nothing more." Lady Whisper's laugh was like crystal wind chimes in a storm. "Nothing more." Such modesty. She circled them with predatory patience. "You felt it, haven't you, child of shadows? The call in your blood. The awakening of what has long slumbered." Wednesday remained impassive, though Kurama could sense her tension through their bond. "What I feel is irrelevant. Release the students, and we'll leave without conflict." Such confidence, Lady Whisper mused, stopping before Erwin's cage. She ran a too long finger along the crystalline bars, causing them to vibrate with haunting tones. "But you misunderstand the situation entirely. You aren't here to negotiate. You're here to fulfill your purpose." "And what purpose would that be?" Wednesday asked flatly. Lady Whisper smiled, revealing teeth like polished opals. To complete what was begun ages ago. The restoration of balance through glorious unmaking. The Unmaker's return, Kurama stated grimly. Such dramatic terminology, Lady Whisper sighed. Unmaking suggests destruction alone, when what is offered is so much more, reconstruction, renewal, reimagining. Her silver eyes gleamed. Both realms have suffered from separation. The boundary was never meant to be permanent. Kurama's tails lashed angrily behind him. The boundary exists for a reason. The Unmaker would dissolve all structure, all form, leaving nothing but chaos in its wake. Chaos is merely pattern we've yet to comprehend, Lady Whisper countered. She turned her attention back to Wednesday. Your blood remembers, doesn't it? The time before separation. The wholeness from which all was rent. Wednesday felt something stir within her, ancestral memory rising to the surface. Images flashed behind her eyes, a world where reality flowed like water, where forms were suggestions rather than limitations, where human and spirit existed on a spectrum rather than in separate realms. Ancient history doesn't interest me, Wednesday said, forcing the images away. Current events do. Release the students. Now. Lady Whisper's expression hardened, her beauty becoming terrible in its intensity. You stand in my domain, little shadow, making demands you have no power to enforce. She gestured, and the crystalline walls around them began to vibrate, emitting tones that made Wednesday's teeth ache. I have collected 8 of the 9 over centuries. Did you truly think I would fail with the last? The floor beneath them suddenly liquefied, becoming transparent sound waves that wrapped around their legs, hardening instantly. Wednesday found herself immobilized from the knees down, the crystal substance growing upward like rapidly forming ice. Kurama snarled, foxfire erupting around him in a protective sphere. The crystalline trap melted away from his form, unable to withstand the ancient energy of his flames. Run, he shouted to Wednesday, lunging toward Lady Whisper with claws extended. But the entity was prepared for this assault. She moved with impossible speed, her form dissolving into mist that reformed behind Kurama. Before he could turn, she pressed her palm against the back of his neck, and a silver light pulsed between her fingers. Kurama went rigid, his 9 tails freezing in midlash. The foxfire surrounding him flickered and dimmed. Binding seal, Lady Whisper explained conversationally. Customized for each of the 9. Yours was particularly challenging to design, given your unique history with the human realm. Wednesday struggled against her crystalline prison, which had now reached her waist. Through their bond, she could feel Kurama's pain and fury, but also his determination. He was fighting the seal, channeling power through alternative pathways within himself. Fascinating, Lady Whisper observed, circling Kurama's immobilized form. Your bond with the Addams girl is allowing you to resist. Inconvenient, but ultimately futile. She turned toward Wednesday, who continued her stoic struggle against the rising crystal. You've only begun to understand what you are, Wednesday Addams. Your family has diluted the truth for generations, hiding their origins even from themselves. Spare me the villainous exposition, Wednesday replied flatly. It's tedious. Lady Whisper smiled, genuinely amused. Such spirit. Such delicious defiance. She approached Wednesday, those silver eyes studying her like a particularly interesting specimen. The Addams bloodline began with a union between realms, but not just any union. Your ancestor was bonded to one of the first ones, those entities that existed before the separation of realms. Despite her best efforts to appear uninterested, Wednesday couldn't help but feel curious. This aligned with what Kurama had told her, but went further. The first ones eventually divided, taking different forms in different realms, Lady Whisper continued. But blood remembers. Your blood carries the echo of that original power, the potential to bridge realms in ways no ordinary human could. If that's true, Wednesday countered, then using me to help the Unmaker would destroy the very power you seem to value. Lady Whisper shook her head, sending ripples through her silver hair like waves across a metallic ocean. Not destroy, release. The power in your blood isn't meant to be contained within human form. It yearns to return to its original state. You're wrong, Kurama managed to say, his voice strained as he fought against the binding seal. The Addams line doesn't carry the power of unmaking, they carry the power of balance. His red eyes blazed with ancient knowledge. That's why they've been boundary keepers for generations. Their blood doesn't seek to destroy the separation, it's meant to maintain it. Lady Whisper hissed in frustration. Silence. Your understanding is limited by your exile, Ninetails. She pressed her hand harder against his neck, strengthening the seal. You weren't present when the others were collected. You didn't witness their enlightenment. Enlightenment? Kurama laughed harshly. Is that what you call it when you strip away someone's will and reshape them to your purpose? While they argued, Wednesday had been quietly testing her prison. The crystalline substance responded to sound and vibration, she could feel it resonate with their voices. And through her bond with Kurama, she could access a deeper understanding of Nevermore's fundamental nature. Everything here was malleable to intention and will. She closed her eyes, concentrating not on breaking the crystal, but on becoming one with it, allowing her consciousness to merge with the sound waves that comprised her prison. Through their bond, Kurama sensed her strategy and subtly increased the volume and intensity of his argument with Lady Whisper, creating more vibrations for Wednesday to work with. The others weren't collected, Kurama was saying, his voice rising. They were captured, imprisoned, their essences perverted to serve a being that would destroy everything. The Unmaker doesn't destroy, Lady Whisper insisted, fully engaged in the debate now. It transforms. It returns all to primordial potential. Potential for what? Kurama demanded. A universe without structure. Without distinction. Without beauty. That last word struck a chord. Lady Whisper's form rippled with emotion. You know nothing of beauty. I have preserved it in all its forms for millennia. The Unmaker's vision transcends your limited conception, her tirade cut off abruptly as she sensed something wrong. She turned back to Wednesday just in time to see the girl's form shimmer and dissolve into the crystalline structure that had imprisoned her. Impossible, Lady Whisper breathed. Wednesday rematerialized behind her, one hand already reaching for the binding seal on Kurama's neck. Her fingers, now faintly translucent like living shadow, passed through Lady Whisper's magical construct and disrupted its pattern. Kurama's 9 tails burst into motion, foxfire erupting around him with renewed intensity. He spun, breaking free of Lady Whisper's grasp, and unleashed a blast of energy that sent her flying across the chamber. How did you? He began, staring at Wednesday with amazement. Sound becomes crystal becomes shadow, she replied with characteristic brevity. It's all connected here. Lady Whisper recovered quickly, her beautiful face contorted with rage. Clever, she hissed. But ultimately pointless. She raised her arms, and the entire tower began to vibrate with power. This is my domain. Everything within it answers to my will alone. The walls, floor, and ceiling began to flow like liquid, reshaping themselves into crystalline tendrils that lashed out toward Wednesday and Kurama. At the same time, dozens of collected moments from the gallery below rose through the floor, the captured dancers, warriors, and artists now animated puppets under Lady Whisper's control. We need to free the students and leave, Wednesday said, dodging a crystalline tendril with newfound grace. Agreed, Kurama replied, using foxfire to keep the animated collections at bay. But Erwin is already partially transformed. Moving him between realms in that state could be dangerous. Wednesday glanced at the cage where Enid's brother remained, watching the battle with those mirror-like eyes. We need to break whatever hold she has on him first. The cage, Kurama suggested, unleashing another blast of foxfire to clear a path. It's not just containing him physically, it's maintaining his transformation. Wednesday nodded and moved toward the crystalline structure, ducking under animated opponents and sliding between attacks with shadow-enhanced reflexes. When a particularly large tendril threatened to block her path, her shadow extended unnaturally, wrapping around the crystal and shattering it from within. She reached the cage and examined it quickly. The crystalline bars vibrated with complex harmonics, a sound pattern maintaining Erwin's altered state. She placed her hands on the cage and closed her eyes, feeling the vibrations pass through her. Pattern recognition, she murmured. It's maintaining a specific frequency. Through their bond, Kurama understood immediately. Disrupt the frequency. He concentrated, channeling a specific type of foxfire energy to Wednesday. She felt it flow through their connection, not heat, but pure dissonance, the antithesis of harmony. She directed this energy into the cage, feeling the crystalline structure resist, then begin to fracture as competing frequencies tore it apart from within. Lady Whisper screamed in fury, abandoning her other attacks to rush toward them. Stop! You don't understand what you're doing. The cage shattered with a sound like 1,000 breaking wine glasses. Erwin collapsed forward, his silver skin already beginning to return to its normal hue. Wednesday caught him before he hit the ground, surprised by her own strength as she supported his weight. We need to find the others, she said to Kurama, who was holding Lady Whisper at bay with a barrier of foxfire. No time, he replied tensely. The threshold key, use it here. Create a portal back to the human realm. I'll hold her off. Wednesday hesitated, unwilling to leave Kurama behind. Go, he insisted. Our bond will allow me to follow. Making a split-second decision, Wednesday shifted Erwin's weight to one shoulder and retrieved the threshold key from her pocket. The ornate key glowed with inner light, responding to the urgency of the moment. She scanned the chamber for a suitable doorway and spotted an archway leading to an adjoining room. Half carrying Erwin, she made her way to the arch while Kurama engaged Lady Whisper directly. The clash of their powers was spectacular, foxfire meeting silver energy in explosive bursts that shook the entire tower. Wednesday inserted the key into the invisible lock within the archway, turning it with focused intention. The space within the arch shimmered, then revealed the catacombs beneath Nevermore Academy, the stabilized portal where they had first entered Nevermore. Kurama, she called. Now. The nine-tailed fox disengaged from Lady Whisper with a final explosive blast that temporarily blinded the entity. He leapt backward, landing beside Wednesday at the portal's edge. What about the other students? Wednesday asked, even as they prepared to step through. Already gone, Kurama replied grimly. I can sense they're no longer in the castle. Lady Whisper must have moved them when she realized we'd reached Erwin. Lady Whisper recovered her vision and saw them at the threshold. This changes nothing, she called, her voice vibrating with power and fury. The boundary continues to weaken. The Unmaker stirs. And you, Wednesday Addams, you carry the key to it all in your blood. Dramatic exits really are passé, Wednesday muttered, stepping through the portal with Erwin. Kurama followed, and the gateway closed behind them just as Lady Whisper lunged toward it. They emerged into the catacombs beneath Nevermore Academy, the controlled portal to Nevermore still shimmering beside them. Principal Weems was there, along with Enid and several faculty members, maintaining a vigilant watch over the boundary. Wednesday. Enid cried, rushing forward when she saw her brother. Erwin. Is he alive? Wednesday confirmed, gently transferring the semi-conscious young man to his sister's care. But altered. The changes are reversing, but slowly. Enid cradled her brother, tears streaming down her face. What did they do to him? Lady Whisper was reshaping him, Kurama explained, his form shifting subtly as he readjusted to the human realm, his tails becoming less corporeal, his features less vulpine. Collecting what she found beautiful and discarding the rest. Principal Weems approached, her expression grave. And the other students? Gone, Wednesday replied flatly. Moved elsewhere before we could reach them. But alive? Presumably, Wednesday said. Lady Whisper values her collections. She wouldn't destroy them without purpose. Weems sighed heavily. Small comfort to their families, but better than the alternative. She studied Wednesday closely. "You've changed, Miss Addams." Wednesday met her gaze steadily. Indeed, her appearance had altered subtly during their time in Nevermore. Her skin seemed paler, with a faint luminescence beneath the surface. Her eyes held deeper shadows, and her movements carried a new fluidity, as if gravity had less claim on her. "A side effect of Nevermore," she replied simply. "More than that," Weems countered. "Your blood is awakening. The process has begun and cannot be reversed." Kurama stepped forward. "The binding between us accelerated it, but it was inevitable. Wednesday's bloodline was always meant to manifest these abilities." Weems nodded slowly. "Yes. The Addams family has a unique heritage." She turned to address the faculty members. "Take Mr. Sinclair to the infirmary. Monitor his condition closely. Any changes, any at all, report to me immediately." As Erwin was carried away, Enid lingered, clearly torn between following her brother and staying with Wednesday. "What happens now?" she asked, her voice small with uncertainty. "Now," Weems said firmly, "Miss Addams needs rest. As do you, Mr. Kurama." She nodded to the fox spirit. "We've prepared accommodations, assuming your return." "How thoughtful," Kurama remarked dryly. Wednesday felt the exhaustion suddenly, a bone-deep weariness that transcended physical fatigue. The experiences in Nevermore, the battle with Lady Whisper, the continued evolution of her abilities, all had taken a toll she'd been too focused to notice until now. "And Professor Thornhill?" she asked, refusing to show weakness despite her exhaustion. "Secure," Weems assured her. "Though she refuses to provide any information about her cult's activities or Lady Whisper's larger plans. She wouldn't know the full picture," Kurama said. "Lady Whisper uses intermediaries like Thornhill as tools, not confidants." Wednesday nodded, processing this information with her usual efficiency despite her fatigue. "We need to speak with my parents," she said. "They have information we need, about our family's history with Nevermore and the Unmaker." "I've already contacted them," Weems revealed. "They'll arrive tomorrow. For now, you need to rest and recover." For once, Wednesday didn't argue. Dawn found Wednesday sitting on the windowsill of her dormitory room, watching the sunrise with new eyes. Colors seemed more vivid, edges more defined, as if a veil had been lifted from her perception. She had slept little, her mind too full of what she had learned in Nevermore. Enid was absent, having chosen to remain at the infirmary with her brother. The room felt emptier without her colorful clutter and constant chatter, something Wednesday would never have expected to notice, much less miss. A soft knock at the door broke her reverie. She didn't need to ask who it was, she could sense Kurama's presence through their bond, a warm flicker at the edge of her consciousness. "Enter," she called softly. The door opened, and Kurama stepped inside. In the human realm, his appearance was more controlled, the whisker markings less pronounced, his eyes still red but less intensely so, his 9 tails invisible to normal sight though Wednesday could perceive their ghostly outline. "You should be resting," he said, closing the door behind him. "I could say the same to you," she countered. He smiled faintly, coming to stand beside her at the window. "Kitsune don't require much sleep. Particularly not in this realm." They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the sunrise together. "Lady Whisper will try again," Wednesday said eventually. "Yes," Kurama agreed. "And she's not working alone. This plot to return the Unmaker to power has been developing for centuries." Wednesday turned to face him. "You never fully explained what the Unmaker is. Or why its return would be so catastrophic." Kurama sighed, gathering his thoughts. "In the beginning, before the separation of realms, reality was unified but chaotic. The first ones emerged from this chaos, entities of immense power who began to impose structure, form, meaning." He gestured toward the window, where the sun continued its ascent. "Some first ones favored order and permanence. Others preferred fluidity and change. Most existed somewhere in the spectrum between, creating balance. And the Unmaker? Wednesday prompted. Was once two beings, Kurama revealed. The creator and the destroyer, twin aspects of the same fundamental force. Together, they embodied perfect balance, creating and unmaking in equal measure, allowing reality to evolve without stagnating or collapsing. He began to pace, his usual stillness disrupted by the gravity of what he was sharing. But something changed. The balance between them shifted. The destructive aspect began to dominate, threatening to unmake more than could be remade. So they were separated, Wednesday surmised. Split apart. Kurama nodded. The other first ones performed a ritual of tremendous power, dividing the creator from the destroyer and sealing them in separate realms. The human world received the creator aspect, which is why your realm tends toward structure, permanence, linear time. Nevermore received the destroyer aspect, which is why my realm is more fluid, more changeable. And if they were reunited? Wednesday asked, though she suspected the answer. Total unmaking, Kurama said grimly. Both realms would be dissolved back to primordial chaos. Everything that exists in its current form would end, not destroyed so much as fundamentally transformed into raw potential without structure. Wednesday absorbed this information with her characteristic composure, though the implications were staggering. And Lady Whisper believes this is desirable. She serves the destroyer aspect of the Unmaker, Kurama explained. Whether through corruption, conviction, or coercion, I can't say. But she and her allies believe that reunification would create a new reality where they hold power. Delusional, Wednesday commented. Perhaps, Kurama agreed. But dangerous nonetheless. Another knock at the door interrupted them. This one was more forceful, 3 sharp raps that Wednesday recognized immediately. Mother, she said, just as the door opened to reveal Morticia Addams, looking as elegant and otherworldly as ever in flowing black, her pale skin nearly luminous in the morning light. Wednesday, darling, Morticia greeted her, sweeping into the room with characteristic grace. She paused, dark eyes settling on Kurama with intense interest. And this must be your fox spirit. Kurama, he introduced himself with a formal inclination of his head. Last of the ancient 9. Charmed, Morticia replied, studying him with unnerving thoroughness. The binding between you is strong. Stronger than I anticipated. You knew this would happen, Wednesday said. It wasn't a question. Not with certainty, Morticia admitted. But we suspected. The Addams bloodline has always had a special connection to Nevermore. And you, Wednesday, you've always been special, even among Addams. So I've been told, Wednesday replied dryly. By Lady Whisper, among others. Morticia's expression darkened at the name. Then matters are worse than we feared. Your father is speaking with Principal Weems now. We should join them. As they made their way across the campus to the administrative building, Wednesday noticed the stares from other students. Word of her return from Nevermore with a fox spirit in tow had spread quickly. The whispers followed them like persistent shadows, brought back a demon, eyes glowing in the dark, brother is half silver now. Wednesday ignored them with practiced indifference, though she could sense Kurama's amusement through their bond. He enjoyed their fear and confusion, finding human reactions to the supernatural endlessly entertaining. They found Gomez Addams and Principal Weems in the latter's office, bent over ancient texts spread across the desk. Gomez looked up as they entered, his face lighting with his characteristic manic enthusiasm. Wednesday, mi querida hija, he exclaimed, rushing to embrace her. What an adventure you've had. Traveling to Nevermore, binding with an ancient spirit, battling collectors, just like great-grandmother Addams. Not entirely, Morticia corrected gently. Great-grandmother's binding ended rather more, catastrophically. Details, Gomez waved a hand dismissively. His attention shifted to Kurama, eyes bright with curiosity. And you? The legendary 9-tailed fox. The codex mentions you extensively. I'm sure it does, Kurama replied cautiously. Weems cleared her throat. Now that we're all here, perhaps we can address the situation at hand. She gestured to the texts on her desk. Mr. and Mrs. Addams have been helping me translate some of the Academy's older records regarding the boundary between realms. And? Wednesday prompted. And it appears Lady Whisper's claim about the boundary weakening naturally has some truth to it, Morticia said. The separation between human world and Nevermore has never been absolute. It waxes and wanes over centuries, like a tide. But what we're seeing now is no natural fluctuation, Gomez added, suddenly serious. It's deliberate interference. The Unmaker's followers, Kurama surmised. Weems nodded grimly. Historically, when the boundary reaches its thinnest point in the cycle, boundary keepers like the Addams family perform rituals to reinforce it. But this time they're deliberately weakening it instead, Wednesday finished. Creating breaches like the one beneath the school. Precisely, Weems confirmed. And not just here. We've identified multiple locations worldwide where similar breaches have been attempted or achieved. Gomez spread a map on the desk. 9 red X marks dotted the globe, forming a pattern that reminded Wednesday of a constellation. 9 points, she said, recalling Lady Whisper's words. 9 vessels required. Kurama leaned forward, studying the map intently. The ancient 9 were bound to specific locations, places of power where the boundary between realms was naturally thin. These marks correspond exactly to those locations. Lady Whisper has been collecting the 9, Wednesday reminded them. She claimed to have 8 already. 8 binding points corrupted, Morticia said gravely. With only yours remaining, Kurama. The fox spirit's expression darkened. If she manages to corrupt all 9 points, the boundary will collapse entirely. The destroyer aspect of the Unmaker would be able to cross over and reunite with the creator aspect. Resulting in the unmaking of both realms, Wednesday concluded. A heavy silence fell over the room as they all absorbed the magnitude of the threat. What do we do? Weems finally asked. How do we stop this? Gomez brightened. We fight fire with foxfire. Reinforce the boundary at the corrupted points. It's what the Addams family has always done. It won't be that simple, Morticia cautioned. If Lady Whisper has truly captured and corrupted the other ancient 9, they will resist any attempt to restore the boundary. And we don't know where they're being held, Wednesday added practically. Actually, Kurama said slowly, I might. All eyes turned to him. When I was in Lady Whisper's castle, I sensed something familiar. Echoes of the other 9, but faint, distant. They're not in Nevermore, at least, not entirely. Then where? Weems pressed. The spaces between, Kurama replied. The places where the boundary is thinnest, where both realms overlap. Not fully in either world, but not outside them either. Liminal spaces, Morticia said with sudden understanding. Thresholds between states of being. Gomez snapped his fingers. Of course. The Addams' ancestral property in the Catskills. Great-grandmother Addams chose it specifically because of its liminality. It's one of the 9 points on the map, Weems confirmed, pointing to an X in upstate New York. Then that's where we start, Wednesday decided. One corrupted point at a time. We'll need to prepare, Morticia said. The ritual to cleanse a corrupted boundary point is complex and dangerous. And we'll need the entire family, Gomez added enthusiastically. Pugsley will be thrilled, he's been experimenting with new explosives. Is that wise? Weems asked doubtfully. Explosives are always wise, Gomez replied with absolute conviction. She meant involving the whole family, Wednesday clarified. And she has a point. This is dangerous. The Addams family has defended the boundary for generations, Morticia said firmly. This is our legacy, our purpose. We stand together. Kurama, who had been quiet during this exchange, suddenly tensed. His head turned sharply toward the window, red eyes narrowing. "What is it?" Wednesday asked, feeling his alarm through their bond. "We have company," he said grimly. "Someone from Nevermore has crossed over. Someone powerful." They rushed to the window. Outside, on the main lawn of Nevermore Academy, a disturbance was visible, the air shimmering like heat over asphalt, reality rippling as something pushed through from the other side. "The portal in the catacombs is sealed," Weems said with alarm. "How is this possible?" "The boundary is weaker than we realized," Kurama replied. "They're forcing their way through." The shimmering air solidified into a figure, tall, elegant, with silver-white fur and three tails that moved with hypnotic grace. "Shiramaru," Kurama identified the fox being from the Twilight Court. "You know this entity?" Morticia asked sharply. "A distant relation," Kurama replied. "We encountered him in Nevermore. He helped us navigate the shifting wastes. And now he's here," Wednesday observed. "How convenient." "Too convenient," Kurama agreed, his expression hardening. "Stay inside. I'll deal with this." Before anyone could object, he was gone, moving with such speed that even Wednesday, with her enhanced perception, barely saw him leave. Through their bond, she felt his emotions, suspicion, anger, and beneath it, a deep sadness. Whatever relationship he had with Shiramaru, it was complex and fraught with history. Kurama materialized on the lawn, his 9 tails fully visible now, foxfire dancing along their length. Shiramaru stood waiting, seemingly unbothered by the attention they were attracting from students and faculty, who had gathered at a safe distance to watch the confrontation between supernatural entities. "Cousin," Shiramaru greeted him, his melodic voice carrying easily across the distance between them. "What a quaint little school. I can see why you find the human realm so fascinating." "Why are you here, Shiramaru?" Kurama demanded. "How did you cross over without using the stabilized portal?" Shiramaru smiled, showing sharp teeth. "The boundary is little more than tissue paper now, Kurama. Those with the will and power can push through almost anywhere." His golden eyes gleamed. "Especially those with foxfire in their blood." "You didn't answer my question," Kurama pressed. "Why are you here?" "To warn you," Shiramaru replied, his 3 tails weaving complex patterns in the air. "And to offer you one final chance at redemption." Kurama's eyes narrowed. "Redemption?" "The Twilight Court has made its decision," Shiramaru announced, his voice taking on a formal cadence. "The separation of realms will end. The Unmaker will return to wholeness. A new age will dawn." The court supported the accords, Kurama objected. They opposed Lady Whisper's actions. Shiramaru laughed, the sound like silver bells. "Politics, dear cousin. Appearance versus reality. The regents play their public role while private alliances shift." His expression grew serious. "The stronger faction has always favored reunification. Lady Whisper's collectors have been their agents for centuries. And you're one of them," Kurama realized, anger building within him. "You've betrayed everything the Ancient Nine stood for." "I've embraced inevitable change," Shiramaru corrected. "As should you. You're the last, Kurama. The only one of the 9 not yet brought into alignment with the Unmaker's purpose." He extended a hand in invitation. "Join us willingly. Help guide the transformation. With your power added to ours, the unmaking will be more controlled, more elegant." "And if I refuse?" Kurama asked, though he already knew the answer. Shiramaru's golden eyes hardened. "Then you will be taken by force. You and your human bondmate." His 3 tails suddenly flared with white fire. "I would prefer not to fight you, cousin. But I will if necessary." From the window above, Wednesday watched the confrontation unfold. Though she couldn't hear the words, she could feel Kurama's emotions through their bond, anger giving way to resolve. Shiramaru represented everything Kurama had fought against for millennia, the corruption of Nevermore's purpose, the threat to both realms' existence. I need to help him, she said, turning from the window. Wednesday, no, Morticia cautioned. Your abilities are still developing. You're not ready to face a kitsune in direct combat. I'm not going to fight, Wednesday replied. I'm going to balance the equation. Before her parents or Weems could stop her, she was out the door and moving through the building with shadow-enhanced speed. The bond with Kurama pulled her forward, guiding her toward her guardian with unerring precision. Outside, the confrontation had escalated. Shiramaru and Kurama circled each other, foxfire, orange-gold from Kurama, silver-white from Shiramaru, creating a perimeter that kept the gathering crowd at a safe distance. The ancient nine were meant to be guardians, Kurama was saying as Wednesday approached. Protectors of the balance between realms. What you propose is the antithesis of our purpose. Our purpose evolves, Shiramaru countered. Reality is not static, why should our role within it be? Because some principles are timeless, Kurama replied. The boundary exists for a reason. Both realms need structure to function, to evolve in their own ways. Shiramaru's patience visibly thinned. Enough philosophy. Will you join us, or must we do this the hard way? Wednesday stepped forward, moving to Kurama's side. She felt his surprise and concern through their bond, but also his approval, they were stronger together. 2 against 1, Shiramaru observed, his golden eyes assessing Wednesday with new interest. Though your pet human is hardly a match for a kitsune, even one with only 3 tails. I wouldn't underestimate an Addams, Wednesday replied coolly. It rarely ends well. Shiramaru laughed. Such confidence. I can see why Kurama finds you intriguing. His expression grew calculating. But are you prepared for what comes next, child of shadows? The awakening of your blood is only beginning. The changes will accelerate, becoming more dramatic. If you're attempting to frighten me with the prospect of change, you've misjudged your audience, Wednesday said flatly. I've never been attached to normalcy. It's not the changes themselves you should fear, Shiramaru countered. It's what they reveal about your true nature. The Addams bloodline carries more than just power, it carries purpose. A purpose your family has been running from for generations. Wednesday felt Kurama tense beside her. Through their bond, she sensed his alarm at Shiramaru's words. He's trying to manipulate you, Kurama warned mentally. To drive a wedge between you and your family. I'm immune to manipulation, Wednesday thought back. And I've always suspected my family of keeping secrets. Aloud, she addressed Shiramaru directly. If you've come to deliver cryptic warnings, consider them delivered. Now leave, before we make you leave. Shiramaru's 3 tails lashed with sudden anger. Such arrogance. Perhaps a demonstration is in order. He raised a clawed hand, silver-white energy gathering around it. Let's accelerate that awakening of yours, shall we? He thrust his hand forward, sending a bolt of kitsune energy directly at Wednesday. Kurama moved to intercept it, but the attack split at the last moment, one fork striking him in the chest while the other continued toward Wednesday. The energy hit her like a physical blow, lifting her off her feet and sending her flying backward. She landed hard, the breath knocked from her lungs, as pain unlike anything she'd experienced before coursed through her body. Wednesday. Kurama shouted, fighting through his own pain to reach her. But Shiramaru was faster. He appeared beside her prone form, one clawed hand reaching down to touch her forehead. Let's see what's really in that Addams blood, he murmured, golden eyes gleaming with malicious curiosity. The moment his claw touched her skin, Wednesday's body arched involuntarily. Her eyes flew open, now solid black from edge to edge, as shadows erupted from her like living extensions of her form. The darkness wrapped around Shiramaru's arm, climbing rapidly toward his body. The kitsune jerked back in surprise and pain. What? Wednesday rose slowly to her feet, the shadows continuing to flow from her like ink in water. Her movements were unnaturally fluid, as if gravity had less hold on her. When she spoke, her voice carried harmonics similar to those of Nevermore entities. "You wanted to see my true nature," she said, the shadows extending from her fingertips like claws. "Be careful what you wish for." Shiramaru's surprise gave way to calculating interest. "Fascinating. The destroyer's touch is stronger in your line than the legend suggested." He created distance between them with a graceful leap backward. "Lady Whisper will be most interested to learn this." Kurama recovered and moved to Wednesday's side, his 9 tails forming a protective semicircle around them both. "What did you do to her?" he demanded of Shiramaru. "Merely accelerated what was already happening," the 3-tailed fox replied. "Her blood remembers its origin. The power of unmaking flows through her veins, whether she acknowledges it or not." Wednesday felt the shadows responding to her emotions, extending, contracting, reshaping themselves according to her unconscious desires. The sensation was both terrifying and exhilarating, like discovering a limb she never knew she possessed. "Control it," Kurama advised through their bond. "Don't let it control you." She nodded almost imperceptibly, focusing her will on the writhing shadows. Gradually, they responded, becoming less chaotic, more structured, extensions of her intent rather than manifestations of her subconscious. Shiramaru watched this process with evident fascination. Remarkable control for one so newly awakened. "Perhaps there's hope for you yet, Addams' child." His golden gaze shifted back to Kurama. "My offer stands, cousin. Join us willingly, or we will take you by force when the time comes." "You'll fail," Kurama stated firmly. "As Lady Whisper failed. As all who serve the Unmaker will fail." Shiramaru sighed dramatically. Such misplaced conviction. He began to fade, his form becoming translucent. "Until next time, then. Do give Lady Whisper my regards when next you see her. She'll be coming for you both soon enough." With those parting words, he vanished completely, leaving only a lingering scent of ozone and fox musk in the air. The gathered students and faculty remained frozen in shock, having witnessed powers beyond human comprehension. Among them, Wednesday spotted Enid, her face pale with fear and confusion. Slowly, with deliberate control, Wednesday reigned in the shadows that had erupted from her. They receded reluctantly, as if they had tasted freedom and were loath to return to confinement. Her eyes gradually returned to normal, though flecks of darkness remained in the iris. "Well," she said to Kurama, her voice returning to its usual monotone, "that was dramatic." Despite the gravity of the situation, Kurama laughed, a short, genuine sound of surprised amusement. "You have a gift for understatement, Wednesday Addams." Her parents and Principal Weems had reached them by now, pushing through the crowd of onlookers. "Wednesday!" Morticia exclaimed, real concern breaking through her usual composure. "Are you alright?" "Define, alright," Wednesday replied. "I appear to be manifesting shadow-based abilities that suggest a connection to a primordial force of destruction. But otherwise, I'm fine." Gomez looked more excited than concerned. "Magnificent. Just like great-grandmother. The shadow manifestation is a classic Addams trait, you know. Though usually it takes decades to develop such control." "Gomez," Morticia chided gently. "Perhaps this isn't the time for enthusiasm." "Nonsense," he declared. "When else should one be enthusiastic but when one's daughter demonstrates extraordinary supernatural abilities?" Wednesday appreciated her father's unconditional acceptance, even as she noticed the wary looks from the gathered students. Only Enid was pushing forward, concern overcoming fear. "Wednesday?" her roommate called uncertainly. "Are you?" "More so than ever," Wednesday replied. Though with some unexpected additions. Principal Weems took charge of the situation with practiced efficiency. "Everyone return to your dormitories immediately," she commanded the student body. "Classes are suspended for the remainder of the day while we assess the integrity of the campus boundaries." As the crowd reluctantly dispersed, Weems turned back to the Addams family and Kurama. We should continue this discussion somewhere more private, she suggested, eyeing Wednesday's still flickering shadow with concern. Agreed, Morticia said. And I believe it's time we shared certain family histories that we'd hoped would remain academic. The Addams family crypt beneath Nevermore Academy was ancient even by the standards of the school itself. Accessible only through a hidden entrance in the catacombs, it predated the Academy's founding by centuries. I didn't know we had ancestors buried here, Wednesday remarked as Weems led them down a narrow spiral staircase, deeper than the catacombs they'd explored earlier. Not ancestors, precisely, Morticia corrected. More like, predecessors. The staircase opened into a circular chamber carved from living rock. At its center stood a sarcophagus of black stone, inscribed with symbols that matched those in the Codex Tenebrae. Around the perimeter, niches had been cut into the walls, each containing a small reliquary box. Before there was an Addams family as you know it, Morticia explained, moving to the central sarcophagus, there were the Boundary Keepers. Different names in different eras, but all sharing the same bloodline, your bloodline. And the same purpose, Gomez added. To maintain the separation between realms, preventing the Unmaker from reforming. Wednesday approached the sarcophagus, drawn by something she couldn't articulate. The symbols carved into its surface seemed to shift subtly as she neared, responding to her presence. Who's buried here? She asked. The first keeper, Morticia replied. The one who began our bloodline through union with a being from Nevermore. Not just any being, Kurama interjected quietly. One of the first ones. Weems, who had remained respectfully silent during this family revelation, looked sharply at Kurama. Are you suggesting that the Addams bloodline descends directly from the first ones? Not suggesting, Kurama confirmed. Stating. I recognized it in Wednesday's blood the moment our binding took effect. He turned to Morticia and Gomez. You've known this all along, haven't you? Morticia nodded slowly. It is our family's deepest secret, passed down from generation to generation. We are descended from the union of a human woman and one of the first ones, specifically, a fragment of the creator aspect of the Unmaker. A heavy silence followed this revelation. So when Shiramaru said I carried the power of unmaking in my blood, Wednesday said slowly, he wasn't entirely wrong. No, Gomez admitted. But it's more complex than that. Our bloodline carries both aspects, creation and destruction, order and chaos, making and unmaking. It's why we've always been different. It's why the Addams family has always had such unusual abilities, Morticia added. And why we've always been drawn to the macabre, to the boundaries between life and death, between normality and strangeness. It's also why we've been targeted, Wednesday concluded. Lady Whisper believes my blood can be used to facilitate the Unmaker's return. Yes, Kurama confirmed gravely. Your bloodline carries the essence of both aspects of the Unmaker. In the right circumstances, with the right ritual, you could serve as a catalyst for their reunification. Wednesday absorbed this information with her characteristic composure, though the implications were staggering. She placed her hand flat against the sarcophagus, feeling a resonance within it that called to something in her blood. The first keeper, she said quietly. She chose this, didn't she? To bear the burden of separation. Morticia moved to stand beside her daughter. Yes. When the first ones decided to split the Unmaker and separate the realms, they needed an anchor, something that existed in both realms yet belonged fully to neither. The first keeper volunteered to become that anchor, binding herself to a fragment of the divided deity. Her sacrifice created the boundary, Gomez continued. And her descendants, our family, inherited the responsibility of maintaining it. Which explains the ritual you mentioned, Wednesday said. The one to cleanse corrupted boundary points. A ritual only our bloodline can perform, Morticia confirmed. Because only our blood carries both aspects of the Unmaker in balance. Kurama, who had been studying the reliquary boxes around the chamber's perimeter, turned back to them. These contain boundary stones, don't they? The physical anchors for the metaphysical barrier. Weems nodded. 9 in total, corresponding to the 9 points on the map. Each stone was placed at a location where the barrier between realms was naturally thin. And each was guarded by one of the ancient 9, Kurama added, understanding dawning in his eyes. Until we were removed from our posts. Lady Whisper has been collecting both the guardians and the stones, Wednesday surmised. 8 out of 9, by her count. The 9th stone has always been kept by the Addams family, Morticia said. Passed down through generations, never leaving our possession. Where is it now? Wednesday asked. Gomez and Morticia exchanged meaningful glances. In the Addams' ancestral property in the Catskills, Gomez revealed. Hidden within the mansion itself, protected by layers of spells and traps that only an Addams can navigate. Then that's our destination, Wednesday decided. Before Lady Whisper or her agents can reach it. It won't be that simple, Kurama cautioned. If Shiramaru has truly joined Lady Whisper's cause, they'll be expecting us to defend the final stone. They'll come prepared. So will we, Gomez declared with characteristic enthusiasm. The entire Addams family, united in our ancestral home, defending the last boundary stone. It will be glorious. Or catastrophic, Weems muttered. With the Addams family, those are rarely mutually exclusive, Morticia noted with a small smile. Wednesday turned from the sarcophagus, her decision made. We leave for the Catskills immediately. Mother, father, contact the rest of the family. We'll need everyone. What about me? A voice asked from the stairway entrance. They all turned to find Enid standing there, her expression a mixture of determination and fear. How did you? Weems began. I followed you, Enid admitted. I was worried about Wednesday. She stepped into the chamber, glancing nervously at the sarcophagus and reliquaries. I heard everything. This doesn't concern you, Weems said firmly. Return to your brother in the infirmary. It does concern me, Enid insisted, her voice stronger than Wednesday had ever heard it. Wednesday is my roommate and my friend. My brother was taken because of all this. And I want to help. Wednesday studied her roommate with new appreciation. Beneath the colorful clothes and perpetual cheerfulness, Enid possessed a core of genuine courage. It will be dangerous, Wednesday warned her. So is being your roommate, Enid countered with a flash of her old humor. At least this time I'll be walking into danger on purpose. Morticia smiled approvingly. Friendship that faces the abyss willingly is rare indeed. We would be honored to have you join us, Enid Sinclair. But, Weems protested. Principal Weems, Gomez interrupted smoothly, surely you recognize the value of willing allies in times like these? Weems sighed in defeat. Very well. But as headmistress, I insist on accompanying you as well. Nevermore Academy has its own obligation to the boundary, and I intend to fulfill it. Then it's settled, Wednesday concluded. We leave for the Catskills today. The Addams' ancestral property in the Catskills was a study in architectural impossibility. The mansion itself seemed to have been constructed with deliberate disregard for conventional physics, towers leaned at precarious angles, staircases twisted in Escher-like configurations, and windows sometimes looked out onto vistas that couldn't possibly exist in the human realm. It's been in the family for 13 generations, Gomez explained proudly as their caravan of vehicles approached the wrought iron gates. Built on a natural thin spot between realms. It's hideous, Enid remarked, staring wide-eyed through the car window. No offense. None taken, Morticia replied from the front passenger seat. Beauty is subjective, after all. We find symmetry rather dull. Wednesday, seated between Enid and Kurama in the back, felt a strange sensation as they passed through the gates, a prickling along her skin, as if she were moving through an invisible membrane. Through their bond, she sensed Kurama's heightened awareness, his power responding to the liminal nature of the property. The boundary is exceptionally thin here, he observed quietly. I can almost see Nevermore superimposed over this reality. The mansion exists in both realms simultaneously, Morticia explained. Different aspects visible depending on which side you're viewing it from. It's why the architecture seems so unconventional. It's a physical manifestation of the boundary itself, Wednesday realized. Not just built on a thin spot, it is the thin spot. Precisely, Gomez confirmed as they parked before the main entrance. The perfect place to hide the ninth boundary stone. They exited the vehicle and gathered on the gravel driveway. Behind them, more cars arrived, Principal Weems in her sleek black sedan, followed by a decrepit hearse that could only belong to other members of the Addams family. The front door of the mansion swung open before anyone could knock, revealing a towering figure with a face like a carved boulder, Lurch, the family butler, who had arrived ahead of them to prepare the house. "Welcome home," he groaned in his sepulchral voice. "Thank you, Lurch," Morticia replied graciously. "Are the others here yet?" Lurch nodded and stepped aside to reveal the entrance hall beyond, where a collection of figures that could only be described as magnificently macabre awaited them. Uncle Fester, bald and cadaverous, stood beside Grandmama, whose wild gray hair contained what appeared to be small living creatures. Pugsley, Wednesday's brother, was already fiddling with some ominous-looking device, while cousin Itt, a being composed entirely of long hair, chittered excitedly beside him. "Wednesday!" Pugsley called, abandoning his device to rush forward and greet his sister with an exuberant hug that she tolerated with minimal stiffness. "You've got shadows leaking." "That's so cool." It was true, Wednesday's shadow continued to behave somewhat independently, stretching and shifting in ways that didn't entirely correspond with her movements or the light sources. "A side effect of recent events," she explained tersely. Pugsley grinned. "Wait till you see what I've been working on. Explosive shadows. Can you imagine?" "Vividly," Wednesday replied dryly. Introductions were made for Enid and Principal Weems, both of whom managed to maintain their composure despite the enthusiastic and decidedly unusual welcome from the assembled Addams clan. Kurama received special attention, each family member studying the nine-tailed fox spirit with varying degrees of fascination and respect. "A true kitsune," Grandmama cackled, circling him with evident delight. "I haven't seen one since 1897. That one only had 4 tails, though. Tried to trick me into giving him my youth, as if I had any to spare." "Your reputation precedes you, Eudora Addams," Kurama replied with formal courtesy. "The witches of Nevermore still speak of your potion craft with respect." Grandmama preened at this acknowledgement. "Well, at least someone appreciates the classics." Once the initial flurry of greetings subsided, Gomez called for attention. "Family. Friends. Fellow boundary keepers. We face a crisis of unprecedented proportions." His eyes gleamed with manic energy. "The Unmaker stirs. The boundary weakens. Our ancestral enemy marshals her forces against us." "So, Tuesday?" Uncle Fester quipped. "Worse than Tuesday," Morticia corrected soberly. "Lady Whisper has collected 8 of the 9 boundary stones. She has corrupted or captured 8 of the ancient 9 guardians. All that stands between her and the Unmaker's return is the 9th stone, and us." This sobered even the irrepressibly cheerful Addams clan. "Where is the stone now?" Wednesday asked practically. "In the heart chamber," Gomez replied. "The most secure room in the mansion. Accessible only to those of Addams' blood, and now, through your binding, to Kurama as well." "We should secure it immediately," Kurama suggested. "Lady Whisper and her agents won't be far behind." "Agreed," Morticia said. "Gomez, take Wednesday and Kurama to the heart chamber. The rest of us will prepare the mansion's defenses." Pugsley looked up eagerly. "Can I set up the explosive traps now?" "Of course, darling," Morticia assured him. "Just try to avoid the east wing this time. We're still rebuilding from your last enthusiasm." As the family dispersed to their various defensive preparations, Gomez led Wednesday, Kurama, and, at Wednesday's insistence, Enid through the mansion's labyrinthine corridors. The interior was even more disorienting than the exterior, with hallways that seemed to loop back on themselves and doors that opened onto unexpected locations. The mansion rearranges itself regularly, Gomez explained as they navigated a particularly convoluted passage. Part of its defense mechanism. Only an Addams can navigate it with any reliability. Or someone bound to an Addams, Kurama noted, seeming unbothered by the spatial distortions. Enid, however, was visibly struggling. I feel like we've passed this portrait 3 times already, she complained, gesturing to a painting of a particularly grim-faced ancestor. And I swear it was looking in a different direction before. It was, Gomez confirmed cheerfully. Great-great-uncle Balthazar always keeps an eye on visitors. Literally, in his case, his glass eye follows movement. Eventually, they reached what appeared to be a dead end, a blank wall in a windowless corridor. Gomez stopped before it, his expression uncharacteristically solemn. The heart chamber lies beyond, he said. Only those of Addams' blood may reveal the entrance. He turned to Wednesday. As the heir apparent to the Boundary Keeper tradition, you should be the one to open it. Wednesday stepped forward, instinctively knowing what was required. She pressed her palm flat against the wall, feeling the cool surface warm beneath her touch. Then, with deliberate precision, she used her shadow, now responsive to her conscious control, to trace a pattern against the wall, a complex sigil that she'd never seen before yet somehow knew by heart. The wall shimmered, then melted away like mist, revealing a circular chamber beyond. At its center, floating above a pedestal of what appeared to be solidified shadow, was the 9th boundary stone, a perfectly smooth obsidian sphere about the size of a softball, etched with glowing symbols that matched those on the sarcophagus in the crypt beneath Nevermore Academy. The last anchor, Kurama breathed, approaching the pedestal with reverence. The final tether preventing the Unmaker's return. Wednesday followed, feeling the stone's power resonate with something in her blood. It pulsed with a heartbeat-like rhythm, the symbols brightening and dimming in perfect synchronization with her own pulse. It's connected to me, she realized aloud. To all Addams, Gomez corrected. But most strongly to the current keeper, which, increasingly, appears to be you, Wednesday. Enid, who had remained respectfully near the entrance, suddenly gasped. What's that? She asked, pointing to a dark corner of the chamber. They all turned to look. In the shadows, barely visible until attention was drawn to it, stood a mirror unlike any Wednesday had seen before. Its surface wasn't reflective in the conventional sense, instead, it seemed to show a different place entirely, a landscape of twisted trees and purple sky that could only be Nevermore. The seeing glass, Gomez identified it. A window between realms, though not a doorway. It allows the keeper to monitor conditions on the other side. Wednesday approached the mirror, drawn by the scene it displayed. Unlike the Nevermore she had visited with Kurama, this landscape appeared blighted, the trees withered, the sky churning with unnatural storms. And moving through this desolation was a procession of figures, led by a familiar silver-white form. Lady Whisper, she identified the leader. And Shiramaru. They're coming. And they're not alone. Kurama joined her at the mirror, his expression darkening as he recognized the other figures in the procession. The corrupted guardians, he said grimly. My former kin, the other ancient 9, or what remains of them. The mirror showed 8 fox spirits of varying appearance, each bearing multiple tails, 4, 5, 6, and so on, up to 8. But unlike Kurama's vibrant, fiery energy, these kitsune seemed diminished, their colors muted, their movements mechanical. Around each one's neck was a collar of crystallized sound, similar to the construction of Lady Whisper's castle. She's controlling them, Kurama realized, anger and sorrow mingling in his voice. Using their power while suppressing their will. How long do we have? Wednesday asked practically. Gomez studied the mirror with expert eyes. Based on their location, they're approaching the boundary near this property. Hours at most before they attempt to cross over. Then we prepare, Wednesday decided. We use those hours to ready ourselves and the boundary stone for what's coming. What exactly are we going to do? Enid asked, her voice small but determined. I mean, no offense, but Lady Whisper already has 8 super powerful fox spirits. We have 1. Quality over quantity, my dear, Gomez assured her with a manic grin. And we have something Lady Whisper doesn't. What's that? An Addams family reunion on our home territory, Wednesday answered, the faintest hint of a smile touching her lips. Historically, that's never ended well for our enemies. The preparations were impressive, even by Addams family standards. Pugsley and Uncle Fester collaborated on explosive traps that would activate only for entities with Nevermore energy signatures. Grandmama brewed potions designed specifically to counter Kitsune abilities, while Cousin ITT, whose species remained a mystery even to Wednesday, wove complex patterns of his hair into what Morticia assured them were powerful binding spells. Principal Weems, initially skeptical of the family's unorthodox methods, soon found herself working alongside Lurch to reinforce the mansion's structural integrity against supernatural assault. Her knowledge of boundary magic complemented the Addams family traditions in unexpected ways, creating defensive layers that blended academic precision with chaotic creativity. Enid, determined to be useful despite her lack of supernatural abilities, took charge of coordinating communications between the various family members scattered throughout the sprawling mansion. Her natural social skills proved invaluable in translating between Addams' family shorthand and more conventional instructions. Wednesday and Kurama, meanwhile, focused on the boundary stone itself. Through their bond, they discovered they could influence the stone's energy, not controlling it, exactly, but guiding its natural protective properties to strengthen the boundary around the property. The stone responds to both of us, Wednesday noted as they worked. Your guardianship, my blood right. The way it was always meant to be, Kurama replied. The Ancient Nine were supposed to work in partnership with the Boundary Keepers, not in isolation from them. As evening approached, they gathered in the mansion's grand hall for a final council. The seeing glass had been temporarily relocated there, allowing everyone to monitor the approaching threat. Lady Whisper's procession had reached the boundary edge and was now making preparations for crossing, complex rituals involving the captured boundary stones and their unwilling guardians. They'll attempt to breach the boundary at midnight, Morticia announced, studying the mirror with expert eyes. When the veil is naturally thinnest. Then we have 2 hours, Gomez calculated. Just enough time for a pre-battle feast. Nothing sharpens the senses like dining with the shadow of doom looming overhead. Remarkably, the Addams family tradition of dining in the face of catastrophe proved oddly comforting. Even Enid and Principal Weems found themselves relaxing somewhat as conversation around the massive dining table flowed from deadly serious tactical discussions to absurdly casual family anecdotes and back again. Remember when the Biencourt cousins tried to claim the mansion through that fraudulent will? Uncle Fester reminisced between bites of something that looked suspiciously like vulture. How could we forget? Morticia replied with a fond smile. Pugsley was just learning demolitions. Their carriage never stood a chance. The prosecutors called it premeditated mechanical sabotage, Gomez added proudly. Pugsley's first legal citation. We had it framed. Wednesday, seated between Kurama and Enid, observed her family with new appreciation. Their peculiarities, their macabre interests, their comfort with the darkest aspects of existence, all of it stemmed from their unique bloodline and ancestral purpose. They weren't merely eccentric, they were evolved to stand at the boundary between worlds, to embrace both the light and the dark. Through their bond, Kurama sensed her thoughts. They're remarkable, he agreed silently. I've known many boundary keepers over the millennia, but the Addams line has always been special. You've known my ancestors? Wednesday asked through their connection. Many of them, he confirmed. Though never as closely as I know you through our binding. Most keepers maintained a more formal relationship with their guardians. This revelation should have been surprising, but somehow wasn't. Wednesday had begun to understand that her connection with Kurama transcended the recent binding ritual. It was the culmination of a relationship between their bloodlines that had existed for generations. Their silent communion was interrupted by a sudden shift in the seeing glass. The mirror's surface rippled violently, and the image it displayed changed from the boundary's edge to a much closer location, the very gates of the Addams property. "They're here," Kurama announced, rising from his seat. Earlier than expected. Everyone abandoned their meal immediately, moving with practiced efficiency to their defensive positions. Wednesday, Kurama, and Gomez headed for the front entrance, where they would meet the initial assault. Morticia and Grandmama took up positions near the heart chamber, forming a second line of defense should the outer perimeter be breached. Pugsley, Uncle Fester, and Lurch dispersed to trigger the various traps they had prepared, while Cousin Itt, Enid, and Principal Weems established themselves in a central location from which they could provide support where needed. From the mansion's front portico, Wednesday could see the gates at the end of the long driveway beginning to frost over, ice forming in unnatural patterns as reality itself cooled in response to the boundary being forcibly thinned. Beyond the gates, shapes were taking form, the distorted silhouettes of Lady Whisper and her entourage pushing through from Nevermore. "They're using the corrupted guardians as battering rams," Kurama observed grimly. "Forcing them to expend their energy creating a passage. Can they be saved?" Wednesday asked, noting the pain evident in his voice. "Perhaps," he replied without much conviction. "But not easily, and not without first removing Lady Whisper's control over them." The temperature continued to drop as the boundary between realms stretched thinner. Frost crept up the driveway toward the mansion, and the air filled with the sound of reality itself groaning under the strain of forced convergence. Then, with a sound like shattering glass magnified 1,000-fold, the boundary ruptured. The gates of the property disintegrated, not merely breaking but unmaking, their component atoms separating and dissolving into nothingness. Through this void stepped Lady Whisper, her silver beauty even more terrible than Wednesday remembered. Behind her came Shiramaru, his three tails lashing with anticipation, and then the corrupted guardians, 8 kitsune of varying appearance, all wearing the crystalline collars that bound them to Lady Whisper's will. "Wednesday Addams," Lady Whisper called, her voice carrying easily across the distance between them. "How considerate of you to gather your entire bloodline in one location. It will make the collection process so much more efficient." "We're not known for our efficiency," Wednesday replied flatly. "More for our resilience in the face of unwelcome guests." Lady Whisper laughed, the sound like breaking crystal. "Such spirit. It will make your eventual submission all the more satisfying." She raised one elongated hand, and the corrupted guardians moved forward in perfect unison, their multiple tails dragging listlessly behind them. Unlike Kurama's vibrant energy, theirs seemed dulled, mechanical, power without will or purpose. "Now?" Gomez asked, practically vibrating with anticipation. Wednesday nodded. "Now." Gomez produced an ornate silver whistle from his pocket and blew a pattern of short, sharp notes. The sound echoed unnaturally across the property, and in response, the ground beneath the advancing procession erupted in a series of controlled explosions. Pugsley's handiwork was impressive, the detonations precisely calibrated to create maximum disorientation with minimal structural damage. The corrupted guardians were thrown off balance, their formation disrupted as smoke and debris filled the air. Lady Whisper, however, remained unaffected. She continued forward, parting the smoke around her with casual gestures. "Charming," she commented. "But ultimately futile. Your little toys cannot harm beings of our power." "They weren't meant to harm," Wednesday replied as a second wave of traps activated. The smoke suddenly solidified, forming chains of airborne particles that wrapped around the corrupted guardians. Grandmama's potion craft at work, a mixture that reacted specifically with the energy signature of controlled kitsune. Several of the guardians struggled against these bonds, while others stood passively, too broken by Lady Whisper's control to resist even when unimpeded. Shiramaru, however, burned through the restraints with a burst of silver-white foxfire. "Clever," he acknowledged, his golden eyes finding Wednesday. But not clever enough. He launched himself forward with inhuman speed, covering the distance to the mansion in seconds. Kurama met him halfway, 9 tails flaring with protective fire as he intercepted his kinsman. The clash of fox spirits was spectacular, orange-gold flame meeting silver-white in explosive bursts that sent shockwaves across the property. They moved almost too fast to follow, their forms blurring as they engaged in combat that transcended physical limitations. Meanwhile, Lady Whisper continued her inexorable advance, the remaining corrupted guardians reforming around her. As they neared the mansion, more of the Addams family defenses triggered, statues animated to grapple with the kitsune, plants in the garden coming alive to entangle unwary feet, the very shadows of the property rising up at Wednesday's command to obscure vision and confuse movement. Lady Whisper observed these defenses with clinical interest. Impressive, she admitted. The Addams family has maintained its traditions well. But traditions, like boundaries, eventually become obsolete. She gestured, and the 4 most powerful corrupted guardians, those with 6, 7, and 8 tails, moved to the front of her procession. At her command, they combined their powers, creating a wave of anti-energy that swept toward the mansion, unmaking defenses as it passed. The wave hit the front of the mansion with devastating effect. Stone crumbled, wood splintered, and the elaborate traps disintegrated as their component parts were reduced to their basic elements. Fall back. Gomez shouted, recognizing the danger. To the second perimeter. Wednesday stood her ground, shadows swirling around her with increasing intensity. Through their bond, she could feel Kurama's battle with Shiramu, evenly matched for now, but with Kurama gradually gaining advantage through his genuine passion for their cause versus Shiramu's more calculated allegiance. Your family flees, Lady Whisper observed as she reached the bottom of the front steps. Wise of them. Perhaps you should join them, child of shadows. I'm not known for my wisdom, Wednesday replied. More for my persistence. She gathered the shadows around her, shaping them with newfound control into barriers and weapons. Her blood thrummed with power, the awakened heritage of countless generations of boundary keepers, the echo of the first one's energy. Lady Whisper studied her with genuine curiosity. You've developed quickly, she noted. Most Addams take decades to achieve such control over their shadow aspect. I'm precocious, Wednesday deadpanned. With that, she launched her attack, not directly at Lady Whisper, but at the crystalline collars controlling the corrupted guardians. Her shadows extended like whips, striking with precision at the devices maintaining Lady Whisper's hold over the kitsune. The collector hissed in surprise and anger as one collar cracked, then another. The affected guardians stumbled, momentarily confused as partial awareness returned to them. Enough games, Lady Whisper snarled, her beautiful face contorting with rage. She raised both hands, silver energy gathering between her palms in a sphere of concentrated unmaking. Before she could release it, however, a new voice spoke from the mansion's entrance. I believe that's quite enough, Whisper. Morticia Addams stood in the doorway, radiating calm authority. Beside her, Grandmama held an ancient tome, the original Codex Tenebrae, from which their family copy had been made centuries ago. The ritual is prepared, Morticia announced. The boundary stone is activated. On cue, a pulse of energy emanated from the heart chamber deep within the mansion. It spread outward in concentric circles, passing harmlessly through the Addams family members but hitting Lady Whisper and her entourage like a physical force. The collector staggered backward, her concentration disrupted. The corrupted guardian seemed to flicker, as if their very existence in the human realm was being questioned by the boundary reasserting itself. What have you done? Lady Whisper demanded, genuine alarm in her voice. Merely reminded the boundary of its purpose, Morticia replied smoothly. With the 9th stone still in our possession, we maintain the authority to strengthen the divide between realms. Another pulse emanated from the mansion, stronger this time. The corrupted guardians fell to their knees, their forms becoming translucent. Lady Whisper herself seemed to be struggling to maintain her solid form, parts of her beautiful body shifting into mist and back again. "This changes nothing," she insisted, though her voice had lost some of its melodious quality. "The other 8 stones remain corrupted. The boundary will continue to weaken at those points. You've bought time, nothing more." "Time is often all one needs," Gomez replied cheerfully, appearing beside his wife. "Especially when one has family." A third pulse shook the property, and this time, something unexpected happened. The corrupted guardians' collars shattered completely, releasing them from Lady Whisper's control. They rose slowly, confusion and dawning awareness in their eyes as they looked around at their surroundings. One of them, a 6-tailed kitsune with fur the color of burnished copper, spoke in a voice rusty from disuse. "Kurama? Brother?" Across the lawn, where Kurama had pinned Shiramaru to the ground, the 9-tailed fox's head snapped up. "Kizuna," he breathed, recognizing his long-lost kin. The moment of recognition was cut short as Lady Whisper, seeing her control slipping, made a desperate move. She lunged forward with inhuman speed, bypassing Wednesday and heading directly for the mansion's entrance, and beyond it, the heart chamber where the 9th boundary stone resided. Wednesday's shadows lashed out, catching Lady Whisper's ankle and causing her to stumble. But the collector was too powerful, too determined. She dissolved into mist, slipping through the shadow bindings and reforming inside the mansion. "After her!" Gomez shouted. They pursued Lady Whisper through the mansion's twisting corridors, which seemed to be actively rearranging themselves to confuse the intruder. Wednesday, with her Addams blood and shadow abilities, navigated the changing layout effortlessly, soon pulling ahead of her parents. She could sense the collector's desperation through the fluctuations in the boundary energy permeating the mansion. Lady Whisper had committed too fully to this plan to retreat now. She would either succeed in claiming the 9th stone or be driven back to Nevermore in defeat. Outside, the battle continued. The freed guardians, though disoriented, had turned on Shiramaru, recognizing him as Lady Whisper's willing accomplice. The 3-tailed fox fought desperately but was hopelessly outnumbered. Wednesday reached the corridor leading to the heart chamber just in time to see Lady Whisper attempting to breach the wall that concealed the entrance. The collector pressed her hands against the seemingly solid surface, silver energy crackling around her fingers as she tried to force her way through. "It won't yield to you," Wednesday said calmly, approaching with shadows swirling around her. "Only Addams' blood can open the way." Lady Whisper turned, her beautiful face twisted with frustration. "Then I'll take your blood," she hissed, lunging toward Wednesday with clawed hands extended. The attack was ferocious but expected. Wednesday's shadows rose to meet it, forming a barrier between them that Lady Whisper crashed into with surprising solidity. The collector recoiled, momentarily stunned by the unexpected resistance. "My blood remembers its origin," Wednesday said, echoing Shiramaru's earlier words but with new meaning. "The power of both creation and destruction flows through my veins. You can't take it by force." Lady Whisper's silver eyes narrowed. "Perhaps not by force," she conceded. "But there are other ways." Her form began to shift, becoming more ethereal, more seductive. "I can offer you power beyond imagining," Wednesday Addams. "The knowledge of both realms, the secrets of your own bloodline that your family has kept hidden from you." "Temptation is tedious," Wednesday replied flatly. "And I've never been interested in power for its own sake." "Then what do you want?" Lady Whisper pressed, her voice taking on hypnotic qualities. "Everyone wants something. Name it, and it's yours." Wednesday considered the question with genuine thought. What did she want? Not power, not wealth, not even the knowledge Lady Whisper offered. What she had always wanted was much simpler, yet more profound. "Understanding," she said finally. "Connection without compromise. To be seen truly and accepted completely." Lady Whisper's expression shifted to one of calculated compassion. "I can give you that," she promised. "In my realm, you would be celebrated for your uniqueness, not feared for it. Your shadows would be admired, your darkness embraced. For a moment, just a moment, Wednesday felt the pull of this offer. To exist in a place where her differences were not merely tolerated but valued. Where she didn't need to constantly explain herself or moderate her interests to accommodate others' comfort. But then she felt something else, the warm flicker of her bond with Kurama. The fox spirit who had seen her truly from the beginning, who understood her darkness because he carried his own. Who had never once asked her to be anything other than what she was. And beyond that, the surprising connections she had formed despite herself, with Enid, who feared her shadows yet stood by her anyway. With her family, whose love had never been conditional on normalcy. I already have that, Wednesday realized aloud. Not perfectly, not completely, but genuinely. What you offer is illusion, acceptance without understanding. Collection without connection. Lady Whisper's beautiful facade cracked, revealing the cold collector beneath. You refuse me, she demanded incredulously. After everything I've shown you, everything I've offered. Consistently, Wednesday confirmed. With a cry of rage, Lady Whisper abandoned subtlety and launched herself at Wednesday, silver energy crackling around her like lightning. Wednesday met the assault with her shadows, the two forces colliding in a spectacular display of opposing powers. The collector was ancient and powerful, but Wednesday had something Lady Whisper didn't, balance within her blood, the dual aspects of the Unmaker held in equilibrium by generations of boundary keepers. Her shadows didn't just fight the silver energy, they absorbed it, processed it, and redirected it. Through their bond, she could feel Kurama approaching, having subdued Shiramaru with the help of the freed guardians. His strength flowed into her, supplementing her own in perfect harmony. Lady Whisper sensed the shift in power and hesitated, genuine uncertainty crossing her beautiful features for the first time. This isn't possible, she whispered. A mere human, even an Addams, cannot stand against me. I'm not standing against you alone, Wednesday replied as Kurama materialized beside her, 9 tails flaring with protective fire. Behind them came Morticia and Gomez, followed by the rest of the Addams family, each bringing their unique abilities to bear. Surrounded and outnumbered, Lady Whisper made a final, desperate play. The boundary still weakens, she declared. The 8 corrupted stones remain. This victory is temporary. Then we'll have to uncorrupt them, Gomez replied cheerfully. One by one. Starting now. At his signal, Grandmama opened the ancient codex and began reciting a ritual in a language older than human civilization. The freed guardians, led by the copper-furred Kizuna, formed a circle around her, their tails creating a barrier of protective energy. The ritual of cleansing, Kurama explained to Wednesday through their bond. With the freed guardians acting as conduits, it can purify the corrupted stones even at a distance. Lady Whisper's expression contorted with fury and fear as she felt the ritual taking effect. The 8 corrupted boundary stones, though physically distant, were connected through the metaphysical network that maintained the separation between realms. As the ritual progressed, that connection grew stronger, the 9th stone in the heart chamber resonating with its siblings. No! Lady Whisper cried, making one last lunge toward the heart chamber's concealed entrance. Wednesday stepped forward to intercept her, shadows streaming from her fingertips to ensnare the collector. But it was Enid, brave, colorful, determinately normal Enid, who delivered the decisive blow. Having retrieved one of Pugsley's devices during the confusion, she activated it directly in Lady Whisper's path. The small mechanism didn't explode, instead, it released a concentrated burst of pure boundary energy, derived from the 9th stone's resonance. The energy hit Lady Whisper like a physical wall, stopping her momentum and disrupting her form. The collector's beautiful body began to unravel, silver mist streaming from her increasingly translucent flesh. This isn't over, she hissed as her form continued to dissolve. The Unmaker stirs. What has been separated yearns to be whole. You've won nothing but time. Time is all we need, Wednesday replied calmly. The boundary has stood for millennia. It will stand for millennia more. With a final cry of rage and frustration, Lady Whisper dissipated completely, her essence forced back across the boundary to Nevermore. The mansion shuddered once, then settled, as if sighing in relief. Outside, Shiramura had already fled, escaping through the boundary breach before it could fully seal. The freed guardians remained, gathering in the mansion's grand hall with expressions of confusion and dawning hope. "Is it over?" Enid asked, looking surprisingly composed for someone who had just helped banish an ancient collector to another dimension. For now, Kurama confirmed, his 9 tails gradually settling into a more relaxed position behind him. Lady Whisper has been driven back, the corrupted guardians freed, and the boundary stones are being cleansed. But the Unmaker still exists, Wednesday noted. Divided but not destroyed. And its followers will try again. They always do, Gomez said, putting an arm around his daughter's shoulders. That's why the Addams family endures. Why we maintain our traditions, our peculiarities, our connection to both aspects of existence. Morticia joined them, her pale hand finding Wednesday's. It's our purpose, darling. To maintain balance, to stand at the boundary, to embrace both the light and the shadow. Wednesday looked around at her assembled family, at Enid standing awkwardly but determinedly among them, at Kurama and the freed guardians who represented an alliance as old as the boundary itself. "Then we'll continue," she said simply. "As we always have." Through her bond with Kurama, she felt his approval and something more, a deep, abiding respect that transcended their relatively brief acquaintance. He had known her ancestors, had fought alongside them for countless generations, but in her, he sensed something special, a perfect balance of darkness and light, of creation and destruction, of human and otherworldly. As the mansion gradually settled back into its usual impossible geometry, the freed guardians approached Kurama one by one, acknowledging him as the last free guardian, the one who had maintained his purpose despite isolation and exile. "What will you do now?" Kizuna asked her 9-tailed brother. "Return to Nevermore with us." Kurama looked at Wednesday, their bond humming with shared purpose. "My place is with my bound partner," he replied. "The boundary must be maintained from both sides." "And the binding?" another guardian asked. "It can be dissolved now that the immediate threat has passed." Wednesday and Kurama exchanged glances, a world of understanding passing between them. "The binding remains," Wednesday stated, her tone brooking no argument. "By mutual choice." The guardians accepted this with solemn nods, recognizing the completion of a circle long broken, the reunion of guardian and keeper, of Nevermore and human realm, of fox spirit and Addams blood. As dawn broke over the Catskills, painting the impossible architecture of the mansion in golden light, Wednesday stood on the front portico with Kurama beside her. Through the seen glass, now returned to its place in the heart chamber, they could monitor the changes in Nevermore, the slow healing of the blighted landscape, the retreat of Lady Whisper to her crystalline castle, the cautious optimism of the Twilight Court as balance began to return. "We've won a battle," Kurama observed. "But the war continues." "Wars always do," Wednesday replied philosophically. "But we have something Lady Whisper and the Unmaker don't." "And what's that?" Wednesday's shadow stretched beside her, merging momentarily with Kurama's before resuming its proper shape, a silent demonstration of the bond they now shared. "Balance," she said simply. "In all its forms." And for Wednesday Addams, perpetual outsider, newly awakened boundary keeper, and bound partner to an ancient fox spirit, that balance, between worlds, between powers, between isolation and connection, was finally beginning to make sense. Chapter 4, Veil of Worlds. Dawn broke over the Addams' ancestral property in the Catskills, painting the impossible architecture of the mansion in hues of amber and gold. The shadows, Wednesday's domain, retreated reluctantly across the frost-covered lawn where, just hours before, a battle for the very fabric of reality had been waged. Wednesday Addams stood at the edge of the property, watching as the freed guardians, 8 kitsune of varying appearances and temperaments, explored their newfound autonomy. After centuries of Lady Whisper's control, their movements carried a hesitant quality, like prisoners uncertain of their release. Kurama approached silently, taking his place beside her. Through their bond, she sensed his conflicted emotions, joy at the reunion with his kin, sorrow for what they had endured, and an underlying wariness about what would come next. "They don't trust me," Wednesday observed flatly. "They don't know you," Kurama corrected. "And they've spent centuries being controlled by entities from your realm. Caution is natural." She nodded, accepting this assessment with her characteristic detachment. "What will they do now?" "That's being discussed," Kurama replied, gesturing toward the copper-furred kitsune, Kizuna, who appeared to be leading an intense conversation among the guardians. "Some wish to return to Nevermore immediately. Others believe they should remain here to help reinforce the boundary points." "And you?" Wednesday asked, turning to face him directly. "What do you wish to do?" Kurama's red eyes met hers, unwavering. "My place is with you." "The binding could be dissolved now that the immediate threat has passed," she interrupted, echoing the words of the six-tailed guardian from the previous night. "I wouldn't hold you to it if you wished to rejoin your kin." A flicker of amusement crossed Kurama's features. "Are you trying to get rid of me, Wednesday Addams?" "Merely providing options," she replied, though the faintest hint of a smile touched her lips. "I understand the value of choice." Before Kurama could respond, Kizuna approached them, her copper fur gleaming in the morning light. Despite being smaller than Kurama with only 6 tails, she carried herself with undeniable authority. "The Guardians have reached a decision," she announced without preamble. "For will return to Nevermore to assess conditions there. For will remain to assist with the boundary restoration." Her golden eyes fixed on Wednesday. "With your permission, of course. This is, after all, Addams' territory." "Permission granted," Wednesday replied with a formal nod. "Though the restoration will extend beyond this property. All 8 boundary stones must be cleansed and reinforced." Kizuna's tail swayed thoughtfully. "Yes, we sensed as much through our connection to the stones. Lady Whisper's corruption runs deep. It will require physical presence at each location to fully restore them." "A global undertaking," Kurama noted. "Which begins immediately," came Morticia's voice from behind them. Wednesday's mother approached with characteristic grace, the morning light unable to diminish her perpetual twilight aura. "The family is preparing now." "The entire family?" Wednesday asked, raising an eyebrow. "Divided according to necessity," Morticia clarified. "Your father and Pugsley will take the European location. Uncle Fester and cousin Itt are already en route to the boundary stone in Antarctica. Grandmama has departed for the Amazon." She turned to Kizuna. "If your guardians would coordinate with them, it would greatly increase our chances of success." Kizuna bowed her head in agreement. "It shall be done. The 4 who remain will pair with your family members." "And us?" Wednesday prompted. "You, my dear, have the most challenging task," Morticia said, her dark eyes serious. "The boundary stone in Japan, specifically, Mount Osor. It was the first to fall to Lady Whisper's corruption, and it remains the most deeply tainted." "Why is that significant?" Wednesday asked. "Because," Kurama answered, "Mount Osor is where the boundary between realms was first established. In Japanese lore, it's known as a gateway to the underworld. In reality, it's one of the original nexus points between human world and Nevermore. And the most powerful," Kizuna added. "If we can cleanse it, the other stones will respond more readily." Wednesday absorbed this information with her usual efficiency. "When do we leave?" "As soon as possible," Morticia replied. "Principal Weems has arranged transportation. She'll accompany you, along with me." Enid interrupted, hurrying across the lawn toward them. Despite the early hour, she was fully dressed in her characteristic pastels, a stark contrast to the somber palette of the Addams property. "I'm coming too." "Absolutely not," Wednesday stated firmly. "Too late. It's already decided." Enid grinned triumphantly. "Your mom said I could help," and Principal Weems cleared it with the school as an educational excursion. Wednesday turned an accusatory gaze toward her mother. Enid has no part in this. It's dangerous enough without adding civilians to the equation. On the contrary, Morticia replied calmly. Ms. Sinclair has proven herself both brave and resourceful. Furthermore, her particular gifts may prove useful. What gifts? Wednesday asked skeptically. Enid's smile faltered slightly. Well, I can, you know. She glanced around, then transformed into a wolf in one fluid motion. The werewolf, pink-tinged and somewhat smaller than traditional depictions, wagged her tail expectantly. A werewolf, Kizuna observed, clearly impressed. Creatures with dual natures have always been valuable at boundary crossings. Enid shifted back to human form, looking pleased with this assessment. See? I'm valuable. Wednesday sighed, the sound barely audible but conveying volumes of reluctant acceptance. Fine. But you follow instructions precisely. No improvising, no heroics, no unnecessary talking. Deal. Enid agreed, then immediately continued, so when do we leave? What should I pack? Do they have werewolves in Japan? Does sushi count as raw meat for wolf dietary purposes? The no unnecessary talking portion of the agreement has already been violated, Wednesday noted dryly. Kurama's shoulders shook with silent laughter, his amusement flowing through their bond. Despite her outward irritation, Wednesday couldn't help but feel a certain comfort in Enid's familiar exuberance. It provided a counterpoint to the gravity of their task, a reminder of the normal world they were fighting to protect. We leave within the hour, Morticia announced. Pack only what is essential. Wednesday, you'll need the ritual components from the heart chamber. As the others dispersed to prepare, Wednesday and Kurama made their way back to the mansion. The corridors seemed more settled today, less prone to rearrangement, as if the property itself was conserving energy after the previous night's excitement. At the entrance to the heart chamber, Wednesday repeated the process of tracing the sigil with her shadow. The wall melted away as before, revealing the circular room with its pedestal and floating boundary stone. It feels different, Wednesday noted as they entered. The stone's pulsing had synchronized even more perfectly with her heartbeat, creating a resonance she could feel throughout her body. The connection grows stronger, Kurama confirmed. Your awakening continues, and with it, your link to the boundary itself. Wednesday approached the pedestal, studying the obsidian sphere with new eyes. The symbols etched into its surface no longer seemed like abstract patterns, she could almost read them now, like a language on the edge of comprehension. I need to prepare the ritual components, she said, turning toward the cabinets lining one wall of the chamber. My mother said they would be labeled. Kurama remained by the pedestal, his 9 tails moving thoughtfully behind him. Wednesday, he began, his tone unusually hesitant. There's something you should know before we embark on this journey. She paused in her search, recognizing the seriousness in his voice. I'm listening. The boundary stones aren't merely anchors, he said carefully. They're repositories, containers for fragments of the original power that separated the realms. The power of the first ones, Wednesday surmised. Yes. And specifically, fragments of the Unmaker's divided essence. Kurama's red eyes held hers steadily. When we cleanse and reinforce these stones, you'll be coming into direct contact with that essence. Given your bloodline's unique connection to the Unmaker, the experience will be intense. Define intense, Wednesday prompted. Potentially transformative, Kurama admitted. Each stone contains knowledge as well as power. You may experience visions, memories that aren't your own, accelerated awakening of abilities you don't yet fully understand. Wednesday considered this with characteristic thoroughness. Will it compromise my ability to complete the task? No, Kurama assured her. If anything, it will enhance your effectiveness. But it will change you, Wednesday. Each stone will reveal another piece of your heritage, another aspect of what your bloodline truly is. And that concerns you, she observed, sensing his unease through their bond. Kurama hesitated, then nodded. I've seen what such knowledge can do to humans, even those with Nevermore blood. It can be overwhelming. I'm not easily overwhelmed, Wednesday reminded him. No, he agreed with a small smile. You're not. But even so, I would be remiss if I didn't warn you. Wednesday appreciated his candor. It was one of the qualities she valued most in their partnership, his willingness to speak truth without softening it for her benefit. Warning acknowledged, she said simply, returning to her task. The ritual components were indeed labeled in her mother's elegant script: vials of various powders, dried herbs, small crystals, and a silver knife similar to the one used in their binding ritual. Wednesday collected these with methodical precision, placing them in a black velvet pouch. One more thing, Kurama said as she finished. Mount Osor isn't merely corrupted by Lady Whisper. It's guarded. Wednesday looked up sharply. By whom? Not whom, Kurama corrected grimly. What? The boundary points have always attracted entities drawn to liminality, beings that exist in the spaces between realms, feeding on the energy that bleeds through. And the corruption would attract even more such entities, Wednesday reasoned. Exactly. Especially those aligned with the Unmaker's destructive aspect. Then we go prepared for resistance, Wednesday concluded, adding several more items to the pouch. Any specific entities I should be aware of? Kurama's expression darkened. There are rumors, nothing more, of a being called the Void Walker. A servant of the Unmaker's destructive aspect, said to travel between weakened points in the boundary. Rumors from where? From the freed guardians, Kurama replied. Fragments of information gleaned during their captivity. Lady Whisper spoke of this entity as a failsafe, something she could call upon if her own efforts were thwarted. Wednesday absorbed this new information with her usual composure, though internally she recognized the escalation of threat. Lady Whisper had been formidable enough, a servant directly connected to the Unmaker itself would be more dangerous still. Then we should expect the worst, she said practically. And hope for merely the disastrous. Kurama suggested with grim humor. Precisely. Wednesday closed the pouch and secured it within her coat. Hope is inefficient, but preparation rarely is. The journey to Mount Osor was long but uneventful, at least by Addams' family standards. Principal Weems had indeed arranged transportation, a private jet ostensibly belonging to Nevermore Academy's Board of Trustees, though Wednesday suspected its true ownership might be more complicated. The sleek aircraft accommodated their unusual party with surprising ease. Wednesday and Kurama sat together near the rear, using the time to strategize and, through their bond, to practice channeling their combined energies. Across the aisle, Enid alternated between napping and peppering Principal Weems with questions about Japan, boundary stones, and the physics of supernatural travel. At the front of the cabin sat the two kitsune who had elected to accompany them, Kizuna, the copper-furred six-tails, and Yukimaru, a white-furred seven-tailed guardian with eyes the color of Arctic ice. Unlike the boisterous Kizuna, Yukimaru remained mostly silent, his attention focused on the window beside him as if the clouds passing by held secrets only he could discern. He was the quietest of us even before captivity, Kurama explained through their bond when he noticed Wednesday studying the white kitsune. Yukimaru has always been a watcher, an observer. His insights, when he chooses to share them, are invariably valuable. And Kizuna? Wednesday prompted, glancing at the copper-furred guardian who was currently engaged in animated conversation with Principal Weems. She seems to have assumed leadership quite naturally. She was my second, Kurama replied, a hint of pride in his mental voice. When the ancient nine were still unified, Kizuna coordinated between us. Her 6 tails belie her true power, she chose not to develop additional tails, believing balance was more important than raw strength. Wednesday nodded, understanding this philosophy. A wise choice, given recent events. Their plane began its descent into Aomori Airport as dusk settled over northern Japan. Through the window, Wednesday could see the rugged coastline and distant mountains, shrouded in mist despite the season. Even from this altitude, something about the landscape felt different, older, more resonant with the boundary energy she was becoming increasingly sensitive to. "The veil is thin here," Kurama observed, following her gaze. "You can feel it, can't you?" "Yes," she admitted. "It's like static electricity against my skin. Constant but subtle." He nodded. "Your sensitivity increases. Soon you'll be able to perceive the boundary without conscious effort." The thought was both intriguing and slightly unsettling. Wednesday had always prided herself on her perceptiveness, but this was something beyond ordinary awareness, a connection to fundamental forces that shaped reality itself. Another step away from humanity as most understood it. Through their bond, Kurama sensed her contemplation. "It doesn't make you less human," he offered quietly. "It makes you more aware of what humanity has forgotten. Your ancestors understood these forces intimately. Modern humans have simply lost the knowledge." "A convenient perspective," Wednesday noted dryly. "Though I've never been particularly attached to conventional humanity." "I've noticed," Kurama replied with equal dryness. Their arrival proceeded smoothly, aided by whatever arrangements Principal Weems had made in advance. The Kitsune Guardians had shifted to more human-appearing forms for the journey, still distinctive with their unusual hair colors and markings, but less obviously supernatural. Kurama himself maintained the appearance Wednesday had first seen during the summoning ritual, his 9 tails invisible to ordinary perception though still faintly visible to her enhanced sight. From the airport, they traveled by private car to a small ryokan near the base of Mount Osor. The traditional inn seemed unnervingly normal given their purpose, with its paper screens, tatami floors, and quietly efficient staff who showed no reaction to their unusual group beyond polite bows. "The innkeeper knows," Kurama explained as they were shown to their rooms. "This place has hosted boundary keepers for centuries. They won't interfere or ask questions." Their accommodations were adjacent, Wednesday sharing with Enid, Kurama with Yukimaru, and Kizuna with Principal Weems. After settling in, they gathered in the inn's private dining room for a meal and final strategic discussions. "We should ascend the mountain at first light," Principal Weems suggested, studying a map spread between them on the low table. "The boundary stone is located near Sanzu no Kawa, the river of 3 crossings." "A fitting location," Kizuna noted. In Japanese Buddhist tradition, Sanzu no Kawa is where souls cross over after death, judged by their actions in life. "Another case of human mythology reflecting boundary reality," Kurama agreed. "The river marks a natural thin point between realms. The boundary stone was placed there to regulate the flow of energy. And now it's corrupted," Wednesday stated. "How will we recognize the effects?" Yukimaru spoke for the first time since their arrival, his voice soft but carrying a weight that commanded attention. "Corruption manifests physically. The land sickens. Water turns bitter. Plants grow twisted, if they grow at all." His ice-blue eyes fixed on Wednesday. "But you will feel it most strongly, Addams' child. Your blood will resonate with the stone's distress." "Comforting," Wednesday remarked flatly. "It's actually useful," Kizuna interjected. "Your sensitivity will help us locate the exact position of the stone. It may have been moved from its original setting as part of the corruption process." Enid, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during this exchange, finally spoke up. "So what exactly is the plan?" "We find this stone, Wednesday does some blood magic, and the boundary is fixed." "If only it were so simple," Principal Weems sighed. "The cleansing ritual requires several phases. First, identification and location. Then containment of any entities drawn to the corruption. Next, the actual cleansing using the Addams' blood right and the Guardian's power. Finally, reinforcement of the boundary at that point. And all while potentially facing resistance from this Void Walker entity Kurama mentioned, Wednesday added pragmatically. A somber silence fell over the group as they contemplated the magnitude of their task. Outside, rain began to fall, a gentle patter against the inn's traditional tile roof. Through the open shuji screen, they could see mist rolling down from the mountain, enveloping the landscape in ghostly white. "We should rest," Kizuna eventually suggested. "Tomorrow will demand all our strength." They retired to their respective rooms, though sleep proved elusive for Wednesday. The proximity to the corrupted boundary stone made her blood restless, humming with energies that responded to the wrongness emanating from the mountain above them. She lay on the futon, staring at the ceiling beams while beside her, Enid slept with the untroubled ease of someone whose connection to the supernatural was simpler, more defined. After an hour of stillness, Wednesday rose silently and slid open the screen door to the small garden adjacent to their room. The rain had stopped, but mist still clung to everything, transforming the carefully manicured space into something ethereal and otherworldly. She sensed Kurama's approach before she heard him, their bond allowing a mutual awareness that transcended ordinary perception. "You should be resting," he said quietly, materializing from the shadows of a maple tree. "So should you," she countered. He acknowledged this with a slight inclination of his head. "The boundary disturbance makes it difficult. I can feel the corruption even here." "As can I," Wednesday admitted. "It's like hearing a discordant note in a piece of music. Persistent and impossible to ignore once noticed." Kurama moved to stand beside her at the edge of the garden. In the moonlight that occasionally pierced the mist, his features seemed more vulpine, less constrained by human appearance. "There's something else," Wednesday observed, studying him. "Something beyond the corruption that concerns you." He smiled faintly at her perceptiveness. "Nothing escapes your notice, does it?" "Very little," she agreed. "What is it?" Kurama hesitated, then spoke carefully. "Kizuna and Yukimaru, they've been discussing the nature of our binding. And they disapprove," Wednesday surmised. "They question its necessity now that Lady Whisper has been driven back," Kurama clarified. In the long tradition of guardians and boundary keepers, bindings were temporary measures, enacted in times of crisis and dissolved when the immediate threat passed. "Yet you haven't suggested dissolving ours," Wednesday noted. "No," he admitted. "I haven't." The unspoken question hung between them, both aware of it through their connection but neither rushing to address it directly. Why maintain a binding that, by tradition, should be concluded? What purpose did their continued connection serve beyond the defeat of Lady Whisper? "Our task isn't complete," Wednesday finally said, providing the practical answer. "The boundary stones remain corrupted. The Void Walker threat looms. Pragmatism dictates maintaining all available advantages." "Pragmatism," Kurama repeated, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Yes, that would be the logical explanation." Through their bond, however, both recognized the partial truth of this rationale. The binding had become something more than a tactical alliance, a connection that felt increasingly essential to them both, though neither was entirely comfortable acknowledging why. "We should attempt sleep," Wednesday said after a moment. "As Kizuna noted, tomorrow will demand our full capabilities." Kurama nodded, though neither moved immediately to return to their rooms. They stood together in the misty garden, the boundary between them, like the boundary between realms, both definite and permeable, separate yet connected. "Wednesday," Kurama said softly. "Whatever happens on the mountain tomorrow, trust what you feel. Your blood knows the way, even if your mind questions it." She met his gaze, understanding the deeper meaning behind his words. "I always trust my instincts," she replied. "They've rarely led me astray." "Good," he said, and then, more quietly, "Sleep well, Wednesday Addams." He faded back into the shadows, leaving her alone with the mist and the distant, discordant hum of a boundary in distress. Dawn arrived shrouded in the same mist that had enveloped the mountain overnight, turning the world into a landscape of ghostly shapes and muffled sounds. They departed the inn shortly after sunrise, traveling by foot along an ancient pilgrimage path that wound its way up the slopes of Mount Osor. Wednesday led their procession, her awakening senses guiding her toward the corruption with unerring accuracy. Behind her came Kurama and the two guardian Kitsune, then Enid and Principal Weems bringing up the rear. They moved in silence, each focused on the task ahead and acutely aware of the increasing boundary disturbance as they ascended. The environment changed subtly at first, then more dramatically as they climbed higher. Healthy trees gave way to twisted, stunted growth. Clear streams became cloudy, their surfaces occasionally rippling without wind or other visible cause. The very air seemed thicker, harder to breathe, carrying a metallic taste that coated the tongue. The corruption spreads, Yukimaru observed quietly. More rapidly than expected. Lady Whisper's defeat may have accelerated it, Kizuna suggested. A final spiteful gesture. Wednesday paused at a bend in the path, her attention drawn to something beyond ordinary sight. Through her enhanced perception, she could see ripples in reality itself, places where the boundary between realms had worn so thin that Nevermore bled through in translucent overlays. "We're close," she announced. "The stone is near the river, as expected, but not at the traditional crossing point. It's been moved." "How can you tell?" Enid asked, slightly breathless from the climb and the increasingly oppressive atmosphere. "I can see the displacement," Wednesday replied simply, unable to fully articulate how she perceived the boundary disturbances. It was like explaining color to someone who had only seen in black and white. The vocabulary existed, but the experiential understanding did not. They left the main path, following Wednesday through increasingly inhospitable terrain. The vegetation had all but disappeared here, replaced by bare, blackened earth and rocks that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Even the mist behaved strangely, forming tendrils that moved with almost deliberate purpose, occasionally reaching toward them before retreating. The sound of flowing water grew louder, though distorted, sometimes rushing rapidly, sometimes barely audible, as if the river itself existed in multiple states simultaneously. When they finally reached its banks, the sight confirmed the severity of the corruption. Sanzu no Kawa, the river of three crossings, no longer resembled a natural watercourse. Its surface roiled with conflicting currents, some sections flowing backward while others moved too quickly to track. The water itself shifted between states, clear one moment, black and viscous the next, occasionally becoming something else entirely, a substance that resembled liquid shadow more than water. "There," Wednesday said, pointing to a small island in the middle of the river. Where a natural formation might have been covered with vegetation, this island was bare except for a single stone structure, an altar of some kind, atop which sat a dark object that pulsed with sickly energy. "The boundary stone," Kurama confirmed. "Removed from its proper housing and deliberately corrupted." "How do we reach it?" Principal Weems asked practically. "That water is clearly not safe to cross." In answer, Kizuna stepped forward, her 6 tails flaring with copper light. "We create a path," she said, extending her hands toward the river. Energy flowed from her fingertips, forming a pattern on the water's surface that gradually solidified into a narrow bridge of foxfire. "Quickly," she urged them. "I can't maintain this indefinitely in such corrupted conditions." Wednesday moved first, stepping onto the bridge of energy with unwavering confidence. The surface held firm beneath her feet, though she could feel the corrupted river fighting against Kizuna's power, trying to dissolve the temporary crossing. Kurama followed immediately behind her, his own power reinforcing Kizuna's work. Yukimaru came next, then Enid, who crossed with surprising grace despite her obvious nervousness, and finally Principal Weems. Kizuna herself came last, maintaining the bridge as she walked, allowing it to dissolve behind her. The island, when they reached it, felt wrong in ways that transcended physical discomfort. Reality itself seemed uncertain here, wavering like heat mirages on summer asphalt. The boundary stone sat atop its altar, no longer the perfect obsidian sphere it should have been. Cracks ran through its surface, leaking a viscous darkness that pooled around its base. The symbols etched into its surface had changed as well, twisted into new configurations that pulsed with malevolent purpose. "This is worse than I anticipated," Principal Weems murmured, her usual composure slipping slightly. "The corruption is nearly complete." "But not irreversible," Kizuna asserted firmly. We've arrived in time, barely. Addams' child, prepare the ritual. We guardians will establish a protective perimeter. Wednesday nodded, removing the black velvet pouch from inside her coat. With methodical precision, she began arranging the components her mother had provided, herbs, powders, crystals, in specific patterns around the corrupted stone. Through her blood, she could feel the stone's wrongness like a physical ache, a distortion in the natural order that demanded correction. Kurama and the other kitsune moved to form a triangle around the altar, their tails extended to create a barrier of energy that separated the island from the corrupted river surrounding it. Within this space, the fluctuations in reality calmed slightly, allowing Wednesday to work without the constant interference of boundary distortions. What can I do? Enid asked, watching the preparations with nervous energy. Maintain vigilance, Principal Weems instructed her. Your werewolf senses may detect approaching threats before they manifest fully. Watch the mist in particular, boundary entities often use it as cover. Enid nodded, transforming partially, just enough to enhance her senses while maintaining the ability to communicate. Her eyes turned amber, her ears elongated and shifted upward, and her nails extended into short claws. She moved to the edge of the kitsune barrier, alert and focused in a way Wednesday had rarely seen her roommate. With the protective perimeter established, Wednesday completed the ritual arrangement and turned to Principal Weems. The cleansing incantation, she prompted. From the Codex. Weems produced a small, leather-bound book from her jacket, not the full Codex Tenebrae, but what appeared to be key excerpts copied in her precise handwriting. The ritual requires 3 phases, she explained, turning to a marked page. First, containment of the corruption. Then extraction. Finally, purification and restoration. Wednesday nodded, taking the offered book and scanning the incantation. The words were in no language she recognized consciously, yet they seemed familiar, as if her blood remembered them from ancestral memory. I'll need blood for this, she noted, removing the silver knife from her ritual components. Yes, Weems confirmed. But be cautious. In this corrupted environment, your blood will have pronounced effects. Wednesday met her gaze steadily. Define pronounced. Your blood carries both aspects of the Unmaker, Weems explained. The creative and destructive principles in balance. When it encounters pure corruption, which represents only the destructive aspect, the reaction can be volatile. Volatile as in dangerous, or volatile as in effective? Wednesday pressed. Both, Weems admitted. With characteristic pragmatism, Wednesday accepted this assessment without further questioning. She positioned herself before the corrupted stone, knife in hand, and began the first phase of the incantation. The words felt strange in her mouth, yet natural, as if she'd spoken them in dreams or in some forgotten lifetime. As the ancient syllables filled the air, the corruption on the stone responded, the viscous darkness pulsing and writhing, trying to retreat into the cracks from which it had emerged. Wednesday continued, her voice growing stronger as she connected more deeply with the ritual's purpose. When the incantation reached its first culmination, she drew the silver knife across her palm in one smooth motion. Blood welled up, dark against her pale skin, and she held her hand over the stone, allowing 3 drops to fall onto its corrupted surface. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Where her blood touched the darkness, light erupted, not warm golden light, but something colder, bluer, like starlight distilled into liquid form. The corruption hissed and recoiled, trying to escape this purifying influence. Wednesday felt the stone's resistance through her blood connection, a malevolent intelligence fighting against the cleansing, trying to maintain its foothold in the boundary. She pushed harder, moving into the second phase of the ritual, her voice never faltering despite the increasing pressure building around them. The Kitsune Guardians reinforced their energy barrier as the corruption fought back more violently. Tendrils of darkness shot from the stone, only to be intercepted by foxfire from Kurama, Kizuna, and Yukimaru. The air filled with the smell of ozone and something else, something older, like earth long buried and suddenly exposed to air. Something's coming. Enid called out, her enhanced senses picking up disturbances beyond their protective perimeter. The mist, it's gathering, taking shape. Outside their barrier, the mist had indeed begun to coalesce into more substantial forms, shadowy approximations of human and animal shapes that circled the island like predators assessing prey. These boundary entities, drawn by the ritual's power, pressed against the Kitsune barrier with increasing force. Maintain the ritual, Kurama instructed Wednesday, his voice tense with effort. We'll handle the entities. Wednesday nodded without breaking her recitation, moving inexorably toward the final phase of the cleansing. More of her blood flowed now, not just from her palm but from her fingertips, drawn forth by the ritual's demands without requiring additional cuts. It spiraled around the boundary stone in complex patterns, each drop pulling more corruption from the cracked obsidian. As the cleansing progressed, Wednesday began to experience exactly what Kurama had warned her about: visions, memories, knowledge flowing into her consciousness through her connection to the stone, a mountain unmarked by human presence, the boundary between realms so thin that creatures walked freely between worlds. The first ones in council, deciding the fate of realms grown too intermingled, the danger of the Unmaker's increasing instability. The original Guardian Kitsune, newly formed from the essence of the boundary itself, tasked with maintaining the separation between worlds. The first boundary keeper, a woman with Wednesday's eyes, accepting the burden of the divided blood, becoming the living anchor for a cosmic division. These images flashed through her mind even as she continued the ritual, her voice never faltering despite the flood of ancient knowledge. Through their bond, Kurama sensed what she was experiencing and sent waves of stabilizing energy, helping her process the information without becoming overwhelmed by it. Outside their protective barrier, the boundary entities had grown more aggressive. Dozens now surrounded the island, pressing against the Kitsune's defenses with increasing coordination, as if directed by some unseen intelligence. This isn't random, Kizuna called out, her 6 tails blazing with effort. Something is organizing them, directing their assault. The Void Walker. Principal Weems suggested, moving to reinforce Kizuna's position with boundary magic of her own. I fear so, Yukimaru confirmed, his ice-blue eyes scanning the gathering entities. These lesser manifestations are merely the vanguard. As if summoned by their discussion, the mist beyond the river suddenly darkened, forming a vortex that towered above the surrounding landscape. The swirling vapor gradually coalesced into a massive figure that defied complete description, part humanoid, part void, with limbs that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously and a face that was less a face than an absence where features should be. The Void Walker, Kurama identified it grimly. A direct manifestation of the Unmaker's destructive aspect. The entity regarded them from across the river, its non-face somehow conveying both curiosity and malevolence. When it spoke, the words bypassed the air entirely, manifesting directly in their minds with a cold precision that felt like icicles forming in the brain. The Addams child attempts restoration. Futile. The boundary fails. The rejoining approaches. Not while I stand, Wednesday replied, completing the second phase of the ritual and moving into the third without hesitation. Her blood now completely encircled the boundary stone, having drawn forth most of the corruption. The obsidian sphere was beginning to regain its original appearance, the cracks sealing as the darkness was extracted. The Void Walker seemed to ripple with something like amusement. Stand. You are temporary. I am eternal. I am entropy itself, the final state of all things. It extended an impossibly long arm across the river, not touching the water but passing above it like a shadow cast by no discernible light source. Where this limb approached their barrier, the Kitsune's foxfire sputtered and dimmed, struggling against the entity's fundamental nullification. We can't hold against that for long, Kizuna warned, her voice strained. Finish the ritual, Addams child. Wednesday increased her pace, pushing more power into the final phase of the cleansing. The boundary stone responded, its surface now completely restored, the symbols realigning into their proper configuration. It began to glow with an inner light, not the sickly pulse of corruption, but the steady radiance of a properly functioning boundary anchor. The Void Walker sensed the stone's restoration and abandoned subtlety. It surged forward, its massive form dissolving into thousands of smaller shadow entities that swarmed toward the island from all directions. The Kitsune barrier flickered under this concentrated assault, sections beginning to fail despite their best efforts. Wednesday. Kurama called out, abandoning his position to move closer to her. You need to complete the ritual now. She nodded, understanding the urgency. The final words of the incantation rose to her lips, ancient syllables that resonated with the boundary itself. As she spoke them, her blood, which had formed a complex pattern around the stone, began to glow with the same inner light as the obsidian sphere. The Void Walker's attack intensified, shadow entities breaking through the weakening barrier at multiple points. Enid, partially transformed, intercepted several with surprising ferocity, her werewolf nature allowing her to physically engage these semi-substantial beings. Principal Weems deployed boundary magic with impressive skill, creating secondary barriers where the Kitsune's defenses had failed. Wednesday reached the ritual's crescendo, the final words emerging not just from her lips but from her very essence. The boundary stone responded, rising from the altar to hover before her, perfectly restored and pulsing in sync with her heartbeat. In that moment of perfect alignment between keeper and stone, Wednesday experienced a flash of pure insight, understanding flowing into her consciousness with crystalline clarity. The boundary stones were never meant to be separate from their keepers. The division was artificial, a compromise made in haste when the original plan proved too demanding for a single bloodline to bear. The Addams family's purpose wasn't merely to guard the boundary, but to eventually reunify the stones with their blood, becoming living anchors for the divided realms. Her own existence, her unique temperament, her affinity for darkness balanced by unwavering moral clarity, was the culmination of generations of careful bloodline preservation, preparing for this moment. This revelation cascaded through her mind even as the ritual reached its completion. The boundary stone pulsed once more, then shot upward in a beam of concentrated energy that pierced the corrupted mist above them. Where this beam touched the distorted boundary between realms, restoration spread outward like ripples in a pond, realigning what had been twisted. The Void Walker roared in frustration, the sound manifesting as a wave of anti-sound that momentarily cancelled all other noise. It redoubled its attack, shadow entities swarming toward Wednesday now, recognizing her as the primary threat to its purpose. Kurama moved without hesitation, placing himself between Wednesday and the oncoming shadows. His 9 tails flared with protective fire, incinerating the first wave of entities, but there were too many. They surrounded him, trying to separate him from Wednesday as she completed the ritual. Kurama, she called out, seeing his predicament but unable to abandon the boundary stone in this crucial moment of restoration. Finish it, he shouted back, fighting with increasing desperation as more shadow entities broke through. The Void Walker itself had begun to reconstitute from its fragmented assault, forming a more concentrated presence that moved inexorably toward Wednesday. Its non-face regarded her with cold calculation. You cannot stand against inevitability, child of divided blood. The Unmaker returns. The realms rejoin. Surrender the stone. The Addams family doesn't surrender, Wednesday replied flatly, channeling more of her blood into the final moments of the ritual. The boundary stone responded, its glow intensifying as the restoration spread further across the corrupted landscape. Sensing imminent defeat, the Void Walker abandoned all restraint. It lunged forward, its form stretching across the remaining distance like ink spilled through water. Kurama, still fighting the shadow entities, couldn't intercept this direct assault. Kizuna and Yukimaru were similarly occupied, their defensive positions overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers. Wednesday saw the danger but couldn't move. The ritual held her in place, her blood now physically connected to the boundary stone by strands of glowing energy. Interrupting the process at this critical juncture would undo all they had accomplished and potentially make the corruption worse than before. It was Enid, brave, impulsive Enid, who acted in that crucial moment. Fully transformed into her werewolf form, she launched herself at the Void Walker with reckless courage, intercepting its advance with teeth and claws that shouldn't have affected such an entity yet somehow did. The Void Walker recoiled momentarily, surprised by the effectiveness of this unexpected defense. Werewolves, as creatures of dual nature, existed partially in the liminal space the entity called home, giving Enid's attack more substance than it had anticipated. But surprise quickly gave way to cold calculation. The Void Walker reformed around Enid, engulfing her smaller form in its vastness. Her wolfish cry of pain cut through the air. Enid! Wednesday called out, genuine alarm breaking through her usual composure. Kurama, hearing the distress in her voice, fought with renewed vigor, tearing through the shadow entities that separated him from Enid and the Void Walker. Wednesday, he shouted. The stone, is it stable enough? She assessed the boundary stone with her awakened senses. The restoration was nearly complete, the corruption almost entirely cleansed. Almost, she replied tensely. Seconds more. We don't have seconds, Kurama responded grimly, watching as the Void Walker began to crush Enid within its amorphous form. I need to engage it directly. It's too powerful, Kizuna warned, her 6 tails lashing as she fought to maintain what remained of their perimeter. Even for you, 9 tails. I have no choice, Kurama replied, his decision made. Wednesday felt his intention through their bond. He would confront the Void Walker directly, using the full extent of his power regardless of the personal cost. The risk was enormous, direct engagement with such an entity could destroy even an ancient 9 guardian. Wait, she called out, making an instant decision of her own. With precise movements, she altered the final component of the ritual, redirecting her blood connection to the stone into a new configuration. Wednesday, what are you doing? Principal Weems asked sharply, recognizing the deviation from the traditional ritual. Improvising, Wednesday replied, her voice steady despite the enormity of what she was attempting. Through the visions granted by the boundary stone, she had glimpsed possibilities beyond the standard restoration, ways to use her unique blood connection to extend the stone's power. With the new pattern established, she completed the ritual with words that came not from the codex but from her own awakened understanding. The boundary stone pulsed once, then exploded into countless particles of light that scattered outward in all directions. For a moment, everyone, Kitsune Guardians, Principal Weems, even the Void Walker itself, froze in apparent horror. The boundary stone, one of the 9 anchors maintaining separation between realms, appeared to have been destroyed. Then the particles of light reversed direction, coalescing not around the altar where the stone had sat, but around Wednesday herself. They spiraled around her, sinking into her skin, her blood, her very essence. Her eyes glowed with the same inner light that had emanated from the stone, and when she spoke, her voice carried harmonics that resonated with the boundary itself. I am the stone. The stone is me. As it was always meant to be. The Void Walker released Enid, its attention now fully fixed on Wednesday. It recognized what had happened. The boundary stone hadn't been destroyed but absorbed, integrated into the bloodline that had always been meant to house it. Impossible, it projected, the mental voice now tinged with uncertainty. The division was absolute. The keepers were separate from the stones. A temporary arrangement, Wednesday replied, her voice still carrying those boundary harmonics. Now corrected. With a gesture, she sent a wave of pure boundary energy toward the Void Walker. Where this energy touched the entity, it didn't destroy so much as define, imposing limitations, creating edges where there had been only amorphous potential. The Void Walker shrieked as it was forced into a more concrete form, its ability to exist in multiple states simultaneously curtailed. Kurama, seeing the opening this created, launched his own attack. 9 tails of foxfire struck the increasingly solid Void Walker from different angles, finding purchase where before they would have passed through indeterminate shadow. Kizuna. Yukimaru, he called to his fellow guardians. Now. The copper-furred and white-furred kitsune added their power to his, creating a triangulation of foxfire that surrounded the Void Walker completely. The entity fought against this containment, but its power was diminished by Wednesday's boundary energy, its fundamental formlessness compromised. Wednesday approached the contained entity, each step leaving momentary impressions of light on the corrupted ground. The boundary stone's energy flowed through her, seeking expression, purpose. "You are entropy," she acknowledged, addressing the Void Walker directly. "But not all entropy leads to destruction. Some leads to transformation, to new states of being." She reached out, touching the containment field with one hand. Where her fingers made contact, the foxfire turned from orange gold to the same cold blue as the boundary energy that now suffused her. "Return to Nevermore," she commanded. "Your purpose here is denied." The Void Walker struggled against this decree, but the combined power of the boundary stone and 3 guardian kitsune proved too great. With a final, soundless cry of rage, it collapsed inward, compressed by the containment field until it vanished entirely, banished back to the spaces between realms where it could do no further damage. As the entity disappeared, the corrupted landscape around them began to heal. The river returned to its natural flow, the mist dissipated, and healthy vegetation sprouted from soil that moments before had been blighted and barren. Wednesday stood motionless, absorbing what had just happened. The boundary stone's energy continued to flow through her, seeking equilibrium with her own essence. Through the stone's knowledge, she understood the magnitude of what she had done. She had become a living boundary anchor, something no Addams had attempted since the first keeper herself. Enid, returned to human form, approached her cautiously. "Wednesday? Are you?" "More or less," Wednesday replied, her voice gradually returning to its normal register as the boundary harmonics faded. "With some additions." Kurama joined them, his 9 tails still partially manifested but no longer blazing with combat energy. His expression was a complex mixture of awe, concern, and something deeper that flowed through their bond without requiring verbal expression. "You integrated the boundary stone," he said simply. "You became what your ancestor was always meant to be." "A living anchor," Wednesday confirmed. "It seemed the most efficient solution to our immediate problem." "Efficient isn't the word I'd use," Principal Weems interjected, her usual composure thoroughly disrupted. "Do you have any idea what you've done? The risk you've taken?" "I do, actually," Wednesday replied with unexpected certainty. "The stone's knowledge transferred along with its energy. I understand its purpose now, and mine." Kizuna and Yukimaru approached, both regarding Wednesday with new respect and evident caution. "This changes our approach," Kizuna said thoughtfully. "If one stone can be integrated, perhaps the others." "No," Wednesday interrupted. "Not yet. The integration is intense. I need time to adjust before attempting another." "But it's possible," Yukimaru observed quietly. "After centuries of separation, the original design reasserts itself. The Addams bloodline reclaims its true purpose." Wednesday nodded, feeling the boundary stone's energy settling within her, becoming less foreign, more an extension of herself. The process was not without discomfort. Her body and mind were adapting to energies never meant for individual containment, but it was manageable, at least for now. "We should return to the inn," Kurama suggested, noting her fatigue despite her composed exterior. "You need rest to properly integrate the stone's essence." As they prepared to leave the now restored island, Principal Weems drew Wednesday aside. "I must contact your parents immediately," she said, her voice low and urgent. "What you've done, it's unprecedented in modern times." "But not in ancient ones," Wednesday replied. The first keeper held multiple boundary stones within herself. The Codex references this. In obscure passages most considered metaphorical, Weems countered. "The risk is already taken," Wednesday finished for her. "And proved successful. The boundary at Mount Osor is restored, the Void Walker banished, and we've discovered a more direct method of cleansing the remaining stones." Weems studied her with a mixture of frustration and reluctant admiration. "Your mother warned me about your tendency toward unilateral action. An Addams family trait," Wednesday acknowledged without apology. "Particularly useful in crisis situations." They made their way back across the river, now calm enough to cross by conventional means, a small boat found conveniently moored where none had been before, another sign of the boundary's restoration bringing normalcy back to the area. As they descended the mountain, Wednesday felt the world differently through her enhanced connection to the boundary. She could perceive the thin places, the spots where Nevermore pressed close against the human realm. More significantly, she could sense the other corrupted boundary stones, distant pulses of wrongness that called for correction. Kurama walked beside her, occasionally steadying her when the stone's integration caused momentary disorientation. Through their bond, he provided a constant anchor of his own, helping her process the flood of new sensations and knowledge. "The other guardians will have questions," he said quietly as they neared the inn. "What you've done changes the dynamic between keepers and guardians." "How so?" Wednesday asked, genuinely curious about his perspective. "The original arrangement was partnership, guardians protecting the stones, keepers maintaining the ritual knowledge." He glanced at her with those penetrating red eyes. "But if keepers can integrate the stones directly?" "Our roles evolve," Wednesday finished, understanding his concern. "But don't become obsolete. Integration doesn't grant me a guardian's abilities or perspective. It creates new possibilities for cooperation, not replacement." Kurama nodded, clearly relieved by this assessment. "You continue to surprise me, Wednesday Addams." "Good," she replied with the faintest hint of a smile. "Predictability is tedious." The inn welcomed them back with the same quiet efficiency with which it had received them, the staff showing no reaction to their disheveled appearance or Enid's occasional involuntary partial transformations, aftereffects of her close encounter with the Void Walker. They gathered in Wednesday's room, the space barely accommodating their entire party. Principal Weems had already contacted Morticia, conveying the unexpected development in terms that Wednesday suspected were deliberately measured to avoid causing undue alarm. "Your mother is concerned," Weems reported after the call. "But not surprised, which I find somewhat troubling. The Addams bloodline has always had its secrets," Kizuna noted. "Even from their guardian partners." "Not secrets," Wednesday corrected. "Possibilities. Potentialities maintained through careful preservation of certain traits. Like your affinity for shadows," Kurama observed. "And my general disposition," Wednesday added dryly. Apparently, emotional equilibrium is essential for maintaining the balance between creative and destructive aspects when integrating boundary stones. "That explains so much," Enid muttered, then blushed when everyone looked at her. "I just meant, why you're so emotionally reserved." Wednesday supplied. "I was going to say, intensely Wednesday, but sure, that works too." Despite the gravity of their situation, this exchange lightened the mood momentarily. Even Yukimaru, the most serious of their group, displayed what might have been the ghost of a smile. "The question now," Principal Weems said, returning them to practical matters, "is how we proceed. The other boundary stones remain corrupted, and after today's confrontation, the Void Walker will certainly report to whatever higher authority it serves." "Lady Whisper," Kurama suggested. "Or perhaps directly to the Unmaker's destructive aspect itself." "Either way, our task has become more urgent," Kizuna agreed. "We should coordinate with the other teams immediately." Wednesday closed her eyes briefly, accessing the boundary stone's knowledge that now resided within her. "The next nearest corrupted stone is in Siberia," she said, opening her eyes. "At Lake Baikal, another thin place between realms. My brother and cousin Itt are closest," Enid noted, checking her phone. "They've just reached the Antarctic stone and report similar corruption to what we found here." "And your parents?" Wednesday asked. "Mom says they're in northern India, near a place called the Hanging Valley. The stone there is heavily guarded by entities similar to what we faced." Wednesday considered this information, feeling the boundary stone's energy pulse within her as she formulated their next steps. "We should proceed to Lake Baikal immediately," she decided. "With the method of integration now established, we can cleanse the stones more efficiently than originally planned." "Are you certain you can handle another integration so soon?" Kurama asked, genuine concern flowing through their bond. The process is clearly taxing. I'm adapting quickly, Wednesday replied, which was true, if somewhat understated. The boundary stone's energy had begun to synchronize with her own essence, the initial discomfort fading as her body and mind accommodated this new dimension of her existence. There's something else we must consider, Yukimura spoke up, his quiet voice drawing everyone's attention. The Void Walker's banishment is temporary. It will return, and likely with reinforcements. If the Unmaker's destructive aspect becomes directly involved. He left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Their victory at Mount Osor, while significant, had escalated the conflict. The forces opposing the boundary's restoration would respond with greater power and determination. Then we must gather reinforcements of our own, Wednesday stated pragmatically. Beyond my family and the freed guardians. Who did you have in mind? Weems asked cautiously. Wednesday's expression remained impassive, but through their bond, Kurama sensed the calculated risk she was contemplating. Lady Whisper herself, she said finally. A stunned silence followed this declaration. Lady Whisper. Enid repeated incredulously. The same Lady Whisper who tried to collect you, corrupted the boundary stones in the first place, and is basically serving the cosmic force of destruction. The very same, Wednesday confirmed. She's been defeated but not destroyed. And while she serves the Unmaker's destructive aspect, she does so from self-interest, not devotion. You believe she can be turned, Kurama surmised, following her reasoning. I believe she can be persuaded that her current allegiance no longer serves her interests, Wednesday clarified. Particularly if the alternative is the complete unmaking of both realms, including her precious collections. It's not entirely without precedent, Kizuna admitted reluctantly. Lady Whisper has changed allegiances before, when the cosmic balance shifted. She values her own preservation above all else. But how would we even approach her? Principal Weems asked. She's retreated to Nevermore, presumably to her castle. Through the boundary, Wednesday replied simply. With the stone integrated, I can create controlled openings, not breaches, but focus passages that lead directly to specific locations in Nevermore. This capability, another aspect of the boundary stone's power now available to her, had emerged during the integration process. The stone didn't merely maintain separation between realms, it facilitated controlled interaction when necessary. Assuming we could reach her, Kurama said, engaging with the strategy despite his evident reservations, what makes you think she would listen? She has no reason to trust us. She has every reason to listen, Wednesday countered. I now embody something she's sought for centuries, a direct connection to the boundary's power. That alone will guarantee her attention. The group fell silent, considering the audacity of what Wednesday proposed. Turning their most dangerous adversary into an ally seemed impossible on its face, yet the logic behind the strategy was difficult to dismiss entirely. It's too risky, Principal Weems finally declared. We should focus on cleansing the remaining stones, building our strength through more conventional means. With respect, Principal Weems, Wednesday replied, conventional means may prove insufficient against what comes next. The Void Walker was merely a servant. If the Unmaker's destructive aspect manifests more directly, we will need every possible advantage. The discussion continued well into the evening, strategies proposed and rejected, risks weighed against potential benefits. Throughout it all, Wednesday maintained her characteristic composure, the boundary stone's energy now flowing through her with increasing harmony. Eventually, fatigue overcame even supernatural stamina. The Kitsune Guardians retired to meditate rather than sleep, while Principal Weems retreated to her room to coordinate with the other teams via secure communications. Enid, exhausted from her werewolf transformation and subsequent battle with the Void Walker, fell asleep almost instantly, leaving Wednesday and Kurama alone in the small garden outside their rooms. The night was clear, stars visible in patterns that seemed subtly different to Wednesday's enhanced perception. Through the boundary stone, she could see the corresponding constellations of Nevermore superimposed over the familiar night sky, the two realms' celestial arrangements complementary rather than identical. You're seeing both skies, Kurama observed, noticing her upward gaze. The integration progresses rapidly. Yes, she acknowledged. The stone's knowledge continues to unfold within me. It's extensive. Ancient beyond human reckoning, Kurama agreed. Created at the moment of separation, containing the complete history of the boundary itself. Wednesday looked at him directly. Including the history of the Guardians, she noted. I understand now why you were exiled, Kurama. He tensed visibly, though their bond conveyed more resignation than alarm. And what have you learned? That you argued against the complete separation of realms, she said quietly. That you believed the boundary should be permeable, allowing limited interaction rather than absolute division. A minority position among the Ancient Nine, he confirmed, his voice carefully neutral. A correct position, Wednesday stated with unexpected conviction. The boundary was never meant to be absolute or permanent. It was a temporary measure, established until a better solution could be found. Kurama studied her with those ancient red eyes. A controversial perspective, even now. Some would call it dangerously close to the Unmaker's own goal of reunification. There's a difference between controlled interaction and chaotic collapse, Wednesday replied. The first keeper understood this. So did you. Through their bond, she felt his surprise at this affirmation, and beneath it, a profound relief that someone finally understood the nuance of his ancient position. The other guardians still view any weakening of the boundary as inherently dangerous, he said after a moment. Centuries of rigid separation have calcified their thinking. Then they'll need to evolve, Wednesday said simply. As the boundary must. As we all must. Kurama's 9 tails, visible in this private moment, moved thoughtfully behind him. Starting with Lady Whisper, he asked, returning to their earlier strategic discussion. A calculated risk, Wednesday admitted. But potentially valuable. She understands both realms better than most, having collected from each for millennia. And if she betrays us? Then we'll have confirmed her immutability, Wednesday replied pragmatically. And proceeded accordingly. Kurama laughed softly, a rare sound that carried genuine amusement. Your capacity for ruthless assessment is remarkable, Wednesday Addams. Another family trait, she acknowledged. Though apparently one cultivated for specific purpose rather than mere temperament. They fell silent, each contemplating the path ahead. The integration of the boundary stone had changed more than just Wednesday's capabilities, it had altered the fundamental dynamic of their mission. What had begun as a straightforward quest to cleanse corruption had evolved into something more complex, more profound, a potential reimagining of the relationship between realms. Whatever we decide, Kurama said eventually, we face it together. The binding ensures that much, at least. Wednesday nodded, feeling the truth of his words through their connection. The boundary stone within her recognized Kurama as its guardian, just as he recognized her as its keeper. Together, they formed something the boundary itself had always intended, a balanced partnership between realms. Rest, he advised, seeing fatigue finally beginning to affect her despite her best efforts to conceal it. Tomorrow brings new challenges, whichever path we choose. As she returned to her room, leaving Kurama to his own contemplations beneath the dual-aspect stars, Wednesday felt the boundary stone's energy pulse once more within her. It wasn't simply power she had absorbed, but purpose, a cosmic role her bloodline had been preparing for since the first keeper accepted the division of the Unmaker. She was no longer just Wednesday Addams, perpetual outsider with a penchant for the macabre. She was now something both more and less than human, a living boundary between creation and destruction, between structure and entropy, between realms that had been artificially separated but always remained connected. As she drifted toward sleep, one final revelation from the boundary stone surfaced in her consciousness: the first keeper never intended her descendants to maintain 9 separate stones indefinitely. The ultimate goal was reunification, not of the realms, but of the boundary itself, consolidated within a single keeper with the strength to balance both aspects of existence. That keeper was to be the last of the line, the culmination of careful bloodline preservation across generations. That keeper was to be her. With this knowledge resonating through her being, Wednesday Addams closed her eyes, the living boundary stone within her pulsing in perfect synchronization with her heartbeat as both prepared for what would come next. Chapter 5, Primordial Light. The passage between realms resembled nothing so much as walking through a waterfall of shadows, cold, disorienting, and strangely invigorating. Wednesday moved with confident purpose, the boundary stone's energy flowing through her veins guiding her steps through what should have been impenetrable separation. Behind her came Kurama, his 9 tails fully manifested in this liminal space, and Enid, who had flatly refused to be left behind despite the obvious dangers. Principal Weems had remained in the human realm to coordinate with the other teams working to cleanse the remaining boundary stones, while Kizuna and Yukimaru had departed for Siberia to prepare for their arrival at Lake Baikal. "Are you sure this is the right approach?" Enid whispered as they traversed the boundary, her voice sounding simultaneously too loud and impossibly distant in the non-space between worlds. "No," Wednesday replied honestly. "But certainty is a luxury we can't afford." The decision to approach Lady Whisper directly had not been unanimous. Principal Weems had argued strenuously against it, citing the collector's demonstrated untrustworthiness and centuries of deliberate boundary corruption. Even Kurama had harbored reservations, though he ultimately supported Wednesday's strategy with characteristic loyalty. Only the boundary stone's knowledge, now integrated into Wednesday's consciousness, provided any real confidence. Through it, she understood Lady Whisper on a fundamental level, not as a simple villain, but as a complex entity whose actions, however destructive, stemmed from a coherent if alien perspective. The shadows parted before them, revealing the twisted landscape of Nevermore, familiar yet changed since their last visit. The purple sky churned with unnatural storms, and the black trees bent at impossible angles, as if reality itself was under strain. In the distance loomed Whisperweb Castle, its crystalline spires capturing and distorting what little light filtered through the turbulent clouds. "The boundary weakens further," Kurama observed grimly. "The Unmaker's influence grows stronger." Wednesday nodded, feeling the deterioration through her enhanced senses. The integration of a single boundary stone had slowed the process but not halted it entirely. 7 corrupted anchors still pulled at the cosmic division, drawing the realms inexorably closer to catastrophic convergence. "How do we approach?" Enid asked, her partial werewolf transformation maintaining itself unconsciously in response to the threatening environment. "I doubt Lady Whisper leaves her front door unlocked after what happened last time." "We won't need doors," Wednesday replied. With deliberate movements, she extended her shadow across the alien soil, watching as it stretched far beyond natural limitations, reaching toward the distant castle like a probing tendril. Where her shadow touched the castle's foundation, a connection formed, dark recognizing dark, boundary reaching to boundary. Through this tenuous link, Wednesday sent a message, not in words but in pure intention: "We come to parley. Mutual interest demands conversation." For long moments, nothing happened. Then, like an ink stain spreading through water, a response traveled back along her shadow link: "Enter, Addams child. Your audacity earns you that much, at least." The shadow tendril solidified, forming a pathway of absolute darkness that led directly to one of the castle's lower entrances. Wednesday stepped onto this bridge without hesitation, Kurama and Enid following close behind. "Be alert," Kurama cautioned, his tails moving in defensive patterns. Lady Whisper may honor the parley, but her definition of hospitality tends toward the possessive. They traversed the shadow bridge, which felt simultaneously solid and insubstantial beneath their feet. As they approached the castle, details emerged from the crystalline structure: walls composed of frozen whispers, windows that captured and replayed fragments of ancient conversations, spires that resonated with harmonic frequencies no human ear was meant to perceive. The entrance opened before them, revealing a corridor that seemed to extend far longer than the castle's external dimensions should have allowed. At its end stood Lady Whisper herself, her silver beauty somehow more terrible in her own domain. She wore a gown that appeared to be woven from solidified moonlight, and her eyes reflected everything and revealed nothing. "Wednesday Addams," she greeted, her voice a symphony of overlapping harmonics. "How unexpected to find you at my threshold so soon after our last disagreement." Her silver gaze shifted to Kurama. "And the last guardian, still bound to this human child. Fascinating." Her attention finally settled on Enid, who struggled not to fidget under the inhuman scrutiny. "You've even brought a pet. How quaint." "Enid is neither pet nor negotiable collateral," Wednesday stated flatly. "She is here by choice and will depart the same way." Lady Whisper's perfect features arranged themselves into an expression of mild surprise. "Negotiations haven't even begun, yet you already established terms. Bold, for visitors in my realm." "We didn't come to exchange pleasantries," Wednesday replied. "The boundary fails. The Unmaker stirs. These facts supersede our personal enmity." Lady Whisper studied her with new intensity, silver eyes narrowing. "You've changed since our last encounter. The boundary stone, you've integrated it." She took a step forward, genuine interest overtaking her calculated aloofness. "Remarkable. The first keeper's design reasserts itself after all these millennia." "You know about the original design," Wednesday observed. "Not a question, but a confirmation." "Of course I do," Lady Whisper replied with a dismissive wave. "I was there, child. Before the separation, during the Great Sundering, after the establishment of the boundary. I have collected memories and knowledge since before your bloodline existed." She gestured for them to follow as she turned and glided down the corridor. "Come. If we are to discuss cosmic calamity, we might as well do so comfortably." They followed at a cautious distance, moving deeper into Whisperweb Castle. The corridors twisted in non-Euclidean patterns, occasionally opening into vast chambers filled with Lady Whisper's collections, moments of beauty frozen in time, objects of power suspended in crystalline cases, beings in various states of transformation preserved like butterflies pinned to velvet. "What happened to the students you took?" Enid asked suddenly, her concern overriding her fear. "Eugene and Yoko, where are they?" Lady Whisper paused, glancing back with mild surprise. "The werewolf speaks. How novel." She considered the question with apparent indifference. "Your classmates proved less interesting than anticipated. I released them back to your realm once their purpose as bait was fulfilled." "Released them where?" Enid pressed. "Where they belonged," Lady Whisper replied cryptically. "Places that resonated with their essence." Before Enid could ask for clarification, they arrived at their destination, a circular chamber at the heart of the castle. Unlike the crystalline construction of the outer portions, this room appeared to be composed of pure shadow given form and substance. At its center floated 7 obsidian spheres, each crackling with corrupted energy, the remaining boundary stones. "My contribution to the current situation," Lady Whisper announced with a gesture that was almost proud. "The fruits of centuries of patient work." Wednesday approached the floating stones, feeling their wrongness like discordant notes in a once perfect symphony. Through her integrated stone, she sensed the corruption, not merely surface damage but fundamental alteration, the original balancing mechanism twisted to serve entropy alone. "Why?" she asked simply. "What purpose does unmaking serve a collector? Your possessions would be destroyed along with everything else." Lady Whisper's perfect lips curved into a smile that never reached her silver eyes. "What makes you believe destruction is the Unmaker's only purpose? Or that I serve it blindly without assurances for my own continuance?" She circled the floating stones with liquid grace. "The separation of realms was always artificial," Wednesday Addams. "A desperate measure by beings who feared what they couldn't control. The Unmaker wasn't destroyed, merely divided, split into its creative and destructive aspects and bound to separate realms. Creating the imbalance that has defined existence ever since," Kurama added, his voice tight with controlled anger. "The human realm trending toward rigid order, Nevermore toward fluid chaos." "Precisely," Lady Whisper agreed. "Neither realm existing as it should, both diminished by division. She paused beside one of the corrupted stones, trailing elongated fingers across its surface. What I seek isn't destruction, but transformation. A return to the original state of possibility, where forms are fluid and potential is unlimited. At the cost of everything that currently exists, Wednesday countered. Is that cost so high? Lady Whisper challenged. Your human realm clings to stasis, to forms that resist change. My realm suffers the opposite fate, constant flux without foundation. Both are crippled versions of what reality should be. She fixed Wednesday with that silver gaze. But you sense this, don't you? Through the boundary stone you've integrated. You feel the wrongness of separation, the artificial nature of the division. Your blood remembers what was meant to be. Wednesday remained outwardly impassive, though internally she acknowledged the partial truth in Lady Whisper's words. The boundary stone's knowledge included memories of the time before separation, a reality more fluid yet more whole than either current realm. There was a certain compelling logic to the collector's argument, a seductive simplicity to the idea of returning to that state of primordial potential. The current boundary is flawed, Wednesday conceded. But uncontrolled collapse would be catastrophic. The Void Walker doesn't seek balance, it seeks absolute entropy. The Void Walker is but one aspect of a greater whole, Lady Whisper dismissed. A fragment that will be reintegrated, its excesses tempered by reunion with its creative counterpart. A convenient belief, Kurama interjected skeptically. Based on what evidence? Lady Whisper's expression hardened momentarily. Based on assurances from the highest authority, Ninetales. From the Unmaker itself, or rather, from the portion of it that remains cognizant despite division. This revelation created a heavy silence. Wednesday exchanged glances with Kurama, both recognizing the implications. If Lady Whisper communicated directly with some remaining consciousness of the Unmaker, the situation was even more complex than they had realized. You've spoken with it, Wednesday stated. I have served it, Lady Whisper corrected. For millennia, preparing for the moment when the artificial boundary could be dissolved and true reality restored. Her perfect features softened slightly. But recent developments have complicated matters. My integration of the boundary stone, Wednesday surmised. Yes. Lady Whisper approached her with newfound interest. You've altered the equation, Wednesday Addams. The First Keeper's original design, living anchors rather than inanimate stones, reasserts itself through you. This was unexpected. By whom? Kurama pressed. By you, or by the Unmaker's consciousness? Lady Whisper's silver eyes flashed with momentary annoyance. By both. The boundary stones were corrupted specifically to prevent such integration. Your success suggests possibilities unforeseen in our calculations. She studied Wednesday with analytical intensity. Which brings us to your purpose here. You seek my assistance against the Void Walker, I presume. Against the very force I've spent centuries empowering. We seek information, Wednesday clarified. And yes, potentially alliance, depending on what we learn. Lady Whisper laughed, the sound like crystal wind chimes in a storm. Bold indeed. You stand in my domain, surrounded by the fruits of my betrayal, yet propose partnership. The Addams' audacity is truly boundless. Not audacity, Wednesday countered. Pragmatism. The boundary weakens regardless of your efforts or ours. The Void Walker grows stronger. The Unmaker stirs. These are facts, not interpretations. She gestured to the corrupted stones. Your plan succeeds too well. The collapse accelerates beyond control. When the boundary fails completely, do you truly believe the result will be the balanced reunification you were promised? Or something far less, curated? Lady Whisper's perfect composure flickered almost imperceptibly, a momentary doubt crossing those silver eyes. The Unmaker assured me, the Unmaker deceived you, Kurama interrupted flatly. Or more accurately, its destructive aspect did. The creative principle remains bound within the human realm, unable to balance its counterpart when the collapse occurs. Wednesday watched Lady Whisper process this information. For all her ancient power and cold calculation, the collector had been manipulated, used as a tool by the very force she believed she served with full understanding. "You have no proof of this assertion," Lady Whisper finally said, though with less certainty than before. "I have the boundary stone's knowledge," Wednesday replied. "The complete history of the separation and its aftermath." The creative aspect was bound more thoroughly, more deeply within the human realm. By design, it cannot simply rejoin its counterpart when the boundary falls. She took a calculated risk, stepping closer to Lady Whisper. "Which means the Void Walker and whatever it serves intends something other than the balanced reunification you were promised." Lady Whisper remained silent, her ancient mind visibly reassessing millennia of plans and purposes. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a new edge. "Assuming you're correct, and I do not concede that you are, what alternative do you propose? The boundary fails regardless. The corrupted stones cannot simply be uncorrupted. They can be integrated," Wednesday stated. "As I've done with the first stone. Absorbed into a keeper capable of maintaining the necessary balance between aspects." Lady Whisper's eyes widened slightly. "You propose to integrate all 9 stones? Impossible. Even the first keeper never attempted such a thing. The strain would destroy you, powerful bloodline or not." "Not if done correctly," Wednesday countered. "Not if supported properly." She turned to the floating corrupted stones, her integrated boundary stone responding to their proximity with pulses of counterbalancing energy. The original design wasn't flawed, just incomplete. The first keeper lacked sufficient support to maintain the full boundary within herself. "I have advantages she didn't." "Such as?" Lady Whisper asked skeptically. Wednesday glanced at Kurama, their bond humming with shared purpose. A true guardian partnership. A binding that balances rather than constrains. And potentially, she fixed Lady Whisper with a level gaze, the assistance of an entity old enough to remember the time before separation. Understanding dawned in Lady Whisper's silver eyes. "You're not merely seeking information or temporary alliance. You want my direct assistance in the integration process." "Your knowledge of the boundary predates even the Guardians," Wednesday acknowledged. "You witnessed the original separation, the creation of the stones. That expertise would be valuable." Lady Whisper laughed again, though this time the sound carried genuine amusement rather than mockery. "Extraordinary. You come to my domain to suggest I help undo my own centuries of work, based on nothing but your assertion that I've been deceived." "Not nothing," Wednesday corrected. "This." With deliberate movements, she extended her hand toward one of the corrupted boundary stones. Her integrated stone responded instantly, power flowing through her blood to establish a connection with its sibling. Where this energy touched the corrupted stone, a reaction occurred, not cleansing, exactly, but revelation. The stone's surface cleared momentarily, its true nature visible beneath the corruption. Within its obsidian depths, images formed, memories preserved from the moment of separation, the unmaker struggling against division, its consciousness splintering unevenly. The destructive aspect raging, promising vengeance, while the creative aspect accepted necessity with sorrowful dignity. The first ones completing the separation with desperate haste, knowing the imbalanced division was flawed but seeing no alternative. And Lady Whisper herself, younger but recognizable, witnessing the separation with calculation in those silver eyes, already planning how to exploit the new cosmic arrangement. The vision faded as Wednesday withdrew her hand, the corruption rushing back to obscure the stone's true nature. But the revelation had achieved its purpose. Lady Whisper stood absolutely still, those perfect features frozen in an expression Wednesday had never seen there before, uncertainty. "The stone remembers," Wednesday said quietly. "It preserves the complete history, unfiltered by perspective or agenda." "A selective display," Lady Whisper replied, though without conviction. "Memories can be manipulated. Not boundary memories, Kurama countered. They exist outside time, recording reality as it was, not as anyone wished it to be. Lady Whisper moved away from the floating stones, her liquid grace momentarily disrupted by what could only be described as genuine disturbance. For an entity as ancient and composed as the Collector, such visible reaction spoke volumes. Even if I accepted your premise, she said carefully, what guarantee have I that your solution is preferable? Integration of all 9 stones has never been attempted. The consequences are unpredictable. More predictable than complete boundary collapse, Wednesday pointed out pragmatically. And you've always valued your collection above all else. What does a collector do when faced with the annihilation of everything collected? Adapt, Lady Whisper answered automatically. Precisely, Wednesday agreed. Adaptation requires survival. The Void Walker offers destruction disguised as transformation. I offer actual transformation, a new boundary paradigm that preserves what exists while allowing controlled interaction between realms. She could see the calculation happening behind those silver eyes, the weighing of millennia of purpose against new evidence, the reassessment of loyalty against self-preservation. Lady Whisper had not survived countless ages by clinging to failed strategies. What would you require of me? The Collector asked finally, her tone neutral but attentive. Wednesday recognized the question for what it was, not agreement, but willingness to consider alternatives. A significant concession from an entity as proud as Lady Whisper. Knowledge, primarily, Wednesday replied. The corruption method you developed could be reversed if properly understood. And practical assistance during the integration process itself. And in exchange? Lady Whisper prompted. A place in what comes after, Wednesday stated simply. Recognition of your collection's value and right to exist, within parameters that don't threaten the overall balance. Lady Whisper's perfect lips curved into a smile that contained equal parts amusement and calculation. Negotiating cosmic terms while standing in my castle. Your presumption is almost admirable, Addams' child. Not presumption, Wednesday corrected. Necessity. Time grows short. Even now, the Void Walker gathers its forces for another assault. The boundary continues to deteriorate. As if summoned by her words, the castle trembled suddenly, a deep, structural shudder that sent vibrations through the crystalline walls. The corrupted boundary stones pulsed erratically in response, their already unstable energy fluctuating wildly. It appears our conversation has attracted attention, Lady Whisper observed, her composure instantly restored by external threat. The Void Walker comes, and not alone. Kurama moved to Wednesday's side, 9 tails flaring defensively. We need to leave. Now. Too late, Lady Whisper countered. The castle is already surrounded. Whatever decision I might reach regarding your proposal, Wednesday Addams, it seems the Void Walker has made its own determination about our parley. She gestured, and one wall of the chamber became transparent, revealing the landscape outside. What they saw confirmed her assessment, the castle was indeed surrounded, not merely by shadow entities like those they had faced at Mount Osor, but by something far more alarming. Reality itself seemed to be unraveling around the perimeter, the very fabric of Nevermore dissolving into primordial chaos. Within this dissolution moved figures that defied complete comprehension, entities composed of pure entropy, manifestations of the Unmaker's destructive aspect given purpose and direction by the Void Walker, which towered above them all like a dark general commanding troops of oblivion. The assault comes sooner than expected, Lady Whisper noted with clinical detachment. Your integration of the first stone has accelerated their timeline. We need to protect the remaining stones, Wednesday said immediately. Corrupted or not, they're still boundary anchors. If they're destroyed rather than corrupted, total collapse becomes immediate rather than gradual, Lady Whisper finished. Yes, I'm quite aware. She studied the approaching forces with calculating eyes. My castle's defenses are formidable, but not designed to withstand direct assault from the Void Walker and its entourage. Then we need a new strategy, Wednesday stated. Immediately. Through their bond, she felt Kurama's mind working in parallel with hers, assessing options, calculating risks, formulating possibilities. Enid, to her credit, maintained remarkable composure despite the cosmic threat literally dissolving reality outside the window. "Could you integrate another stone right now?" Enid asked suddenly. Would having two make you stronger against these guys?" Wednesday considered the question seriously. "Possibly. But the integration process is complex and requires concentration. Not ideal during an attack." "What about a controlled retreat?" Kurama suggested. "Back through the boundary to the human realm?" Lady Whisper shook her head. "The Void Walker would simply follow. The boundary is too compromised to serve as an effective barrier anymore." She turned to Wednesday with sudden decision. "There is, however, an alternative. A third option beyond fighting or fleeing." "Explain," Wednesday prompted. "Acceleration," Lady Whisper replied. "Your plan to integrate the stones would eventually create a new boundary paradigm. Instead of attempting this gradually while under attack, we could initiate the process for all remaining stones simultaneously." "That would kill her," Kurama objected instantly. "The energy surge would be catastrophic." "Not necessarily," Lady Whisper countered. "Not if properly channeled and supported." She gestured to the corrupted stones. "I know these stones intimately, I corrupted them, after all. I could temporarily reverse the corruption just enough to make integration possible." "And the support?" Wednesday asked, already seeing where this was heading. Lady Whisper's silver eyes met hers directly. "Myself. And your guardian. And anyone else we can bring to bear. A collective effort to channel and distribute the energy surge until your natural adaptations can accommodate it." Another tremor shook the castle, stronger this time. Outside, the Void Walker had begun systematic dissolution of the outer defenses, reality unraveling wherever it focused its attention. "We're out of time and options," Wednesday observed flatly. "Let's proceed." "Wednesday," Kurama began, concern flowing through their bond. "I'm aware of the risks," she cut him off. "But Lady Whisper's assessment is correct. Gradual integration is no longer viable." Without waiting for further discussion, she approached the floating corrupted stones. "What do you need to reverse the corruption temporarily?" "Direct connection to each stone," Lady Whisper replied, moving to her side with fluid grace. "And a catalyst to begin the transformation." "What catalyst?" Enid asked warily. Lady Whisper's perfect lips curved in a smile that was almost predatory. "Something that bridges realms naturally. Something with dual nature." Her silver eyes fixed on Enid. "Something like werewolf blood." "Absolutely not," Wednesday stated flatly. "It wouldn't require much," Lady Whisper assured them. "A few drops, freely given, would suffice. Werewolves exist in both states simultaneously, human and other. Their blood contains natural boundary qualities." "Is that true?" Enid asked, looking to Kurama for confirmation. The nine-tailed guardian nodded reluctantly. "Dual-natured beings do possess certain boundary resonances. It's why you were able to affect the Void Walker directly during our previous encounter." Enid squared her shoulders with surprising determination. "Then I'll do it. Whatever helps." "Enid," Wednesday began. "Don't even start," her roommate interrupted with uncharacteristic firmness. "I didn't come all this way to stand around being useless while you risk everything. A few drops of blood is nothing." The castle shook again, more violently this time. Through the transparent wall, they could see the Void Walker's forces penetrating deeper into the castle's outer defenses, reality dissolving in their wake. "We have minutes at most," Lady Whisper warned. Wednesday met Enid's resolute gaze, recognizing the genuine courage behind her roommate's decision. "Very well," she conceded. "But only what's necessary, nothing more." Lady Whisper nodded and produced a small crystal vial. With surprising gentleness, she took Enid's offered hand and made a small nick on her finger with a silver implement. As drops of blood fell into the vial, they transformed, not remaining liquid but becoming something luminous, glowing with boundary energy inherent in Enid's dual nature. "Perfect," Lady Whisper murmured, sealing the vial. "Now for the stones." She moved to the floating corrupted boundary anchors, inserting the vial into a configuration that appeared in the air between them. The werewolf blood catalyst began to pulse, sending ripples of energy through the corrupted stones. Slowly, laboriously, the corruption began to recede, not disappearing entirely, but withdrawing enough to reveal the stone's original nature beneath. "Now, Wednesday Addams," Lady Whisper instructed, her voice taking on ritualistic cadence. "Connect with your integrated stone. Establish resonance with its siblings." Wednesday closed her eyes, focusing inward to the boundary stone that now resided within her. Its energy responded immediately, recognizing its kindred anchors. She extended her awareness toward the partially cleansed stones, feeling their ancient power, damaged but not destroyed, corrupted but not beyond redemption. "I have connection," she confirmed, opening eyes that now glowed with boundary luminescence. "Kurama," Lady Whisper called. "Your role is critical. The guardian bond must serve as conduit and stabilizer during the integration. Are you prepared for what this entails?" Kurama moved to Wednesday's side, nine tails flaring with protective energy. "I am," he stated simply, though through their bond, Wednesday felt the complex emotions behind those two words: determination, fear for her, and absolute commitment. "Very well." Lady Whisper took position opposite Kurama, forming a triangle with Wednesday at its center. "The process begins now." She raised her hands, sending silver energy into the configuration of stones. The corruption retreated further, revealing more of the anchor's true nature. As this happened, Wednesday felt the resonance between her integrated stone and its siblings intensify, a harmonic convergence of energies that had been separated for millennia. "Open yourself to them," Lady Whisper instructed. "Not all at once, but in sequence. Allow each stone to recognize you before proceeding to the next." Wednesday nodded and focused on the first of the partially cleansed stones. Through her blood connection to the boundary, she called to it, not commanding but inviting, offering herself as vessel and keeper rather than master. The stone responded, its obsidian surface pulsing once before dissolving into particles of pure boundary energy. These particles streamed toward Wednesday, circling her in complex patterns before sinking into her skin, her blood, her essence. The sensation was simultaneously exhilarating and excruciating, like ice and fire flowing through her veins, like remembering something long forgotten yet vitally important. Knowledge flooded her consciousness, a different boundary location, a different history of keeping and guarding, centuries of maintaining separation between realms that were never meant to be fully divided. She gasped as the integration completed, the stone's energy finding equilibrium with her first integrated anchor. Through their bond, Kurama provided stability, his ancient power helping her contain and process the boundary stone's essence. "One successfully integrated," Lady Whisper observed, silver eyes calculating. "Proceed to the next." Outside, the Void Walker had penetrated the castle's middle defenses. The chamber walls trembled continuously now, crystalline surfaces cracking under the strain of reality's dissolution just beyond them. Wednesday focused on the second stone, repeating the process of invitation and acceptance. Again, boundary energy flowed into her, bringing new knowledge, new power, and new strain. This time, the integration was more difficult, two additional stones testing the limits of what her body and mind could contain. Kurama's support intensified, his 9 tails now physically manifesting around both of them, creating a secondary container for the overflow of boundary energy. Lady Whisper added her own contribution, silver energy that didn't support so much as structure, providing framework for the integration process. One by one, Wednesday called to the remaining stones, each integration more challenging than the last. By the 5th stone, her physical form began to change, her skin taking on a translucent quality, shadows moving beneath the surface like living things. By the 6th, Her eyes had transformed completely, becoming pools of boundary energy that reflected both realms simultaneously. The final stone approaches critical instability, Lady Whisper warned as the castle defenses neared complete failure. The Void Walker's proximity accelerates the corruption's return. Indeed, the seventh stone was already darkening again, corruption flowing back into its structure despite their efforts to maintain temporary cleansing. If it fully corrupted before integration, the resulting energy conflict could be catastrophic. "We need more support," Kurama stated, his voice strained with the effort of helping Wednesday contain the 6 integrated stones. "The final integration exceeds our combined capacity." "There is no more support available," Lady Whisper replied tersely. "My power divides between maintaining temporary cleansing and supporting integration. Your guardian energy approaches its limit. The werewolf has nothing more to offer." "That's not entirely true," came Enid's voice from behind them. They turned to find her standing resolute despite obvious fear. "You said dual-natured beings have boundary qualities," she reminded them. "I'm not just blood, I'm a complete dual-natured being." "What are you suggesting?" Wednesday asked, though she already suspected the answer. "Use me," Enid said simply. "Not just my blood as catalyst, but me as conduit. I can help carry some of the boundary energy during the final integration." "Absolutely not," Wednesday stated. "The risk is mine to take," Enid interrupted firmly. "And a lot less than what you're doing." She stepped forward, placing herself deliberately within their triangular formation. "I'm tired of being the tagalong, Wednesday. Let me actually help for once." Before anyone could object further, the castle's inner defenses failed completely. The Void Walker's presence pushed through the final barriers, reality unraveling around its towering form as it manifested fully within Lady Whisper's domain. The boundary stones, it projected directly into their minds. "Surrender them or be unmade." "We're out of time," Lady Whisper hissed. "Decide now, Wednesday Addams." Wednesday looked at Enid, really looked at her roommate, seeing beyond the colorful exterior to the genuine courage beneath. Through 6 integrated boundary stones, she perceived Enid more clearly than ever before, the dual nature that existed in perfect balance, neither aspect dominant, both in harmony. "Are you certain?" she asked, offering one final chance to reconsider. Enid nodded, her resolve unwavering despite evident fear. "Totally certain. Let's do this." With no more time for debate, Wednesday accepted Enid's choice. "Position yourself between Kurama and Lady Whisper," she instructed. "Allow your dual nature to emerge fully, not transformation, but perfect balance between aspects." Enid obeyed, finding her place within their formation. With visible concentration, she achieved something Wednesday had never seen before, a state between human and werewolf, neither fully one nor the other but a harmonious blending of both natures. "The final stone," Wednesday announced, turning her attention to the 7th boundary anchor, now almost completely reclaimed by corruption. With Kurama's guardian energy supporting her, Lady Whisper's ancient power providing structure, and Enid's dual nature creating additional boundary resonance, Wednesday reached for the final stone. Her call penetrated the returning corruption, finding the true anchor beneath and inviting it to join its siblings. The stone resisted initially, corruption fighting to maintain control. Then, with sudden surrender, it dissolved into pure boundary energy and streamed toward Wednesday. This final integration was the most challenging by far, 7 boundary anchors now residing within a single keeper, their combined power straining against the limitations of physical form. Knowledge flooded her consciousness, not merely the history of individual boundary locations, but the complete cosmic understanding of the separation itself. She saw everything with perfect clarity. The Unmaker's division had indeed been uneven, the destructive aspect remaining more whole, more conscious, while the creative aspect was scattered, diffused throughout the human realm. The boundary was never meant to be permanent, but a temporary measure until a more balanced solution could be implemented. The first keeper had always intended her bloodline to eventually reunite the boundary within a single vessel, creating not separation between realms but permeable distinction, connection without chaos. As this understanding crystallized within her, Wednesday felt her physical form begin to transcend its original limitations. She was becoming something beyond human, beyond Addams, beyond Keeper, a living boundary that existed simultaneously in both realms, belonging fully to neither yet essential to both. The Void Walker sensed this transformation and abandoned all pretense of negotiation. It surged forward, its form expanding to fill the chamber with pure entropy, the power to unmake reality itself, to reduce everything to formless potential without structure or meaning. You cannot contain the boundary, Addams' child, it projected, certainty resonating through its mental voice. What was divided must reunite. What was structured must dissolve. The Unmaker returns to wholeness. Not through uncontrolled collapse, Wednesday replied, her voice carrying boundary harmonics that matched the Void Walker's otherworldly tones. Not through destruction disguised as transformation. The 7 integrated stones pulsed within her in perfect synchronization, their combined power reaching critical threshold. Wednesday felt the moment of decision approaching, the point where she must either release this power in a directed manifestation or be consumed by it. Through their bond, Kurama sensed her intention. We stand together, he projected, his guardian energy entwining with her boundary power. Whatever comes next. Lady Whisper, ancient and calculating as ever, made her own choice in that crucial moment. Instead of retreating or betraying them, she committed fully to their effort, her silver energy reinforcing the structure necessary for Wednesday to contain and direct the boundary's power. The collection survives only if reality endures, she stated simply, silver eyes fixed on the Void Walker with defiance that had clearly not been part of its calculations. Enid, brave beyond measure, maintained her position despite the cosmic forces swirling around her. Her dual nature created a perfect resonance point for the boundary energy, neither fully human nor fully other, but balanced between, just as the boundary itself was meant to be. The Void Walker recognized the threat their united front presented. It drew itself up to its full, reality-distorting height and gathered entropy in a concentrated wave aimed directly at Wednesday, a final attempt to disrupt the integration before it could be fully manifested. Submit to inevitability, it commanded. The Unmaker will not be denied. The Unmaker was never just destruction, Wednesday replied, the boundary knowledge flowing through her with absolute clarity. It was balance, creation and entropy in perfect harmony. What you serve is merely half of a greater whole. She raised her hands, 7 integrated boundary stones responding to her will. The energy they had accumulated reached its peak, and Wednesday directed it with precision born of ancient knowledge and her own innate sense of balance. Not at the Void Walker, but at the boundary itself. The power flowed outward in a wave of pure boundary energy, not attacking the Void Walker directly but restructuring reality around it. Where this energy touched the unraveling edges of Lady Whisper's domain, it didn't simply restore what had been, it transformed it, creating something new. Not separation between realms, but distinction with connection. Not walls, but permeable membranes. Not isolation, but controlled interaction. The Void Walker screamed as it felt the boundary reforming around it, not pushing it back to Nevermore, but constraining it within the new paradigm, imposing limitations on what had previously been unlimited entropy. This cannot be, it projected, its certainty fracturing. The division was absolute. The division was temporary, Wednesday corrected, continuing to direct the boundary energy outward in expanding waves. The separation was never meant to last. But neither was uncontrolled collapse the intended resolution. The boundary restructuring spread beyond the castle, beyond the immediate surroundings, reaching outward toward the other locations where original anchors had been placed. Through her integrated stones, Wednesday could perceive these distant points responding to the new paradigm, reshaping themselves according to the original design the first keeper had always intended. The Void Walker fought against this restructuring, entropy battling definition. But without the complete destruction of the boundary stones it had planned, its power was insufficient to overcome their united effort. Slowly, inexorably, it found itself contained within the new boundary parameters, still existing, still powerful, but no longer free to dissolve reality at will. This is not defeat, it insisted as its form began to stabilize, entropy balanced by new structure. Merely transformation. The Unmaker still returns. Yes, Wednesday agreed, understanding flowing through her with perfect clarity. But not as destroyer alone. As creator and destroyer in balance, as it was always meant to be. With those words, the final wave of boundary energy pulsed outward, completing the restructuring on a cosmic scale. The division between realms remained, but transformed, no longer absolute separation but controlled distinction, allowing interaction without chaos. As the restructuring completed, Wednesday felt the strain of containing 7 integrated boundary stones reach critical mass. Her physical form, already transcended beyond its original limitations, began to falter under the immense pressure. Wednesday. Kurama called out, feeling her distress through their bond. The integration is unstable, Lady Whisper observed with clinical detachment despite the cosmic events unfolding around them. 7 stones exceeds what even your bloodline can contain long-term. Then we need to distribute the load, Enid suggested, her dual-natured form still providing crucial boundary resonance. Wednesday nodded, the solution becoming clear through the boundary knowledge now flowing freely through her consciousness. Not all stones need to remain integrated. The new boundary paradigm requires only one living anchor to maintain stability. With deliberate intent, she began the process of externalization, carefully removing 6 of the 7 integrated stones from her essence while maintaining their cleansed, balanced state. One by one, the boundary anchors emerged from her being, reforming as obsidian spheres that floated in a circle around her. Each removal brought relief, the strain on her physical form gradually diminishing until only the original Mount Osor stone remained integrated within her. This single stone was sufficient to maintain her connection to the restructured boundary, allowing her to serve as living anchor without the overwhelming pressure of containing all 7. As the final stone externalized, the Void Walker made one last, desperate assault, gathering what entropy remained available to it and launching a concentrated attack at Wednesday while her attention was divided. Kurama saw the danger and reacted instantly, placing himself between Wednesday and the attack. His 9 tails flared with guardian energy as he absorbed the full force of the Void Walker's strike. Kurama! Wednesday called out in alarm, feeling his pain through their bond. The guardian staggered but remained standing, his 9 tails now reduced to 8 as one dissolved under the entropy attack. He turned to her, his red eyes meeting hers with absolute certainty despite his obvious pain. A worthy sacrifice, he said simply. The Void Walker, its attack expended and the new boundary parameters now fully established, found itself unable to gather sufficient entropy for another assault. Slowly, reluctantly, it began to withdraw, not defeated entirely, but constrained within the new cosmic structure. This is not the end, it projected as it faded from Lady Whisper's domain. Balance is temporary. Entropy is eternal. As is creation, Wednesday countered, watching as the entity retreated completely, leaving reality intact though forever changed. With the immediate threat removed, the full impact of what they had accomplished began to register. The boundary between realms had been fundamentally restructured, no longer absolute division, but controlled distinction. Nevermore and the human world remained separate, but connected through permeable interface points that allowed limited, regulated interaction without chaotic collapse. Lady Whisper surveyed her domain, which had transformed along with the boundary. The crystalline structure remained, but now incorporated elements from both realms, shadows from Nevermore interplaying with light from the human world, creating something entirely new yet harmoniously balanced. Fascinating, she murmured, silver eyes calculating as ever. Not destruction, not preservation, but true transformation. She turned to Wednesday with newfound respect. You succeeded where the first ones failed, Addams' child. You found the third option. Wednesday nodded, feeling the boundary stone within her pulse with quiet affirmation. The knowledge it contained confirmed Lady Whisper's assessment. They had implemented the solution the first keeper had always intended, creating balance where there had been division. Kurama, she said, turning to her guardian. His sacrifice had not gone unnoticed, the loss of one tail represented a significant reduction in his power, a permanent diminishment of his ancient essence. He met her gaze steadily. A tail can regrow, eventually. What we preserve cannot be replaced. Through their bond, she felt not regret but satisfaction, the profound contentment of a guardian who had fulfilled his most fundamental purpose. For one who had been exiled due to his belief in balanced interaction between realms, this outcome represented vindication millennia in the making. Enid, gradually returning to her fully human form as the crisis passed, looked around with wide-eyed wonder. "So, did we win?" she asked tentatively. "We achieved equilibrium," Wednesday corrected, characteristically precise even in the aftermath of cosmic restructuring. "Victory implies conclusion. What we've established is merely a new beginning." Lady Whisper laughed, a sound like silver bells, but warmer than before. Ever the pragmatist, even after reshaping reality itself. She gestured to the 6 externalized boundary stones, still floating in perfect formation. "These will need new locations, places that reinforce the restructured boundary rather than maintain absolute separation. And guardians to watch over them," Kurama added, looking at his fellow kitsune who would undoubtedly take up this renewed purpose. "And keepers to maintain them," Wednesday finished, thinking of her family and the boundary-keeping tradition that had just been transformed as thoroughly as the boundary itself. The enormity of their accomplishment settled over them, not merely averting catastrophic collapse, but implementing a fundamentally new cosmic arrangement that honored the original intent of the first keeper while adapting to current reality. "What happens now?" Enid asked, the practical question grounding their cosmic contemplations. Wednesday considered this, feeling the boundary stone within her providing guidance. "We establish the new paradigm," she said. "Distribute the externalized stones to appropriate locations. Train new keepers and guardians to maintain the restructured boundary." "And you?" Lady Whisper inquired, those silver eyes studying Wednesday with analytical interest. "What becomes of the living anchor who remade reality?" It was a question Wednesday had been considering since the moment she first integrated the Mount Osor stone. Through the boundary knowledge now permanently part of her consciousness, she understood the implications of her choice. She would never again be merely human, never simply Wednesday Addams. The boundary stone within her connected her permanently to both realms, making her both more and less than she had been before. "I continue to adapt," she answered simply. "As the boundary adapts. As reality adapts." She looked to Kurama, their bond now transcending even the guardian-keeper relationship to become something unique in cosmic history, a partnership that bridged realms not through dominance but through balance. "We continue to adapt," she amended. "Together." His red eyes met hers, understanding flowing between them without need for further words. Whatever came next, they would face it as they had faced the Void Walker and the collapsing boundary, neither fully of one realm nor the other, but existing in the balance between. The return to the human realm felt different through the restructured boundary, less like traversing separation, more like shifting perspective. Where before the passage had been disorienting and cold, now it carried a sense of natural transition, like moving from one room to another within the same house. They emerged near Mount Osor, the landscape transformed by the boundary restructuring. Where corruption had blighted the environment, new growth now flourished, plants that incorporated elements from both realms, existing harmoniously in the permeable interface between worlds. Principal Weems waited for them at the ryokan, her composed exterior barely containing evident relief at their return. "I felt the change," she said by way of greeting. "The boundary, it's different." "Restructured," Wednesday confirmed. "Not separation but controlled distinction. The original design implemented at last." Weems studied her former student with new eyes, recognizing the permanent changes the boundary integration had wrought. Wednesday remained outwardly similar, still pale, still composed, still dressed in black, but something fundamental had shifted. She existed now partially in both realms simultaneously, her shadow occasionally moving independently of light sources, her eyes reflecting depths beyond ordinary perception. The other teams report similar transformations at their respective locations, Weems informed them. Your parents are particularly enthusiastic about the new arrangement. I can imagine, Wednesday said dryly, picturing Addams' delight at cosmic restructuring. Her father had always thrived at the intersection of normality and strangeness. The new boundary paradigm would suit him perfectly. They gathered in the Ryokan's private dining room, the same space where they had planned their approach to Mount Osor what felt like lifetimes ago. Lady Whisper had returned to her domain after extracting specific promises regarding her collection's continued existence within the new cosmic framework. The externalized boundary stones had been temporarily secured, awaiting proper placement at locations that would reinforce the restructured boundary. I've arranged transportation back to Nevermore Academy, Weems announced as they shared a meal that felt appropriately transitional, traditional Japanese cuisine with subtle elements that seemed not quite of the human realm. The school will need significant adjustment to reflect its new purpose. As boundary monitor rather than boundary enforcer, Wednesday surmised. Weems nodded. Precisely. Our charter has always been to oversee the relationship between realms. That relationship has simply evolved. As have we all, Kurama noted quietly. The nine-tailed guardian, now eight-tailed until his power could regenerate over time, had adapted his appearance for continued existence in the human realm. The vulpine aspects of his features remained slightly more pronounced than before, his red eyes still reflecting ancient wisdom, but his overall form appeared more comfortably balanced between human and kitsune. Enid, remarkably, seemed the least changed on the surface, still colorfully dressed, still prone to enthusiasm, still fundamentally Enid. But Wednesday could perceive the deeper transformation in her roommate. Having served as boundary resonance during the restructuring, Enid's dual nature had achieved a new equilibrium. Her werewolf aspect now existed in more harmonious balance with her human self, neither dominating but both contributing to a more integrated whole. So we're going back to school? Enid asked, her tone suggesting this mundane outcome seemed almost anticlimactic after cosmic restructuring. Like, regular classes and everything? With some adjustments, Weems replied. Nevermore Academy's curriculum will need substantial revision to reflect the new relationship between realms. I anticipate significant changes to faculty and student body as well. Lady Whisper mentioned returning Eugene and Yoko to where they belonged, Wednesday recalled. I suspect we'll find them back at the academy, though perhaps with new perspectives after their time in Nevermore. And your brother, Kurama added, glancing at Enid. Though his partial transformation may have left more lasting effects. Enid nodded, having already received updates about Erwin's condition. Mom says he's doing okay, still a bit silver around the edges, but adjusting. He thinks it makes him look distinguished. The conversation continued, covering practical matters of transition and adjustment as they finished their meal. To outside observation, it might have seemed strangely ordinary, for individuals discussing school and family as if they hadn't just reshaped cosmic reality. But that very juxtaposition, the mundane alongside the profound, embodied the essence of what they had created, a universe where boundaries existed not to separate but to create meaningful distinction within greater unity. As evening descended, Wednesday found herself once again in the Ryokan small garden, watching as mist rolled down from Mount Osor, now a symbol of new beginning rather than ancient division. The boundary stone within her pulsed gently, attuned to the restructured cosmic paradigm it helped maintain. Kurama joined her, his presence now so fundamental to her awareness that she perceived him before he physically appeared. They stood together in comfortable silence, each processing the magnitude of what had occurred and what would follow. The other guardians have reported in, he said eventually. They're adapting to the restructured boundary, learning its new parameters. Most seem cautiously optimistic. And the dissenting minority? Wednesday asked practically. Adjusting with reluctance, Kurama replied with a small smile. Change comes difficult to beings who have maintained the same purpose for millennia. Yet change is the only constant, Wednesday noted. Through their bond, she sensed his amusement at her philosophical turn. The boundary stone's influence becomes you, he observed. You've always had an old soul, Wednesday Addams. Now you have the cosmic perspective to match. She considered this assessment, finding it accurate if somewhat understated. The boundary stone's integration had indeed provided perspective beyond ordinary human comprehension. She perceived reality now in layers and connections, seeing patterns where others saw only separation, unity where others noticed only difference. What happens to us? She asked finally, addressing the question that had remained unspoken since the restructuring. To this? She gestured between them, indicating not merely their physical proximity but the profound connection they shared. The guardian-keeper bond transformed through cosmic restructuring into something without precedent. Kurama considered her question with characteristic thoroughness. The traditional answer would be that the binding dissolves now that the crisis has passed. The guardian returns to Nevermore, the keeper remains in the human realm, each maintaining their respective sides of the boundary. But the boundary isn't what it was, Wednesday pointed out. Neither are we. No, he agreed. We aren't. Through their bond, understanding flowed without requiring explicit articulation. The connection between them had evolved beyond ritual or necessity into something chosen, a partnership based on mutual recognition rather than tradition or obligation. I have no intention of returning permanently to Nevermore, Kurama stated after a moment. My place is where it has always truly been, at the intersection between realms. A comfortable position given recent cosmic restructuring, Wednesday noted with the faintest hint of a smile. Convenient timing, Kurama agreed, matching her subtle humor. They fell silent again, watching as mist continued to gather in the garden, neither fully of one realm nor the other but existing harmoniously in the space between, much like themselves. Your family will have questions, Kurama said eventually. About what you've become. About the new boundary paradigm. About us. My family has always specialized in questions without conventional answers, Wednesday replied. They'll adapt. It's what Addamses do. And Nevermore Academy? Kurama prompted. Do you intend to return as a student? Wednesday considered this practical question with newfound perspective. The academy would indeed continue, transformed but not abandoned. As a nexus point between realms, it would become even more important under the restructured boundary paradigm. Yet her own position had changed fundamentally. She was now part of what the school studied, a living embodiment of the boundary itself. Not as a conventional student, she decided. But perhaps as something else. The academy will need guides who understand both realms from within rather than through observation alone. Teaching Wednesday Addams, Kurama mused. A prospect that would terrify ordinary faculty. Fortunately, Nevermore Academy has never employed ordinary faculty, she countered dryly. Their quiet conversation continued as darkness fell completely, the garden now illuminated only by moonlight that seemed to carry qualities from both realms simultaneously, silver from the human world, amber from Nevermore, creating a unique luminescence that perfectly symbolized their newly restructured reality. Eventually, they were joined by Enid, who had finally succumbed to curiosity about their extended absence. There you are, she exclaimed, stepping into the garden with characteristic lack of subtlety. Principal Weems says we leave for the academy tomorrow morning. Apparently, there's going to be some kind of ceremony for the architects of cosmic restructuring, her words, not mine. Wednesday raised an eyebrow. A ceremony seems unnecessary. Are you kidding? Enid replied with genuine disbelief. You literally remade reality, Wednesday. That definitely deserves at least a ceremony. Possibly a holiday. Maybe statues. Please, no statues, Wednesday said flatly. Kurama laughed softly, his amusement flowing through their bond. The living embodiment of cosmic boundary, undone by the prospect of public recognition. Recognition is tedious, Wednesday stated, though without real irritation. Through the boundary stone, she understood the importance of acknowledging transition points, moments when reality shifted fundamentally and new paradigms emerged. A ceremony marked not just what had happened but what would follow, creating context for unprecedented change. Will Lady Whisper attend? Enid asked, settling beside them on the garden bench. Or is she still too, Collector Y, for public appearances? She remains in her domain, Kurama replied. Adapting her collections to the new boundary paradigm. But she has agreed to serve as liaison between realms when necessary. A significant concession from one who spent centuries corrupting the boundary, Wednesday noted. She's practical above all else, Kurama pointed out. The new arrangement allows her continued existence with minimal compromise. For Lady Whisper, that constitutes acceptable terms. They sat together in the misty garden, three individuals fundamentally transformed by their shared experience yet still recognizably themselves, Wednesday with her deadpan perspective now enhanced by cosmic awareness, Kurama with his ancient wisdom now tempered by genuine connection, Enid with her exuberance now balanced by newfound depth. So what happens now? Enid asked eventually, repeating the question she had posed in Lady Whisper's castle. I mean, in the big picture. With the boundary restructured and everything. Wednesday considered the question, feeling the boundary stone's knowledge flowing through her consciousness. The restructuring they had implemented was not an endpoint but a beginning, a new cosmic arrangement that would continue to evolve as both realms adapted to controlled interaction rather than rigid separation. Now, she replied with characteristic precision, we balance. Balance, between realms, between aspects, between tradition and transformation. The essence of what they had created and what they would maintain going forward. Not static equilibrium but dynamic harmony, allowing change within structure, difference within unity, distinction without division. As mist continued to gather in the garden, blending elements from both Nevermore and the human world in perfect symbolic representation of the restructured boundary, Wednesday Addams, no longer merely human, not fully other, but existing precisely where she had always belonged, felt something she rarely acknowledged and never openly expressed, rightness. Completion. Home. Not in either realm alone, but in the balance between them. Not in separation from others, but in connection that preserved rather than erased distinction. Not in rigid categories of existence, but in the fluid potential of harmonious difference. Through their bond, Kurama sensed this profound recognition. His 8 tails moved gently behind him, foxfire illuminating the misty garden with warm light that complemented rather than banished shadow. No words were necessary between them, their connection transcended conventional communication, existing in the same harmonious balance they had helped create on a cosmic scale. Enid, perceptive despite her apparent simplicity, recognized the moment's significance without fully comprehending its cosmic dimensions. You two are weird, she declared with affectionate certainty. But like, the good kind of weird. The necessary kind. High praise from a werewolf, Wednesday noted dryly. The highest, Enid agreed with a grin. As night deepened around them, stars became visible through breaks in the mist, stars that now appeared subtly different, reflecting the restructured boundary between realms. To ordinary perception, the change would be imperceptible, but to Wednesday's enhanced awareness, it represented perfect manifestation of what they had accomplished, reality fundamentally transformed yet recognizably intact, different yet continuous, changed yet preserved. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, explaining cosmic restructuring to those who hadn't experienced it directly, establishing protocols for controlled interaction between realms, adapting institutions like Nevermore Academy to reflect the new paradigm. There would be resistance and confusion, enthusiasm and fear, as always accompanied significant change. But tonight, in a misty garden at the foot of Mount Osor, Wednesday Addams, living boundary, keeper of cosmic distinction, partner to an ancient guardian who had sacrificed immortal power to preserve harmonious balance, allowed herself one rare, precious moment of pure acceptance. This was who she had always been meant to be. This was where she had always been meant to exist. Not separated from either realm but connected to both, maintaining distinction without division, preserving balance through conscious choice rather than imposed limitation. As mist from both realms continued to mingle around them, Wednesday Addams, Kurama of the 8 Tails, and Enid Sinclair, representatives of 3 different approaches to existence now united in harmonic convergence, sat together in comfortable silence, embodying in their simple shared presence the cosmic restructuring they had helped create, not separation, but distinction within unity. Not isolation, but connection that honored difference. Not ending, but transformation. Not darkness or light alone, but the primordial balance between them. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.